Ezreal is a very different character. He's a shy young man who was bullied because he stuttered, and even though he went through therapy, he still really struggles around women because it was mean girls who used to give him such a hard time. So he's a very brilliant man. He's a musician, amazing musician. And he is okay talking with men. He would never be able to handle speaking in front of a group, of course, because he's extremely shy. But for the women in his life who can get around his fear of speaking to women, he's a wonderful, soft-hearted, very solid guy. But he's also a little bit absent-minded professor, because when he gets tied up into his music, he really gets into his music, and it's easy to lose himself. Anybody who knows an author will understand how they'll think they're having a conversation with you, and they'll say something, but you've had this story idea. It's like, oh no, what do? I got to take care of this. And it's like, oh, you said something to me? I'm sorry. So anyway, he's a little bit like that. And so the whole premise of this one is, what do you do if the woman who finally captures his attention has been abused and is running in fear of her ex-husband? And so this particular story really touched my heart, and I hope it does yours too.
3 Fortunes for the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 3, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Ezreal Wallach rubbed his clammy hands together as they approached the bed and breakfast. He glanced at his business partner and friend, Rafe Davis. How could he always be so calm? It wasn't fair. Ezreal's stomach had turned into a roiling mess, and he thought he might throw up. "Let's sit down first." Rafe pointed to the eclectic array of comfortable rocking chairs on the wide front porch. His mother lived on the outskirts of Boone, in an historic home surrounded by a thriving garden. Grateful for any reprieve, Ezreal took a seat. The B&B was usually a safe place where no one judged him. Now, he'd have to meet an unfamiliar woman here, and they expected him to talk to her. He knew it was stupid, but it felt like the old house that had been his refuge since moving to North Carolina had betrayed him. "I've told you before. It'll be all right." Rafe rocked in the chair, his head against the tall back, comfortable and relaxed. "It's a good thing you'll be doing. You'll help a lot of kids." "That's right. Guilt him out." Ezreal started his own chair rocking with nervous agitation. He hated the way he always froze up around women he didn't know well and trust. His business partners had been mostly patient with him over the years because they said they understood his social phobia. It hadn't kept them from forcing him into the role of department head at REKD Gaming, knowing there'd be unfamiliar women working with him. The guys were always pressing him to go beyond his comfort zone. Rafe shot him a sidelong glance, like he thought Ezreal might bolt, which he just might. Actually, the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea of walking away. They wanted him to volunteer for this. He didn't have to do it. In fact, he couldn't do it. What were they thinking to ask him to help this woman teach a group piano class? But Rafe was right. It was for a bunch of poor kids who couldn't afford lessons otherwise. Groaning, Ezreal shoved away the guilt again. He had so much. Even after nearly 3 years, he still couldn't get his head around the fact that he was rich. There must be some way he could use his money to help the kids, and not have to talk to this woman. His money. Ezreal stopped rocking. He'd been so preoccupied with having to work with an unfamiliar woman that he hadn't been thinking clearly. Why not just hire a bunch of music students from Appalachian State? They needed part-time jobs anyway, and the class needed musicians to help with the teaching. What good was it to be a billionaire if he couldn't use the money like he wanted? It'd be a win-win. Just meet her before you decide, Rafe said. But I have the perfect solution. Ezreal explained his idea. Before Rafe could respond, a child's gleeful squeal came from behind the house, and both men stood. I can't do it. Ezreal's breathing had turned ragged. I have to go. Before he could move, a little girl ran around the corner of the house, her pale hair streaming behind her as she ran from Rafe's younger sister, Lessa. The new child's laughter rang through the yard like a flute solo. The soft breeze rustling through the trees and the monster-like growling noises that came from Lessa, adding to the orchestral depth. Ezreal wished he were sitting at his computer to capture the music they were making. When the blonde girl became aware of the two men, she stopped abruptly. Lessa nearly plowed into her. Then she saw her big brother. Rafe! She flew up the stairs and threw herself into his arms for a hug, and then did the same to Ezreal. Who's this? Rafe nodded toward her friend. Jana. Don't you like her name? I do. When I'm a mama and have a little girl, I'm going to name her Jana. Lessa put a hand on each man's arm and said to her friend, This is my big brother. Remember me telling you about him? And this here's Ezreal, but we call him Ez. He's like an uncle, because he's like Rafe's brother, even if Rafe's my brother and not my uncle. Lessa frowned, as though her train of thought had confused her. Nice to meet you, Jana, Rafe said. Are you in Lessa's class at school? The little girl nodded, but stayed where she was. Ezreal sensed the child's wariness. He knew that feeling all too well himself. She'd either experienced something bad in her life, or someone close to her had warned her about being cautious. For her to be so leery, she'd have had to hear it often. The music of her laughter lingered in his mind, and it saddened him that it had shut down as soon as she'd come upon the men. Was it because they were strangers, or because they were men? The hair on the back of Ezreal's neck stood up, and he clenched his fists. If someone had hurt this child. He took a slow breath and calmed himself. No need to jump to conclusions just because he'd been bullied as a kid. To avoid towering over her, he eased back into the rocking chair and signaled for Rafe to do the same. He did and pulled Lessa to his side. Hello, Ezreal said, his voice soft. Are you in kindergarten too? Jana nodded. Do you like it? She nodded again, but said nothing. It's been a long time since I was in kindergarten. I remember that my favorite thing was the chocolate milk. Ezreal grinned happily and rubbed his stomach. I think it's probably still my favorite drink. It is, Lessa cried. Ma makes sure to have chocolate milk with Sunday dinner every week just for you. Does she really? He glanced at her in surprise. You know Ma. Rafe shot him a knowing grin. She aims to please. I like chocolate milk too, came a soft voice from the bottom of the porch steps. I see you have good taste. Ezreal slowly started rocking his chair. What else do you like about kindergarten? I like coloring, Lessa piped up. I like recess. Jana moved to the first step. Because you get to go outside? Ezreal asked. Yes. I like it better than being inside. It's stuffy there. But you like to color, too, Lessa added. Ezreal glanced at Rafe's little sister, appreciative that she seemed to understand how skittish her friend was. Did Lessa know why the girl was so nervous? I like music time better. Mama does, too. Jana watched Ezreal. The color of her eyes tugged at a memory. The pale gray irises were surrounded by a dark blue. Where had he seen eyes like that before? "Are you going to help with Mama's class?" Jana asked. Ezreal stopped rocking for a second, confused. Then it hit him. This child was the piano teacher's daughter. His stomach knotted and his heart started to pound again. He took a deep breath, preparing to tell her that he couldn't help. "Does she still need helpers?" That hadn't come out right. Ezreal's hand shook as it gripped the arms of the rocker. Jana nodded. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but glanced first at Rafe and Lessa, then around the yard as though there might be someone there spying on them. Ezreal couldn't help scanning the area, too. What was the child afraid of? Who was she afraid of? When the little girl took the final step, he looked at her. She now stood a few inches from his knees, gazing at him with those intense gray eyes. He didn't move. "Mama says not just anyone can come to our house," Jana finally said, her voice so soft it came out as a whisper. "We have to be careful." Something in the girl's voice made the hair stand up again on the back of Ezreal's neck, and he found himself checking the driveway again. Was Jana's family afraid of someone in particular? Or was her mother just paranoid? A single mother with a couple of kids had reason to be concerned. Boone's crime rate might be lower than the national average, but it did have crimes, some of them violent. So not just anyone can help teach? Rafe shot Ezreal a knowing sidelong glance. "No," Jana said. "Lessa said you play the piano." "I play a lot of instruments." Ezreal started rocking again, more slowly this time. "He writes music." Rafe started his chair moving. His sister had her arm thrown around his neck, her head leaning against his. "Mama writes music, too." Jana stepped a little closer. "What kind do you like?" Ezreal considered before answering. It was a broad question, but she was very young. Since she was a classmate of Lessa's, Jana was probably 5 or 6. How much did she understand? He needed to know more. "I like the music that's all around us. Can you hear it?" Ezreal tilted his head and glanced toward the trees, where a soft breeze tickled the leaves. Birds chirped a descant. He smiled, his right hand moving with the beat. Jana came to stand next to him and rested her elbow on his knee, her head turned as though she were listening. His throat tightened. A child's trust was no small thing, and Ezreal would never do anything to betray it. Not turning his head, he shot Rafe a sidelong glance. He seemed to understand the significance and gave a soft nod. "I can hear it, too," she whispered. "Not many people can." Ezreal kept his voice low, too. "I don't hear anything." Lessa jumped from her brother's lap and went to the front door, saying, "I'm hungry." "I like that you can hear the music," he said. Jana straightened and took a step back. "Will you help teach?" "If your mother approves of me." Ezreal winced. He hadn't meant to say that either. Jana smiled, and it was like the sun had broken through gray clouds. All the wariness and worry disappeared from her little face. She skipped to the door and followed Lessa inside. "See, that wasn't so hard, was it?" Rafe shot him a smug look. "Did you set that up, knowing I'd have a hard time telling a child that I wouldn't help?" "Them's fighting words, Ez." Rafe's expression had turned from surprised to offended. "When have I ever disrespected you about this?" "Sorry. You're right." Ezreal couldn't say the same about his other 2 partners. It wasn't so much that the guys disrespected him, but they were prone to nag him into uncomfortable situations. They meant well, but just didn't understand. Kind of like Ezreal's family. He leaned back in the chair and started rocking it again. What had he done? A promise made to a child had to be honored, or it should never be made. At the age of 12, after he'd come home from school bloodied and bruised again, he'd made a commitment to himself to always listen to what children reported. Maybe Jana's mother wouldn't want his help. His spirits lifted at the thought. For once, his inability to talk to women he didn't know well didn't seem like such a bad thing. That would certainly put her off. "What are you grinning about?" Rafe asked. Ezreal stopped rocking and wiped away the smile. Rafe might not push him to do any public speaking or talk to unfamiliar women, usually, but he could rib with the best of them. From the way he was looking at him, Ezreal knew he'd have to come clean. "Since I'm a stranger, she might not want my help." "Nice try. But Ma's been talking you up to Mrs. Fortune since she moved next door. She might not like my preferred way of teaching." Ezreal could hope. "You have a prefer—" Rafe broke off at the sound of voices coming from the back of the house again. "Oh, look, they're here already," Mrs. Diederich's familiar voice said. Ezreal sent him a panicked glance, his stomach twisting in knots. His heart was flaying the inside of his chest, making it hurt. The edges of his vision were turning black. He couldn't pass out in front of this woman. "Remember to breathe, man." Rafe shook Ezreal's shoulder. "I'm here with you." The motion seemed to jerk Ezreal's body free from the ice of immobility. He made a horrible gasping sound, air finally filling his lungs. 2 pairs of feet appeared at the bottom of the porch steps in almost the same place Jana had stood a few minutes ago. He recognized the comfortable gardening shoes on Rafe's mother's feet, but not the sandals on the second pair. Ezreal's gaze went from the deep rows of the painted toenails up the shapely legs, and finally to her face, where the same light gray eyes, encircled with dark blue, scowled at him. Ezreal had seen them before, several times at the grocery store. So many times, in fact, he'd worried that he'd managed to attract a stalker like Rafe had when the sale of their first game had been all over the media. Ezreal had reasoned that no woman would stalk him. Well, not reasonable ones. Then the last time he'd seen her, she'd met his gaze with such a terrifying one of her own that he'd stopped going to that store. And now, here she was. "Sara, you've already met my son, Rafe," Mrs. D was saying, "and this is his partner, Ezreal Wallach. He's over music for REKD Gaming." "It's nice to see you again." Rafe had stood and was extending his hand to Mrs. Fortune. He nudged Ezreal's foot, but he couldn't move. Brushing aside a strand of long blonde hair that had escaped her bun, Mrs. Fortune arched a brow, the hint of a smile teasing her full lips. He looked away. Was she laughing at him? The dangerous tingling returned to his fingers, and his breathing turned forced. "Francie and Rafe, I wonder if you wouldn't mind checking on Jana and Brand for me?" Mrs. Fortune had a rich, musical voice. The birds had taken up their chorus, and the sound of a melody was teasing at the corners of Ezreal's mind. As the others went into the house without another word, Ezreal glanced up again, wondering if Mrs. Fortune sang. The music in his mind grew louder, and he started tapping on his leg, wishing she'd speak again. Instead, she sat in the rocker Rafe had vacated. Out of the corner of Ezreal's eye, he could tell from the angle of her legs that she was facing him. He should go inside, too. Still, her voice had started that melody. "Say it again," he whispered, focusing on his fingers and the rhythm they were working. "What would you like me to say, Mr. Wallach?" Her voice now had a touch of humor to it. The lyrical quality of her words flowed into the music around them. Ezreal's body was moving with it now. And he mentally added some woodwinds. Yes. Yes. He wished he had his computer so he could capture it for the new champion's elusive theme song. He waved his hand for her to keep speaking. Sing something. Still trying to capture the melody, he didn't look at her. When she didn't say anything else, he beckoned faster with his hand. Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde, and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored, and the band played on. At first, her rich contralto voice had captured him so thoroughly that he didn't recognize the old-time lyrics. When he did, it was like someone had smashed their hands on a piano and the discordant sound made the lovely music in his mind come crashing to a halt. No, that doesn't fit at all. Ezreal looked at her and found her watching him, a definite twinkle in her eyes. His stomach knotted. She was mocking him. They always mocked him. I'm sorry. He snapped his mouth shut, his fingers tingling again. He had to get away. Ezreal jumped to his feet and dashed inside the B&B, letting the screen door slam behind him. Rafe and his mother looked up from where they were entertaining his younger brother Nick and the little boy about 3 years old. Everything okay? Rafe stood. I can't do this. I hope you will, Mr. Wallach. Ezreal grimaced at the sound of those musical words from behind him. What was it about her voice and that of her daughter that woke up the orchestra in his mind? Mama! The little boy jumped up from the blocks he'd been playing with and ran to the woman. Ezreal turned around and backed up until he was by Rafe, who shot him a quizzical look. Laughing, the two little girls skipped in from the kitchen. Jana looked at the cookie she held and shot her mother a guilty glance. It's okay, Mama. It's healthy. It better not ruin your appetite for dinner, Mrs. Fortune said. Oh, it won't, I promise. Jana surprised Ezreal by skipping over to him and sliding her hand in his. Her mother's eyes widened, then narrowed, and something flashed across her face. Alarm? Ezreal's going to help with your classes, the little girl grinned. He hears the music, too. Chapter 2. Come here, Jana, Sara said, controlling the impulse to jump between them. Her daughter sighed and let go of his hand. She walked reluctantly to her mother, which irritated Sara. Since when had she become the bad guy? The hand she put on her daughter's head shook a little. After more than a year of instilling barriers in her children, how could Jana have abandoned them so quickly? Sara felt conflicted and wondered what it was about this Ezreal Wallach that had caused her to say he could help with the class. Yes, Francie Diederich raved about what a great guy he was, how good he was with children, that he was trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, blah, blah. It made him sound like a Boy Scout. Sara knew from sad experience not to trust men who wore virtues for public display. But she'd give it a try and see if Francie was right. She'd certainly found a wonderful man in her husband. What kind of cookie is it? Sara asked, sitting down. Oatmeal and raisin, and it's healthy, right, Mrs. Diederich? Jana asked. They really are. They're my breakfast cookies. Francie had risen, the corners of her eyes pinched with worry. The woman was a peacemaker and always tried to fix things between people. Well, this was one time. Sara's thought broke off. Francie was watching the man with concern, like she was protective of him. Why? Sara thought back to their short interchange on the porch. Mr. Wallach had avoided looking at her, but now that she thought of it, the one time he'd met her gaze, his expression had seemed vulnerable. A man? Vulnerable? She almost wanted to laugh, but once again, she considered that look on his face. She wouldn't have believed such a thing was possible. But it'd been there. She felt a twinge of guilt. Her joking had hurt him in some way. In her experience, men weren't tender-hearted. They got off on knocking women and children around. If she was going to protect her kids, she couldn't allow herself another lapse of judgment. She glanced at the musician and caught him watching her. As soon as Sara met his gaze, he dropped it. She'd seen him do that before when she'd first noticed him around town last year. He'd been making his way down the street and looked like he was talking to himself. Her first impression had been that he was one of those homeless, mentally ill people. Then she'd recognized the label on his clean slacks and the sharp crease. With his neatly cropped blonde hair and clean-shaven face, there was no way he was homeless. "He's our eccentric billionaire," a shop clerk had said when she noticed Sara staring at him. "Billionaire?" "Law, yes. He might look as lost as last year's Easter egg, but he's one of the owners of REKD Gaming." REKD? Sara had seen the new building and wondered at the strange name. "Is that really how you pronounce it?" "It's the initials of the 4 founders, Rafe, Ezreal, Cain, and Darius. Rafe's from Boone. Grew up here and went to school with my daughter. Ezreal, there, is over the game's music department." The clerk had gone back inside the store, and Sara had continued to the post office. After that, she'd started noticing connections to REKD everywhere she turned. The first had been when she'd asked her second-grade class where their parents worked. A good third of them were with REKD. Then Lessa had come to the house to play with Jana and announced that her big brother was the R in REKD Gaming. Ezreal, the eccentric billionaire, slipped to the floor where Francie's son and Sarah's were playing with blocks. She found herself intrigued, her mind flashing back to the last time she'd seen him at the grocery store. He'd met her gaze, his expression turning to one of sheer terror. It reminded her of an abused animal. Her instinct had been to reach out and tell him it would be okay. She'd crushed down the thought. Those feelings were for children, not attractive, soft-spoken rich guys who had everything they could possibly want. But that encounter had also been the last time she'd seen him at that store, and she'd looked for him. Had she driven him away? Was it possible that he was as wary of her as she was of him? Brand shifted closer to Ezreal, who'd picked up some of the geometric blocks. What was it with her kids and this man? It was like he was a magnet, and they were drawn to him. Sara was about to say something when Francie lifted a hand and mouthed, "Wait." The man was moving the pieces around like he couldn't figure out how to put them together. Brand's mild case of dyspraxia had impacted his fine motor skills. He was receiving physical therapy to help teach his body to better process the messages from his brain. But he still lagged behind other children his age. Sara sucked in her cheeks. This Ezreal had better not do anything to embarrass her son. The man shifted the block one way, and then another. Francie's son, Nick, was a year older, and from the way he was wiggling, he knew how the pieces should be put on the pattern on the board. Ezreal raised a finger, and Nick went quiet. Sara hated to admit it, but it impressed her. The man hadn't even said a word, and the little boy had obeyed. Maybe it would work out for the man to help with the group lessons. Ezreal shifted the block again, and this time Brand reached over and touched the colored section on the board that matched the block. The man pretended to put it in, but it didn't quite match. Nick stretched to straighten it, but Ezreal lifted his elbow enough to block the motion and grunted softly. Francie's son dropped his hand again. Brand shifted the block, but the clumsy motion pushed it off the colored shape completely. Nick made a sympathetic noise which warmed Sara's heart. She hoped that by the time Brand started school, the therapist would have helped her son find some ways around some of these things he struggled with. But she knew her little boy would always be different. Having a playmate who didn't make fun of him gave her hope. Ezreal signaled that Brand should try again, and this time he was able to move the block into place. The man then ruffled her son's hair in approval and picked up another piece. Sara leaned back in her chair, relaxing for the first time. The entire thing had been done without using any words. She glanced at Francie, who smiled back and nodded. It was as close to an "I told you so" as the gracious woman was likely to give. Ezreal had an intuitive way of working with the children. Sara wished several teachers at her school could learn from him, including herself, if she were to be honest. He was really good. The thought that her group music lessons might actually happen made her heart swell. At the sound of the front door opening, everyone turned around. A pretty young Asian woman entered and paused when she saw them. "Hello? Are you one of Francie's guests?" she asked. "Ari!" Lessa jumped up and ran to the woman. "She's not a guest. She's Jana's mom." "Oh, I'm sorry." She strode over and extended her hand. "I'm Ari Shen." "Sara Fortune. I'm a neighbor." "And Lessa's favorite piano teacher." A flush of pleasure at the comment washed over Sara. She glanced at Francie, who was nodding. "So this is where you disappeared to," Ari said, turning to Rafe. "Just working with Ez on volunteering for some group piano lessons." The woman's brows shot up in surprise, and Sara could tell Ari was struggling not to look at where Ezreal was obviously not looking at her. Interesting. Were they an item? Or a wannabe item? "Ari works for Rafe," Francie said. "She's a friend of the family and is staying with us for a while. Ari, are you ready for that cooking lesson?" "Yes, let me change and I'll come to the kitchen." Ari said to Sara, "It was nice to meet you." She then hurried up the stairs. "Mrs. Fortune, I'm curious why you want to do this music program," Rafe said. "Call me Sara, please. It's because I wanted to learn to play when I was a child, but couldn't. It would have meant the world to me to have access to a program like this." "What do you need to have in place before you can start your lessons?" Rafe asked. "I've received a donation from a local tech company." She broke off. "Would that, by chance, be REKD Gaming?" Rafe shrugged, but nodded his head towards his business partner. "I mentioned it to them one Sunday," Francie said. "I hope that's all right." Sara blinked. While still silently playing with the boys, Ezreal's body language had shown that he was listening to the conversation. "Of course it is, Francie." "Thank you, Mr. Wallach," she said. Ezreal gave a slight shrug of a shoulder while signaling to Brand to put a block into place. The man could apparently do multiple things at once, which would be important with a class full of children. "Do you have a place for the lessons?" Rafe asked. "There's an old workshop next to my house that I'm fixing up for it." Rafe looked at Ezreal, who'd perked up. The two men exchanged glances, but Sara couldn't see if they verbalized anything. What was it with the musician? She knew he wasn't mute because he'd spoken to her earlier. "Ez here would like to help with that." Ezreal's body gave a little jerk, like someone had hit him, but Rafe merely grinned. "He doesn't have to," she started. "No, Ez wants to. He was just complaining that he wasn't getting enough exercise. A little grunt work will be just the thing." "I said he doesn't have to help." Sara didn't try to keep the irritation from her voice. It surprised her that Francie's son would bully his partner like this. "I'll do it." Ezreal still didn't look at her, but the back of his neck and his ears had gone red. Rafe shot Sara an apologetic yet unrepentant look. There were dynamics going on here she didn't understand. Francie nodded encouragingly. "Thank you, I guess," Sara said simply. Ari came skipping down the stairs. "Rafe, why are you still here? You've got a meeting in 15 minutes, remember?" "What would I do without you?" He stood. "You coming, Ez?" Ezreal jumped to his feet, managing to ruffle the hair on both of the little boys' heads. As he did, he turned to Sara, but looked down. When? And what time? His ears had gotten redder with each word he stumbled over. And she understood. Both his hesitation to speak and his understanding of her son. Ezreal Wallach, billionaire musician, stuttered. Her heart went out to him. I usually do what I can in the evenings and on Saturdays, but it's going to take time and money to get it ready. Tomorrow. All right. I'll cook you dinner if you want. Ezreal nodded and turned to the front door, the corner of his mouth curving up. Sara wasn't sure what to think of that hint of a smile. Had he just preyed on her sympathies? He could be proud of himself for having accomplished something. But what? Getting around the teacher? She would allow this oddly intriguing man to help her until he proved he wasn't trustworthy. And men always did. Ezreal sat at his computer late that night, working on the music that he hadn't been able to get out of his mind since he'd been introduced to Mrs. Fortune and her children. Never before had he met an entire family with such musical voices. They'd energized him, and he couldn't wait to finish up the piece. He'd been stumped lately on the right theme song for a new champion they were working on for their online arena game. Now that he'd met Sara Fortune and her children, it was like a tsunami of competing melodies crashed against his brain. If he could just separate each of them, he'd then be able to pull them all together into something epic. He was sure of it. Somehow the three Fortunes had broken down the barrier and freed his muse. The three Fortunes. They'd turned out to be his good fortune. Ezreal chuckled softly at the whimsical thought. A tap on his door pulled him from his work, and he frowned. He hated being interrupted when he was on a roll. "What are you doing here so late?" Darius Demetriou asked as he opened the door and strode in. Ezreal glanced up at the tall man. He was the oldest of the four partners. While he'd also attended Harvard, he'd already been working as an art teacher in Boston when he met Rafe through a common friend. "I've had this melody running through my head all day, and I have to get it down before I lose it," Ezreal said. "Glad to hear it. I've been getting tired of hearing you complain about not finding the right music during our games. Don't stay up so late that you miss that meeting in the morning." Darius started to leave, but then turned back. "Have you decided yet what to wear to the Midsummer's Eve event?" If Ezreal could figure out how to get out of attending it, he would. But Rafe was touting it as a big deal. He'd arranged it to honor their biggest fans, the ones who'd spread the word about their game and helped to make it such a big success. From a business perspective, it was a great idea. They'd sold out within a few hours. The passion so many people had for their game still amazed Ezreal. He could make a comfortable living just on the REKD soundtracks. This game was even bigger than their first one, the sale of which had made them all rich. "I'll throw something together for a costume." Ezreal continued to edit the piece he was working on. "I'm not very good at that kind of thing anyway." "Seriously, Ez?" Darius came to stand by the desk, sounding frustrated. "You have to represent the company. You can't just throw something together. Besides, it's not like you have to make it yourself. Pay someone to do it for you. That's what I'm doing." "Who are you going to be?" Ezreal glanced away from his monitor, interested for the first time. He hated doing anything that drew attention to himself. "Twisted Joker." "Of course." Ezreal started typing again. "You can get away with that with your Greek god looks." Darius snorted. "You should dress as Hunter. You know my team had you in mind when they designed that champ." "You mean your design lead did?" It was Ezreal's turn to snort. She'd had a crush on him, and it made things really awkward until she transferred to their California office. That happened sometimes when women found his silence intriguing rather than a turnoff. "I'm not a stellar guardian." And I don't play cards like my champion does. So what? Darius headed toward the door. Do a different skin, say from the adventure line or something. I'm sure you can find someone to make you a costume. I'll keep an eye out. I'll mention it to Rafe to make sure you do. I said I'll do it. Ezreal hated when Darius acted like a naggy parent. How'd the volunteer interview go? He asked, pausing at the door. Did you find a way out of it? It wasn't an interview. I met a couple of children, so I guess I'll do it. Ezreal was careful not to look up. While Rafe might be the most sensitive to Ezreal's social phobias, Darius was the friend who was most likely to read other issues into any comments. Just a couple of kids? They're the teacher's 2 children. And their mom? Did you meet her? Darius wasn't going to let it go. It was time for Ezreal to put some of his time management training to work. He stood and stretched. Yes, I met their mother. He picked up his almost empty water jug and indicated the door. Her kids were fun, so I agreed to help with the lessons. You told her that? Darius asked, following him. To her face? Well, I didn't look at her, but I spoke to her. Ezreal opened the door. Good for you. Darius grinned and patted him on the shoulder. I'm proud of you. Thanks. That was something his partner did well. Darius might put pressure on people to do what he thought was best, but he was always sincere in his congratulations, even when people didn't take his advice. They stepped into the dim hallway of the music wing at REKD Gaming. A couple of the conference rooms had lights shining under the doors, indicating meetings still going on. Since they were an international company, there could be people working the building 24/7. The complex's wheel-like design, minus the outer rim, also had the personal apartments of each of the founders at the end of their departments spoke. Don't stay up too late. Darius didn't wait for a response, but strode away. Ezreal glanced back at his office. He'd lost the impetus, and he was tired. Yawning, he locked the door and headed to his apartment. Chapter 3. That night, Ezreal had several nightmares about walking into the first piano lesson only to find the room full of women, none of whom he knew. When he dragged himself to the brainstorming meeting in the morning to work out some glitches they were having with the new champion, he was bleary-eyed. Darius was there, but Ezreal had no desire to tell him that it had been a woman who'd made it hard to sleep. When he could finally get away from the office, Ezreal realized he hadn't gotten Mrs. Fortune's address. He pulled out his phone and called Rafe's mother. Hey, Mrs. D. Hello, Ezreal. Did you forget to ask for Sarah's address? Yes. Sara was a pretty name and seemed to fit her. It's kind of next door. Our lots connect in the back, but there's that small lot near the street between us. Francie gave him the address. I really appreciate you helping with this. I'm happy to. Ezreal was surprised that he meant it. Since he was familiar with the street, he found the house easy enough. He'd noticed it many times over the 3 years that he'd been driving to the bed and breakfast. Now, if he weren't so on edge, he might have even looked forward to the visit. Thinking about meeting with Mrs. Fortune again made him feel even more nervous than when Ari had first moved to the B&B. He was finally getting used to his partner Kane's sister and could look at her now, though he hadn't been able to speak to her yet. He'd tried to be pleasant, but knew his seeming coldness hurt and confused her. He couldn't imagine what it'd be like having to go into hiding because her spouse had been murdered. Ezreal was glad when Rafe had offered her a temporary job. There was no way Ezreal could have done it. The thought paralyzed him. He checked the numbers on the mailbox and pulled into the gravel driveway. Mrs. Fortune's house was smaller than the B&B, but looked to have been built about the same time. The lot was decently sized. He wondered if the teacher had bought the house or was just renting. But if she was making renovations on the workroom, she must own it. Taking his time getting out of his car, Ezreal studied the property. It was well maintained, with a large grassy front yard and a couple of trees that gave balance between shade and sun. Did she do all the upkeep herself, or could she afford to pay someone to do it for her? It made him wonder about her financial situation. Not that it was any of his business. He chided himself for being too interested in her. It was hard not to be, since every time he thought of her or the children, their melodic voices ran through his head. "Perfect timing," Mrs. Fortune said from her front door. Ezreal startled. He'd been focused on the property and thinking about her. How long had she been watching him? He turned, doubly self-conscious. She opened the door and indicated he should enter. He kept his eyes downcast when he stepped past her. A soft, pleasant fragrance wafted over him, and he wanted to inhale more deeply. She smelled good, something he didn't usually notice on women, because he was too busy searching for an escape. Jana and Brand ran up to him, and each took a hand. "Will you play with us?" the little girl asked. "I've come here to work," Ezreal said. "But I want to show you what I can do with my blocks," Brand said. "Maybe you can show them to me after we're done working. It's up to your mother." Mentioning Mrs. Fortune made him remember she was standing right there. His face flooded with warmth. He couldn't bring himself to look at her face, but her feet were pointed in his direction. "I thought it was only fair to feed you first, since you've been kind enough to offer to help." "Mama made spaghetti." Brand started tugging Ezreal toward the table. "Ask your mother if she needs any help with the food," Ezreal said softly to Jana. "Why don't you ask her yourself?" "Don't be rude, Jana," her mother said. "Just repeat what he asks you." Ezreal looked up at Mrs. Fortune. She only held his gaze for a second before glancing away. She nodded as though they were conspiring together. What did that mean? She must know about his problem. He felt a little sick. Had Francie told her? "But that's silly, Mama." "No, it's a game for Mr. Wallach. You like games, right?" When Jana nodded, her mother moved toward the kitchen. "I should get the salad." Mrs. Fortune went into the kitchen. Ezreal followed, dragging the giggling children because they refused to let go of his hands. "Ask your mother what else she wants on the table," he whispered. Jana sighed, but repeated the question. "Please tell Mr. Wallach he can carry the breadsticks in that bowl on the counter." The little girl gave her mother such a flat look that Ezreal had to choke back a laugh. He exchanged a quick glance with Mrs. Fortune, who was also trying not to smile. "Never mind," she said. "I think he heard, Jana. You get the salad dressing, and Brand, you can carry the butter." The little boy tried to grasp the plastic tub and almost dropped it. Ezreal snatched it before it hit the floor and settled it firmly in the child's hands. "Should I bring some sweet tea to the table, Jana?" Ezreal asked. "We have chocolate milk, just for you." He glanced up again and nodded his thanks. Mrs. Fortune just smiled and grabbed the salad tongs. He picked up the bowl with the breadsticks and followed her into the dining room. "Do you like sweet tea?" he asked, visualizing that he was asking the little girl. "Everyone seems to drink it here." "Mama doesn't like us to since it's got caffeine," Jana answered instead of her mother, one pitfall in having to use the child as an intermediary. The little girl said, "So we don't get to drink Coke either." Since none of them spoke with a Southern accent, he'd already concluded that they weren't from here originally. While yesterday he thought Mrs. Fortune was mocking him, nothing she'd said or done since had supported that. Instead, she'd been sympathetic, probably because of her son. Ezreal hated when people could tell he had a problem, After years of speech therapy, he'd mostly overcome it, except around women he didn't know well or thought looked down on him. When he'd first been put in charge of the art department, the female musicians initially hired were women he'd worked with already at school. They'd understood his limitations and helped to smooth awkward situations. As the company had grown, it'd become more difficult. He wouldn't not hire a good musician just because she was a woman he might struggle to communicate with, but that created difficult situations. Some weren't patient with him at all. He'd only had to let one team member go because of it. She'd been like those girls in school who'd made his life torture, and he'd learned he didn't have to put up with that from employees. During the meal, Mrs. Fortune didn't speak to him directly or try to meet his gaze, instead asking the children questions about things she must already know. Ezreal assumed it was for his benefit and gave him things to comment about to the children, though he didn't say much. Like at Francie's Sunday dinners, Mrs. Fortune's house had a comfortable feeling to it, and his shoulders relaxed for the first time since he'd agreed to help with the group lessons. As he listened to the sweet music of their voices, the new champion melody started to swell inside his mind. He closed his eyes and mentally added some percussion. If he were going to be spending time here and away from his office, he'd have to bring his tablet so he could use it to jot down the melody. The music continued to grow, and Ezreal mentally added other sections. Someday, he'd love to hear his compositions played by a full orchestra. His body moved with the flow, his hands conducting the approaching crescendo. Yes, yes. This was what he'd been searching for. When it came, he swung his right hand so forcefully that the fork flew from his fingers. He opened his eyes, remembering where he was. The three of them were watching him, Bran's eyes wide as he stared at the extra fork that had landed in his spaghetti. Ezreal's entire body went hot with embarrassment. Jana started to giggle. Her mother covered her mouth, eyes twinkling again. "Mama does that too," Bran heaved out a disgusted breath. "Throw her fork around?" Ezreal asked. "No, the arm-waving stuff." Ezreal glanced at Mrs. Fortune, whose face had flushed. She shrugged and removed the fork from Bran's plate and held it out to Ezreal. "What song were you conducting?" she asked. Ezreal looked at the children and said to Jana, "The theme for our newest champion." "Champion?" Bran asked, perking up. "You mean for that game?" Jana asked. "The one Rafe makes?" Ezreal nodded. "Mr. Wallach writes their music," Mrs. Fortune said softly. "After Francie mentioned that, I listened to it online. I'm impressed. It's epic." Ezreal ducked his head. Epic was exactly what he was going for. Music that matched what was happening on the screen and captured the essence of the different personalities. He wanted music that stayed with the audience long after listening. For the rest of the meal, he answered the children's questions, first about the game, then about a lot of random things. "Has everyone eaten as much as they want?" Mrs. Fortune asked, rising. "If so, we should get this cleaned up so we can show Mr. Wallach the music room before it gets too late." "It's not a music room yet," Jana said as she stood and picked up her plate. "Yeah, it's a mess." Bran sounded like an echo of what he'd heard someone older say, probably his mother. "Don't scare him away yet. He's going to see if he can help us fix it up." She and her children worked well together, and they made short work of clearing the table and loading the dishwasher. "We're ready." Mrs. Fortune held out a hand to each of her children. Ezreal hurried to open the kitchen door and then followed them outside. It was still warm. Boone's altitude kept it from getting as hot as a lot of the rest of the state, for which he was grateful. The old workshop wasn't far, but there was no stone or concrete path to it from the house or the driveway. He started making a mental list of things they'd need. If she didn't have a snowblower, she'd want one of those. It wouldn't do for any of the kids to slip on an icy walk. The roof of the structure looked new, but the windows might be original to the building. which meant they were old. He didn't like the weathered door and wondered if it would have been cheaper to tear down the structure and build new. Too bad she'd invested in a new roof already. "Jana," he asked as Mrs. Fortune opened the squeaky door, "did your mother have to pay for the new roof all by herself?" "No, I got some donations from local businesses and the rest from an online fundraiser." She turned on the light. "That was the biggest investment. Now we can keep out the water." Ezreal nodded and gave his attention to the room. "The previous owner left some old tables and shelves, which I've pulled out. I'd hoped to start classes with the new school year, but I'll have to save up enough money to finish it." "Jana, we should get estimates from local contractors." "You can talk to my mom," the little girl whispered. "She won't bite you." Ezreal glanced at the woman, but his hands started to tingle, his lungs seeming to contract on themselves. "I can't afford to pay for a contractor, Mr. Wallach," Mrs. Fortune said. "I can. I don't need your charity." Her tone had gone arctic. "It would, but Ezreal started again. "For the children." He almost shouted the last word, but he got it out. The mother and daughter stared at him, Jana's mouth open, her mother looking like she was about to argue. He turned to the little girl. "Tell your mother I have the money and not enough to do with it. Please, let me help." He forced his hands to relax. Mrs. Fortune studied him before heaving out a breath. She gave a curt nod, her cheeks flushed. He assumed from embarrassment. She said, "But only because it's for the children." He nodded. "Jana, my name is Ezreal." With a resigned expression, the little girl looked from him to her mother and said, "My mama's name is Sara." He shot Mrs. Fortune a sidelong glance, and she nodded. "But you'll have to let me do something for you in return for this," Sara said. "I won't be obligated to you." What could she possibly do for him? Sara didn't know what to think of Ezreal Wallach. He was certainly not what she'd have expected from a spoiled, rich billionaire. Weren't they always selfish and thoughtless? He struck her more like an average middle-class guy. Was that what he'd started out as? It was a novel idea that this man had been so successful in his business, but not ruined by the money. Had he come from a rich family? If he had, it hadn't saved him from his stuttering. That didn't bode well for her son, since she couldn't afford the same resources. Were Ezreal's partners like him, or did they fit the rich guy stereotype? She'd met Rafe a few times. Considering who his mother was and how close they were, Sara didn't find it a surprise that he was such a solid guy and not much twisted by his change in fortune. From what Francie had said about her own situation, they'd been really poor when Rafe was growing up. Maybe the money was still too new to the wrecked partners. It made Sara wonder what she'd be like if a fortune suddenly landed in her lap. Would she go on a crazy spending spree and buy everything she'd ever wanted but couldn't afford? She didn't think so, but what would she do with it? Pay to fix up the music room. But however much she might want to do that so the lessons could start this fall, it would depend on if Ezreal agreed with her stipulation. His mouth worked like he meant to say something but kept changing his mind about what to say, or maybe who to say it to. But she wasn't going to feel sorry for him. She wouldn't budge. He might not be anything like she'd expected, but he was still a man. Then his entire expression lit up. Her neck muscles tightened. What would he ask in exchange for fixing up the room? If he tried to pull anything, she'd kick him out, and then she'd let Francie know just what Sara thought of Mr. Ezreal Wallach. "Can you sew?" Sara blinked. She might not have known what to expect, but that was definitely not it. It took her a few seconds to register the words. "I'm sorry, what are you asking?" "He asked if you can sew." Jana jumped in excitement. "She's really good at it. She's making us all costumes for Rafe's big party at his work." "You're going to the Midsummer's Eve cosplay?" Ezreal asked her daughter. "Yes," Sara said. Lessa got Jana all excited with stories about it being like a giant carnival with face painting and fun food. "I have to figure out how to get a sword for Brand that will be strong enough to hold up to a 3-year-old's enthusiasm without being hard enough to hurt anyone he hits with it. With his still developing hand-eye coordination, he's likely to hit someone he doesn't mean to." "Nick," Ezreal said, grinning. "And Jana. He gets frustrated when she plays Miss Bossypants sometimes." "No, not Jana." Ezreal winked at her daughter. "She's smart and knows that a bossy big sister would only drive her brother to do things that will make her crazy." "You sound like you speak from experience," Sara said. He nodded, pulling a face as he held up 2 fingers. She couldn't help laughing. "What's funny?" Jana asked. "Ezreal had 2 older Bossypants sisters when he was growing up." "I still have 2 Bossypants sisters," he said to Jana, "and 2 Bossypants brothers." "And they all boss you around?" "They try." He shot her daughter a sly grin. Sara chuckled again, wondering how mischievous he'd been as a little boy. With his handsome, angelic face, he must have been one of those sneaky, unexpected troublemakers. That was Brand already. It was like he knew adults thought he was sweet and cute and never suspected him of doing anything naughty. Whenever something happened with the 2 little boys over at the Diederichs, Sara could almost count on it having been her son's idea. "What do you need?" Ezreal heaved out a breath and looked at Jana. "I need a costume, too." His speech when he was talking to the children was almost perfect. Why was it an issue when he spoke to her? She tried to remember if he'd said anything to Ari or Francie. Sara couldn't remember. If he hadn't, did that mean he avoided speaking to them, or had it just been a coincidence? She'd have to pay attention when he was around the other women. The idea that Sara caused him to stutter made her uncomfortable. "I'm a decent seamstress. I even had an online shop before we moved here, but I had to close it down." "Jana, ask your mother if she could make me a costume from a picture. I don't have a pattern. I'd pay for everything, especially her time." "What he said," Jana rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just tell her yourself?" "I can't," he said, shifting his feet. "It'd take too long." "I can probably make your costume, but not any weapons your champion uses. Those are insane," Sara said. "Why don't we go inside and you can show me which one we're talking about?" They left the workroom and Sara locked the door. Ezreal was walking ahead with the children. All 3 were talking at once and laughing. What kind of champion would he go as? One of the brutish alpha male ones? Or one of the non-human ones? Her breath caught. She'd just agreed to make the costume for his business event. Her stomach nodded. As one of the founders, he'd have a lot of attention on him, which meant everyone would be scrutinizing his outfit. What if her workmanship embarrassed him? She hoped she hadn't gotten herself in too deep. Inside the house, she sat at her computer desk and entered her password. She rose and let Ezreal take her seat. He went to the REKD gaming website and brought up the image of a handsome blonde man. "You look like him," Jana said. "You mean he looks like me?" The art team thought it'd be funny. Ezreal sounded disgusted, and Sara liked him the better for it. "Why does he have so many different looks?" she asked. "Those are called skins, Jana." Ezreal sent her a sympathetic glance when she frowned at a response obviously meant for her mother. It's more than different clothes. Their skills look different in the game as well, even the sound effects. Fitting a particular theme? Sara asked. Ezreal nodded and glanced back at Janna. See, it's free to play the game online, but we have to pay people to keep it going. Players have the option to buy the skins, and that pays the people who maintain it and those of us who create new champions. I've never played it, Sara said, curious now. Do you write new music for each champion? He nodded again. It was his turn to give a frustrated eye roll, and Janna giggled. It's okay, Ezreal. Her daughter took his hand. You can say it to me. Thank you. If your mother would like to learn how to play, I can teach her. But only if you can tell me first, right? The little girl wore a doubtful expression. Ezreal scowled, but then looked chagrined. He shrugged his shoulder. I'd like to learn something I can play with my kids, Sara said. How old do they have to be? Lessa asked Rafe, and he said it was 13. Janna pulled a face. I'll be a teenager. Why so old? Sara asked, concerned. Is it that violent? It is a battle arena. He watched Janna. It's true that you have to be 13 to have an account without parental consent, but that's due to specific rules we have to follow for people under 13 because of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA, as we call it. To protect their privacy? Ezreal nodded. But that doesn't mean your mom can't play with you when they're online. Sara wasn't sure. Could Landon find the children if they were online, even if she were with them? She'd rather wait until they were older. Which costume do you want Mama to make for you? Janna asked. Darius recommended this one, but I don't know. Oh, I like that one. Janna clapped her hands. It's pretty. At Ezreal's flat look, Sara laughed. She thought if someone added a top hat and cravat, the dapper white suit with blue and turquoise accents would have had a real Regency look to it. Now I know why Darius suggested it, he said. Sara glanced from the image on the screen to Ezreal and back again. She pointed to an Indiana Jones-type outfit. I think you'd look good in this one. I could make it for you, but you'll have to be responsible to get that gauntlet thing on his hand. I can do that. But I like the Stellar Guardian one. Janna pointed to a picture of 6 champions, all dressed in Stellar Guardian outfits. I'm going to be her. We'd match. His expression softened and turned resigned, like he couldn't bring himself to disappoint her daughter. Sara's heart gave a funny little lurch, one she hadn't felt in a long time, and one she knew better than to trust. She couldn't let her children get too attached to him. It's all right, Janna. I think Ezreal would represent his company better in the rugged outfit. He straightened, his eyes grateful as he met Sara's gaze. Something warm and sweet seemed to pass between them, something she'd never experienced before. Chapter 4. Sara straightened and arched her back against the ache. With school out, she'd taken to bringing the kids over to play at the Dieterichs while she helped Francie weed her garden. She'd gone to check on the bread rising for dinner, and Sara was alone when her phone pinged in her pocket. She pulled it out. It was from her friend Tia back in Seattle. She and her husband were the only people Sara had kept in contact with. He's been asking about you. A chill ran down her back in spite of the warm sun. The buzz of nearby bees and the rumble of a small plane overhead gave an eerie quality to the moment. Sara had come to love the rural feel of the area. Now it seemed lonely, the rustle of the nearby trees ominous. Her friend's simple sentence had stolen the sense of safety she'd felt in this lovely place. Why wouldn't he leave her alone? It wasn't like he cared about the children, They'd never been anything to him but a way to leverage her, to force her to do what he wanted. Sara had done her best to make a complete break. After he'd found her last time, she'd taken her maternal great-grandmother's maiden name for her own. What if he found her again? But how could he? The house had been left to her under care of a family trust after the divorce. She doubted her mother was aware of it, since her father was so controlling and had kept her from seeing the rest of her family for years. The sounds of the children's play drifted from the front of the house. They were happy here. She was happy. She didn't want to move them again. Her stomach knotted. If Landon was bugging Tia, was she in danger? With shaking fingers, she typed a text and sent it. "Are you safe?" "Of course I'm safe. My bruiser of a husband would kick his sorry tush down the street if he even looked at me wrong. Don't worry about us. And don't worry that we'd say anything. Your secret is safe with us." "Thank you. How are the kids?" They texted back and forth about normal things. But even when Francie came out again with her cheerful chatter, Sara couldn't shake the sense of dread. After living in Boone for nearly 18 months, she'd started to think that they were free at last. That was her first mistake. "Are you all right, dear?" Francie asked later as they headed back to the house for lunch. She always insisted on feeding Sara after working in the garden. "I'm fine." Sometimes the temptation to share her history with this gentle and kind woman could be overwhelming. But Sara didn't want to taint her new life with the ugliness of her old one. "If you're sure," Francie gave Sara's arm a soft rub. "If you ever need to talk, please know I'm here, and I'm discreet." "Thank you." "Mama!" Her children cried and ran over to hug her. When they'd lived with Landon, they'd never done that, never run about and made noise. It'd been like his presence had squashed their joy, even when he wasn't there. "I know 2 little ones who need a nap," Sara said after they'd eaten, trying to sound cheerful. Her children had an uncomfortable ability to pick up on their mother's emotional state. "I'm too old for naps." Jana put her hands on her hips in a very Lessa-like manner. "Then you can read quietly while I work on your costumes." "Thanks again for helping with the garden," Francie said. "Thank you for the delicious lunch." Sara took her children's hands and they walked to the path that ran along the back of the property and connected to hers. The 4 children, especially the girls, used it frequently to go between the 2 homes. Enough so that Sara and Francie's husband, Alex, had discussed the possibility of putting in a stone pathway. The sense of dread continued to cling to Sara. Why was Landon still trying to find her? It'd been nearly 3 years since she'd divorced him. What reasonable man did that? Many times she'd wondered if he was mentally unbalanced, but then he'd start acting normal again. It'd been like there were 2 people inside him. One was funny and attentive, but that other being, the monster as she'd named it, would leap out and attack them with no warning. Her mother hadn't seen his monster side, just the signs that he was there and had left bruises behind. Her mother had tried to justify his abuse, and Sara had had to break contact with her. But her mother's attitude wasn't unexpected, considering that she lived with a man who knocked her around too. "What's that?" Jana ran to join her brother at the edge of the path. Sara hoped he hadn't found a dead animal or another injured bird. He'd discovered one earlier in the spring that had fallen from its nest. They'd tried to nurse it, but the poor thing had died the next day, and the 3 of them had bawled when they'd buried it. She stepped closer to see what they'd found. Brand tried to pick up a board, but it wouldn't budge. Jana leaned in to help. Sara brushed aside a clump of damp, dead leaves. The round edges of old bricks buried in the dirt peeked out on the side of the square wood. What was it covering? A chill ran down her spine, and she wondered if it would be better to investigate when Alex could come with her. "Wait," She tried to pull her children back, but Brand slipped from her grasp. He stumbled but righted himself next to the wood and stomped on the timber. With the sound of a crack, his little foot lodged in the broken wood. She lunged forward as he started to wail. "Oh, baby, what have you done?" Sara was able to pull his foot free, but his shoe came off and then disappeared. Brand had stopped crying in surprise. They finally heard a splash, and she gave a sick gasp. It must be an abandoned well. She pinned her daughter with a firm glare. "You and Lessa have to stay away from it until Alex and I can get it covered properly. Did you notice how long it took to hear the splash? That means it's a very deep hole." Brand had started to whimper, and Sara squatted down to examine his foot. She removed a couple of large splinters, with him screaming like she'd cut off his foot. "These last two will need tweezers. Come here and I'll carry you." He let her lift him and sobbed into her shoulder. By the time they reached the house, he was softly snoring. He was such a deep sleeper that she was able to gently remove the remaining splinters without him waking. It would have been worse if he'd been barefoot. She checked on Jana, who'd settled on the couch with a book, still shivering a little at the close call. Sara sat at the dining room table and picked up her phone. She texted Alex about the well. His reply came quickly. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll warn the kids about it and check with the city." Her gaze shifted to the text from Tia. So much had changed since she'd broken free from Landon. Only then had she come to understand what a control freak he'd been. When she'd met him, it hadn't just been his good looks, but his take-charge attitude that had drawn her to him. He'd been like her father. She'd married to get away from an abusive home and had walked into a relationship like her mother's. For years, under her father's brutality, Sara had believed that she deserved it. Some of her earliest memories were of her father yelling as he struck her. He always accompanied each blow with hateful comments about how she was a waste of space, that she was a pathetic excuse for a daughter. She believed him, and then later, Landon. Until he'd started in on Jana, Sara had convinced herself that she deserved it. It's what her father and mother had told her all her life. But her sweet babies hadn't. Sara's eyes brimmed with tears at the memory of the huge bruises on the back of her daughter's thighs where he'd taken a belt. Not even a year old, Brand had tried to get in the way, and Landon had shoved him aside. The baby had hit his head and been knocked out. It scared Landon enough that he'd stormed from the house. Sara had called the police. She and the kids had been gone before he got out of jail. Landon had found her location 2 other times, both in the first 6 months. Thanks to warnings from Tia, Sara had managed to escape before he'd found them, though she'd recognized him driving by in a car as they fled again. She had no doubt that if he ever laid hands on them again, he'd make her wish she was dead. Sara shook her head to clear the morbid train of thought from her mind. Still, she'd gotten too comfortable here. She needed to make sure her children were prepared. "Baby," she said, working to keep her voice level and calm. When Jana sat up and looked at her, Sara said, "We've gotten lazy with our drills." Her daughter's shoulders slumped. "No, don't look like that. It's always better to be safe. Just like we have fire drills at school, we have a plan to where to meet at home." "I know." Jana heaved out a sigh. Really, she was picking up more and more on Lessa's mannerisms. "If a strange man were to come to the house," Sara chose her words carefully, "and I told you to run, I'd need you to take Brand and run to the Diederichs' house." "What about you?" "I'll join you. But just like if you smell smoke in the house, you must get Brand and run outside." Sara held her daughter's gaze. "This is important. Do you understand?" Jana nodded. She was in the process of lying back when she straightened. What? I miss Ezreal. He's fun. Yes, he is. I haven't seen him in forever. He's planning to come tomorrow. Jana grinned and leaned back on the couch. Because of his busy work schedule, it'd been a week since Ezreal had visited Sara's house. He hadn't expected to miss the little family. Looking for them at Francie's for her weekly Sunday dinner at the B&B, he'd been disappointed to find only the Diederichs and the guys, as usual. Ezreal pulled up to Sara's house. He'd heard back from some contractors. Several had expressed interest in doing the project, but said it'd have to wait until the fall. Boone's booming economy was keeping the contractors busy. Since most of Sara's project was indoors, they'd all wanted to push it off into the fall or winter. As he opened his car door, Sara stepped out of the house, followed by Jana and Brand, who ran ahead to take his hands. "Thanks again for doing this," she said, walking down the steps to join him. "I know this must be taking time from your regular work." Ezreal opened his mouth to speak, but even before any sound came out, the words caught in his throat. He turned to Jana. "Please tell your mother it's fine." The little girl just shook her head. At least she'd given up on the eye rolls. He said, "It's good for me to get a break, and I had a break this afternoon anyway." "I feel like I'm taking advantage of your generosity," Sara said. "What if I were to move and sell the house?" "Maybe I'd buy it then." Ezreal stared off in the distance, but kept her in his peripheral vision. "It's a good program. That large meadow behind the music room has potential for other things. Maybe a summer music camp or something." "Would you really continue it even if I were to leave?" Sara watched him like she was assessing him, and he didn't quite know how to take it. Ezreal looked at Jana. "I wouldn't have time to run it myself, so I'd have to hire someone else to do it. Like I said, it's a good program, something that's needed. I already have a foundation that bought the equipment and is paying for the remodel." "For the tax write-off?" This time Sara's tone carried with it an edge of jaded sarcasm. Ezreal looked directly at her, hurt at the jibe. "I don't do charity." He heaved out a breath and shifted his gaze to Jana, who was glancing between him and his mother. Ezreal said, "Jana, I don't do charity work for the tax write-off, but my accountant does use it for that." The little girl must have gotten bored, because she dropped his hand and ran after her brother, who had clambered onto the slide. Ezreal would have to manage this on his own. He tried to focus on forming the words. What happened to make you so bitter, Sara? Her shoes seemed to fascinate her for a few seconds before she looked up. "I don't know what to think of you. You're different from any man I've ever met. It seems to me that everybody I've known only does things for what they can get out of it." He'd known enough people who were like that, but he didn't know if he could convince her that he wasn't one of them. Watching the children, he imagined he was talking to Jana. "I'm sorry about that. I was raised in a house of philanthropists, for lack of a better word. My father's a successful contractor, but he didn't start out that way. He remembered what it was like to grow up poor. Not that we were rich, definitely not like I am now. Dad was careful to give us everything we needed, with him deciding what that was. Sometimes he'd let us have what we wanted. We complained about it at the time, but looking back, I guess it's not a bad approach to raising kids. It helped us understand the difference between needs and wants. But the most important thing he taught us was to give back to the community." Ezreal's voice dropped. "It was hard for me growing up." School wasn't exactly a welcoming place. Because of your stutter? He nodded. That's what I worry about for Brand. I'm afraid the kids are going to make fun of him once he starts school. Children can be amazingly forgiving, but brutal too. I'm just grateful that Nick and Lessa have been so welcoming. He's had a good experience here so far. Sarah's expression darkened. He starts school next year, and it scares me to death. Do you teach in the same district he'll attend? Yes, I'll have to talk to the teacher once I know who that'll be. Ezreal remembered too well what little good it had made when his mother had spoken to the school officials. Sara must have read something into his expression. You don't believe it will help? It was so irritating having to pretend he was talking to Jana. Maybe it's different now, or maybe your school will listen. So much goes back to the culture in the classroom. Sarah's gaze shifted to the children. Sometimes the kids are taught to be more sensitive, and some of it's just their personalities. But there's a lot to be said for an environment where the teacher acknowledges when somebody's different, and they try to find ways to accommodate them. It can be a good experience for everyone if it's handled right. I wonder if that would have helped me. Ezreal shook his head. It didn't turn brutal for me until junior high. Everything's horrible in junior high, Sara sighed. It's like a school of piranhas. High school was only a little better. That's when I refused to go. Did your mother homeschool you? I did online school. Ezreal watched the children play. It'd be nice if we could help mold a healthy culture, find a way to build team players. We need individuality, but we also need people who can work as a team. The kids in this community will be potential employees, so it's not just for society, but for business. So it does come down to business. Ezreal could tell she was teasing him now, and he found he liked it. It made him feel good, almost like he was normal. A truck pulled into the drive, and Sara called her children. They came running over to them with a sense of panic. Is this it? Jana's eyes were wide as she took her mother's hand. No, sweetheart, we're expecting this man. Ezreal was about to ask what that had been about when Brand slid his hand into Ezreal's. It wasn't the first time the child had done that, but his heart still gave an odd sort of twist. Standing with Sara and her children, he felt a sense of connection that he'd never experienced before. The contractor strode to Ezreal with his hand extended. Hey there, I'm Billy Doyle. I understand you want to remodel a room? Yes. Ezreal shook the man's hand and stepped back. This is Mrs. Fortune. It's her project. He took Jana's hand and let Sara move ahead with the contractor. Ezreal stayed a little behind as she led the man to the building, talking about what she had in mind. He stood in the doorway, and the children watched as she circled the room, her hands waving as she talked. Her love of the program showed in her enthusiasm as she talked about the decorating and the electronic needs for the room's acoustics. She knew her stuff. He glanced around the area, imagining its potential if the program grew. Perhaps a couple of rooms could be added to the side for individual lessons, if she wanted to do something like that. Students could also use them for solo practice or in small groups. Yes, the room had a lot of potential. While Sara chatted with the contractor, Ezreal smiled at the idea of working with her on the project, the teaching as well as the construction. As he'd gotten to know her better, his initial anxiety about helping with the class had gone away. Once the contractor had jotted down some notes, they walked to his truck. He raised a hand in farewell. When he'd driven away, Sara turned to Ezreal. Well, he asked, what do you think? I don't know. She glanced to where the man was driving away. He seemed to know his stuff about the building part, but I'm not sure I'd trust him with the decorating. I've been thinking about that. We could hire a decorator. Ezreal grinned and raised his hand to stop her protest. It's an investment, and I can afford it. Really. Sara heaved out a breath. It's hard taking handouts. It's not for you. It's for the children. Yes, for the children. Her expression lifted. Do you have time to do some shopping for wallpaper today, or should we plan on another day? Wouldn't finding wallpaper be a decorator's job? Not that Ezreal didn't want to spend the time with her. Maybe, she said thoughtfully. But we don't have one yet, and I have some definite ideas. Works for me. I have a meeting I need to get back for, so another day. Excited that she'd suggested spending more time with him, he pulled out his phone. How about the day after tomorrow, at 2? School's out, so I'm free any time. Great. I need to get going. Ezreal bent to give Janet and Brand each a hug before going to his car. As he backed up, Sara stood on the porch with the children and waved. Ezreal grinned. He'd been talking directly to Sara without thinking about Jana. That had to be the fastest mental shift he'd ever made. It struck him how comfortable he felt in this woman's company. He didn't think he'd even felt that way around his mother. Chapter 5. The kids are over at the Diederichs until dinner time, Sara said as she approached Ezreal's SUV, where he stood holding open the front passenger door. She hadn't expected him to get it for her. One more notch on the positive side of this unexpected man. Sorry I couldn't help with your test class. How'd it go? He asked as she slid into the seat. Whatever aftershave he wore smelled really good. Francie's guest, Ari, came over to help. She's a sweetheart. Sara had been surprised at how well she and the woman had gotten on. They'd even made a lunch date for the next week. We were both exhausted by the time we were done. The house isn't big enough, and there were too many distractions inside. I'll have to come up with some energy wasters before classes start. Like they did in Cub Scouts. Ezreal leaned in. At least you have an idea now of how many kids might be interested, and the number of adults per student you'll need. Sara met his gaze, and her breath caught at the sudden tension between them. It wasn't a bad tension. If anything, it made her feel like a rubber band pulled tight and ready to spring right into those blue eyes. She couldn't let herself get pulled in by them. Ezreal Wallach was still an unknown entity, and his pleasant manners could all be a sham, as she knew too well. Right. She reached for her seatbelt. I'll need lots of helpers. Right. Ezreal swallowed and shut her door. His ears red. He jogged around to the driver's side. Sara didn't know what to think about his flush. He couldn't have been embarrassed by that little thing that had passed between them. But she'd never heard that anyone could do that on purpose. She glanced at him as he got into the driver's seat. When he turned on the ignition, a pop song swelled from the car's speakers. He turned it down. Nice, she said. I'm trying out a new program that one of my partners wrote for on-demand music in a car. It's a side project of his. He put the vehicle in gear and eased out of the drive. What kind of music do you like? I like all kinds. Good. I'll start with classical. Ezreal gave some verbal instructions and soft music started to play. The volume loud enough to hear, but still carry on a conversation. Sara ran her hand along the leather armrest. He could afford nice things, but they weren't overtly expensive. It pleased her that he drove a practical vehicle and not a flashy sports car. The principal at her school drove a car like Ezreal's. I've been wondering if my partner Darius might be willing to paint a mural on your music room wall. He enjoys that kind of thing. Would he have time? Ari's bugging us all to get out and do more besides work. So, yes. He's done murals before at the school he taught at before we sold our first game. What did you do before? Sara asked. Before. Ezreal chuckled softly. That's a good descriptor. It really is like the difference between night and day. I assume you studied music. Yes, and that was a battle. My father didn't approve. He said I could never make a living writing music. Ezreal grinned, and it lit up his face. There was something engaging in it, and she could tell it pleased him to have proved his father wrong. Is Harvard very far from where you lived? My family's in the Pacific Northwest, so I chose a school clear across the country. Did you choose Harvard, then, to get far away from your father? It was more complicated than that. They do have an excellent program, but the big selling point for me was that my father would approve of it because it's Harvard. He thought it was a big deal to have a son accepted there. Ezreal laughed softly. But it also sent me far away from my folks. Do you not have a good relationship with them? Don't get me wrong. They're loving parents, but they loved me to death. I'm the baby of the family. When I was younger, with my stutter, I had a hard time speaking up for myself, especially in junior high, as you mentioned before. Ezreal made a face, and Sara had a ridiculous desire to smooth the crease between his brows. She kept her hands folded in her lap. I wonder sometimes if they'll ever accept I'm not that bullied kid anymore. They assume that because I still struggle being around some people that I can't cope with being around anyone. You had to get away so you could be yourself. Exactly. Even today, when I go home, my mother still raves about her poor boy. It makes me crazy, and if I try to say anything about it, he shrugged. She's crushed. Exactly. With tears and everything. I admire my father for being able to live with someone who's so emotionally fragile. I sometimes wonder if she's made my stutter worse. What do you mean? I did struggle in school, and the kids made fun of me. When I was younger, she'd come flying in to protect me and rescue me, and it drew attention to my problem. It's definitely what brought me to the attention of some mean Ezreal broke off and took a deep breath. Sorry, it's not you this time. Oh, my word! Sara shifted in the seat so she could look directly at him. I got so used to you talking through Jana that I didn't even notice. It happens like that sometime. I can't talk to someone without stuttering, and then suddenly I can. His ears had gone pink again. It's like my brain decides they can be trusted. Sara's eyes stung. She never met anyone before whose trust manifested itself so overtly. Her gut told her he wasn't just saying that to win her sympathy. How had she earned such a cherished gift as his trust? Her chest went tight, wishing she could reciprocate. Talking about your mother brings it on? She asked. Sometimes. Because she loved you too much? Because once I reached junior high, she did a complete turnaround. After setting me up to be made fun of, she stopped jumping in to rescue me and left it to my father. When I'd come home bruised, he'd tell me to buck up. Ezreal let out another breath. I think I've mentioned this already, but that's when I refused to go to school. I was finally able to convince my father to let me enroll in online classes, and it was better. I don't mean to sound like a whiner. I really believe she thought she was helping me, but I wasn't prepared. I'm so sorry. Sara reached over and covered his hand that was gripping the gear shift, his ears flushing pink again at the touch. She pulled back her hand. I wonder what brought on the change. Did your father take on the tough love approach at the same time? Oh, he'd always been like that. I wonder if he put pressure on your mother then. That was what her father had always done. Could be. Ezreal rubbed his chin, thoughtful. I'm worried about being a helicopter parent with Brand. Just don't be like my mother, hot and cold. Ezreal glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He's seeing a therapist to help him with his motor skills, right? Of course. Make sure you have a good one. Don't coddle him, but don't be insensitive either. I know it's a tough balance, but it's an important one to find. Every kid's different. Ezreal merged into traffic and had to give his attention to driving. Sara considered what he'd said. His experience with the two extremes made her wonder about the balance he spoke of. She planned to talk to Brand's kindergarten teacher when he started school about a process for addressing the developmental diversity of the children. Her son wouldn't be the only one with some challenges. But what if doing that just brought attention to his differences and turned him into a target? Somehow she had to find a way to help her son live up to his potential. Ezreal parked in front of a decorating store. He hopped out and hurried around to her side of the car to open the door. His behavior reminded her again of how Francie's husband treated her. It wasn't something Sara was used to herself. She found she liked it. A lot. They spent the afternoon going from shop to shop, checking out rolls of wallpaper and looking through dozens of catalogs. Sara didn't find anything that was quite right. I'm sorry, she said as they walked back to the SUV for what seemed like the dozenth time. This was a waste of your time. No, it wasn't. Ezreal opened her door. I enjoyed your company. Besides, sometimes it's a process of elimination. Now you know what you don't want. That's something you didn't know before. We can search online, but I'd really like to have Darius come check out your room and make some suggestions. I don't want to inconvenience him, too. I think he'd enjoy working on something different. Ezreal covered her hand, and a tingly warmth ran up her arm. I'm sure he'd enjoy a change from what he usually works on. I promise. All right, if you say so. Sara struggled to keep her breathing steady. Francie texted and invited us to dinner there if you'd like to come too. I'd like to, but I have plans already. Maybe another time. Yes, maybe another time. Sara hoped by the time she reached the B&B that her hands weren't shaking anymore. What other plans did he have? Did he have a girlfriend? Maybe Ari would know. Chapter 6. Hey, Ez, wait up. Rafe called when Ezreal stepped out of the conference room. It'd been a busy few days, and he was looking forward to the weekend. He hoped Rafe didn't have a new assignment for him. I'm going to miss our game tonight. I'm finally going to visit the new London facility. I've been putting it off too long anyway. Rafe ran a hand through his hair, a motion that he only did when he was agitated. I need to get away. Ezreal had to bite back a grin. All summer he'd enjoyed watching how Ari and Rafe had fought their obvious attraction. They weren't able to date each other because of the boss-assistant thing. It must have gotten to be too much for Rafe if he was going all the way to England to get away for a while. Once Ari's temporary position was over in a couple of weeks, Ezreal had no doubt they'd become an item. Kane's going to be gone too, you know, Ezreal said. New York again. That's right. He sure goes there a lot. It's so he can help with Ari's cover story. If his sister were really hiding out there instead of at your mom's, he'd be making regular trips to check on her and make sure she's safe. Ezreal rubbed his face. But Darius better not decide to go anywhere this weekend, too. Someone needs to be here to speak for the company if something comes up. Someone who's not you, you mean? Rafe shot him a flat look. Exactly. You promised you'd work on this. You can't hide away forever. Maybe you should watch the King's Speech again. Give me a break. Speaking for a gaming company doesn't even touch leading a country during war. Ezreal brought up the calendar on his phone. How long will you be gone? At least a week. I won't be back until a couple of days before the Midsummer's Eve event. You've got it that bad, huh? Shut up. Rafe's brow furrowed, but the corners of his mouth twitched up. How's the piano lesson project coming along? Pretty good. We're having contractors submit bids. I may have to pay a little extra to encourage them to put her project on the top of the list. His father had been a little too interested in the project when he'd realized it was for a woman. Ezreal had tried to put him off, but his dad had never been one to be put off with evasive answers. The conversation had gotten so bad that Ezreal had stuttered, and he hadn't done that while talking with his father in years. And that, of course, had really gotten his dad's interest. With Ezreal's total lack of relationship experience, any sign that he might be seeing someone was likely to get the entire family excited. Living far away from him had been one of the reasons Ezreal had been in favor of locating their headquarters in Boone. Shouldn't having a bunch of money mean he didn't still feel like a little kid around his father? The man always made Ezreal feel like he was incapable of deciding how to live his life. Hey, guys, Darius said, striding toward them. What did you decide about your costume? In some ways, his partner was almost as bad as Ezreal's father. Rafe didn't say anything, watching with interest. I told you I'd take care of it. You also promised you wouldn't just throw something together. I took your advice, okay? I'm having someone sew me a costume. Great. Darius looked relieved, which made Ezreal feel a little better. Maybe his friend didn't like playing the bossy father role after all. Who's doing it for you? Rafe asked. Sara. Sara? You're on a first-name basis with her? Rafe patted him on the back. That's huge. You haven't even spoken directly to Ari yet, and she's been here for weeks. Yeah, I'm impressed, Darius said, his expression curious. You're okay talking to her? I talked to her daughter. Both men groaned. At first, all right. I talked to her fine now. Let it go, guys. Ezreal growled. Darius, Rafe's heading to London and Kane's in New York again, so no gaming night this weekend. With his Friday evening now open, maybe it'd be a good night to show Sara how to play REKD, if she was interested. I was thinking about heading to Boston this weekend to see my folks. Darius sent Ezreal an appraising look that filled him with a sense of dread, until both of the other men burst out laughing. Ezreal really needed to stop falling for that. They got him every time. Don't worry, Darius said. I'm not going anywhere this weekend. Thanks, I guess. Rafe, I've got a question for you, Darius said, and they turned back toward the offices. Ezreal pulled out his phone and sent Sara a text. He wondered if she liked pizza. Sara's phone pinged with a text message. She was in the middle of a piano lesson, so she ignored it. When Ryan had finished the piece, she made some recommendations and had the teen try it again. Much better. Now, for next week, I'd like you to work on this. She handed over the sheet music and ignored the eye roll. Take a minute to glance through it in case you have any questions. They discussed it, and they did a rough run-through a couple of times. She was trying to decide if she should switch out the piece when a car drove up to the house. A quick glance at the time showed it shouldn't be Ryan's mother. With Sara's heart in her throat, she flew to the window. She stood to the side of the curtain so that whoever was out there wouldn't be able to see her. But the glare of the sunshine on the windshield almost blinded her. The door opened and a tall form stepped out. She squinted to see better. For a second, the memory of her dream the night before flashed through her mind. Sara blinked and saw Landon's face staring back at her, that ugly glint in his eyes and a cruel twist to his mouth. Her blood ran cold, He'd found them. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she fumbled to pull her phone from her pocket. She had to call Francie to warn her to keep the children safe. "Hey, my dad pointed that car out," Ryan said from behind her, sounding excited. "Doesn't that belong to one of the REKD founders?" "What?" Sarah's voice was as shaky as her hands, and she dropped her phone. Ryan picked it up and handed it to her. As the form moved out of the glare, she recognized Ezreal. She thought she might faint. Glancing at her phone, she saw the text had been from him. "I hope you and the kids like pizza." "He's helping me with my music room." She had to struggle to sound calm. "Are you all right?" Ryan asked, concerned. "Yes, I just thought it was someone else for a second." Sara let out a breath. "It's all good." Had Ezreal come to check on the music room? No, he'd brought pizza. How sweet was that? Sara went to the screen door, still feeling a little unsettled, but agitated too. But this time in a good way. "I'm still with a student," she called to Ezreal. "Come in and make yourself comfortable." When he nodded, Sara returned to the living room. She was losing it if she were imagining Landon. How bizarre that she dreamed he'd driven up to her house just like that. "Let's hear that number." "Do I really have to play this? It's boring." Ryan heaved out a breath. He was 15 and a gifted pianist. His family had recently moved to Boone from New York, and she was a little intimidated to be teaching him. She knew that students his age, especially boys, frequently stopped their lessons. He had so much talent. She wanted to find music that made him want to continue with his lessons, but hadn't hit on anything yet to inspire him to practice. Every week, she expected a call telling her that he wouldn't be coming anymore. With the sound of the squeaking screen door opening came the smell of pizza. Her stomach growled. "That smells good." Ryan turned toward the kitchen, stretching to look. "I'll check if he has enough to share." Sara went to her kitchen where Ezreal was putting a large pizza box on the table. "What's this for?" she asked. "Dinner." He said the word slowly, like he was testing it out. When it came out perfectly, he grinned. It reminded her of when her son struggled to do something and was pleased when he succeeded. Ezreal was so cute. "Is it all right to share some of this with my student?" When Ezreal nodded, she went to the entrance to the living room. "Ryan, would you like some pizza?" "Yeah, sure." He hopped from the piano bench and hurried into the kitchen. Ezreal had opened the box and placed some paper plates on the table. "Help yourself," he said to Ryan. "Thanks." While the boy selected a large piece, Sara considered the blond man. Since their trip to look at wallpaper, she'd been thinking about his sudden breakthrough. He'd shown he could speak fine to children he'd just met, and evidently to teens. It seemed like he'd almost overcome the triggers for his stuttering. She'd only seen him interact with Rafe, and that had seemed a normal exchange. Was it just unfamiliar adults? Or adult women? Thinking back on the days she'd met him, she couldn't recall if he'd spoken to Ari. Francie would have some answers. Sara had already looked up REKD gaming online. There were plenty of pictures of the 4 billionaire boys, as the press had labeled them. Francie's son, Rafe, seemed to be the main spokesman, which made sense as he was their CEO. Sara hadn't been able to find a single interview where Ezreal had spoken. She didn't know if his comments had been cut or if he hadn't made any. The latter seemed most likely. He handed Sara a plate and nodded toward the pizza. She accepted it. "I suppose I should introduce you to each other," Sara said, taking a slice. "Ryan LeBlanc, this is Ezreal Wallach. Your father works for his company." The boy choked on his food and had a coughing fit. Ezreal patted Ryan on the back. "Aren't you the one over music?" Ezreal nodded. An idea occurred to Sara. Since he would be helping her with the group lessons, it might be interesting to see him at work during one. "Ryan is just finishing up his session today," she said. and he was expressing some dissatisfaction with my choice of practice music. Would you have some suggestions for pieces he might enjoy playing?" "An important thing to remember about teenagers," Ezreal said, "is that modern technology seems to hardwire them to learn a lot faster. We've been conditioned to expect rapid and immediate gratification. That can make it harder for kids to focus." Ezreal glanced at Sara, but his gaze almost immediately darted back to the young man. "There's also a difference between how boys and girls learn. Unfortunately, most methods for teaching piano haven't changed much over the years." Sara knew some of this, but she hadn't thought about it in terms of her music lessons one-on-one. "You get bored easy, don't you?" Ezreal asked. "Yeah, my dad complains about it all the time." "Do you like to play video games?" Ezreal's expression turned thoughtful. "I'll bet you'd handle practicing better if you had short-term goals to work on." "Maybe." Ryan glanced at the pizza. "The kids are staying the night at the Diederichs," Sara said. "Take all you want then, Ryan," Ezreal said. "I've had my fill. Just leave some for Sara." "I'm good too, so feel free to finish up." She glanced at him, surprised at his unexpected concern for her. It was something her ex had never shown, even when they were dating. "Now," Ezreal said, as though warming to the subject, "one of the reasons for practicing drills is for the muscle memory. It takes time and repetition to build those synapses in the brain. And it can be boring as heck, even for music geeks like me. The key is to find fun ways to do the repetition without actively thinking about it." "How can it be fun to play the same things over and over again?" Ryan heaved out a breath, his expression disbelieving. "It's killing me." "There are some games out there that help, but the ones I've seen are geared toward young kids or lower-level skills. Sara said you're a gifted pianist." The boy blushed and glanced at her, and she nodded. "I've not just been saying that." "You done with that pizza?" Ezreal asked. "I'd like you to show me how you play, if you don't mind." "Sure." Ryan swallowed. He hurried to the sink to wash his hands. Ezreal did the same thing and said something that made the boy laugh. Sara was finding herself more and more intrigued. How could someone trip over words so badly when he'd first talked to her, yet speak so eloquently with anyone else? She followed them into the living room where the guys sat side by side on her piano bench while she watched. Ezreal flipped through Ryan's book of music. "How about this one?" Ezreal asked, and the boy shrugged, wiping his hands on his jeans. "This really intimidates me," Ryan mumbled. "Playing for me?" Ezreal gave a soft chuckle. "Don't let it. I'm nothing special." "But you do the music for REKD." "I happened to be roommates with one of the other founders who really is gifted. I just kind of fell into it." Ezreal gave a soft chuckle and shook his head. "I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and find out that none of it was real." "Is that why you don't take being one of the Billionaire boys very seriously?" Sara asked. Ezreal glanced over his shoulder at her, seeming surprised to find her there. Was she that forgettable, or was he the absent-minded professor type? "I guess I hadn't really thought about it." Ryan shot him a surprised glance and then looked away. "You start out the song," Ezreal said. The boy's hands trembled, and he made a few mistakes at first, but the man beside him nodded approvingly, and Ryan's playing improved. "Right now, don't stop and redo when you make a mistake," Ezreal said. "Just plow on." A few measures later, he joined in, and Ryan stopped. Ezreal said, "No, keep going. You lead the way, and I'll follow." He played along with the written piece. "Well done," he said when they'd finished. "Now I know your rhythm. Let's do it again, and we'll have some fun with it." "Fun?" Ryan asked. "Just play and you'll see." Ezreal shot him a sidelong glance, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes that made Sara wonder again what he must have been like as a little boy. Fascinated, she watched as Ryan started in, this time with more confidence and a lot less self-consciousness. When Ezreal accompanied him this time, he played a descant, almost like an improvisation, but not in the jazz genre. She fumbled for her phone to record it. Sara shifted a little so she could see Ezreal's face. He frowned and appeared lost in thought as he played, and she had the impression that he was writing the beautiful music as he played it. Was that how he composed? "That was dope!" Ryan cried when they'd finished. "Yeah, it was excellent." Ezreal grinned, his head still moving as though the song continued in his mind. He rose and indicated they should change places. "Let's do it again." Ryan slid across the bench, and Ezreal took his place. The man's long, slender fingers flew across the keys, and the boy gaped for a second. "You improv this time," Ezreal said. "Me?" Ryan squeaked. After a slight pause, he began the treble line again and eventually started making some alterations to the music. By the time they'd made it through the number, it had turned into a completely different song. When they finished, the three of them exhaled, and Sara turned off the recording on her phone. That was amazing. Now that she'd seen Ezreal in action with Ryan, she had no doubt about the man's ability to work with her future students. For the first time, her program's success seemed a possibility. "Do you think I could ever get as good as you? Ryan broke off at the sound of a car pulling up outside. Sara startled again and jumped to her feet. She moved to the window. "It's my mom, Mrs. Fortune. I recognize the sound of the car." Ryan glanced at Ezreal. "She gets really anxious about strangers coming around. I wish I could practice like this all the time." "Do you like the REKD music?" Ezreal asked. "Yes," Ryan said, gathering his music. "I wish it was available in piano." "I've been working on sheet music. I can send you some as long as you promise to practice." Ezreal pulled out his phone. "If you don't have an email address, give me your mother's." "Whoa, okay." Ezreal handed over the phone and Ryan typed in the information. "You just have to promise that you won't share it with anybody. It's a copyright issue. Our attorneys are always harping on me about stuff like that." "You mean I'll have music that no one else does?" "Nobody outside of my department." Ezreal's expression turned serious. No more the shy, distracted professor type. For the first time, he looked very much the serious businessman. "If it shows up anywhere else, I'll know where to look." Once again, Sara found herself impressed by him. "I would never betray your trust, sir. I promise. And I'd never risk my dad's job. He says it's the best place he's worked, and he's the happiest I've ever seen him." Ryan backed up toward the door. "Thank you." He turned and ran out, leaving the two of them alone. She glanced at Ezreal, who was rubbing his neck, wearing a bemused expression. "What?" she asked. He chuckled. "I know I'm too old to feel odd about this, but outside of work, I don't know if I'll ever get used to being called sir. That was always my dad. It was an adjustment for me, too, when I first started teaching. Did you come to check out the music room again?" Ezreal shook his head, looking embarrassed. He was so different from any man she'd ever met before. With his soft-spoken manner, he came across as gentle and patient. So different from the alpha male she'd married and who'd tried to dominate and control her. There was something calm and appealing about Ezreal. Probably because of her past, she'd never found men soothing to be around. He was. "Did you come for anything in particular?" Sara asked. "No." His ears went red. "Is that a problem? I can go." "No," Sara said quickly. "You're always welcome to come by. In fact, I'm ready to start work on your costume. This would be a good time to get your measurements." Ezreal gave a slight nod. "Let me get my tape measure and something to write on." When she returned to the living room, she found him studying her family pictures on the walls. She waited for the inevitable question about where her husband was, but it didn't come. "I'll need you to stand here, please." She indicated the middle of the room, under the light which she'd turned on. When he was in position, she said, "Raise your arms to the side." Ezreal did. With the tape measure in one hand, she reached around him. He was broader through the chest than he looked, and she had to step in close to reach around him. It brought her flush up against him, her face close enough to his neck that she caught a faint whiff of his aftershave. He smelled yummy, and, without thinking, she inhaled. His breath caught, bringing her back to where she was. Sara fumbled the tape measure. "Sorry," she mumbled, grabbing the other end, her heart beating so hard it was making it difficult for her to breathe. She needed to get a grip. Sara glanced up at Ezreal and found him staring at her, his eyes wide, the pulse in his throat pounding as hard as hers. His ears had turned a flaming red. She felt mortified to have embarrassed him. Quickly she reached around him again, keeping her head turned away this time. She wrote down the number, hoping he wouldn't notice how her hands were trembling. Then she took the measurement of his waist and jotted it down. I need your hip measurement, but I'm going to need your help with that one." Sighing, she glanced at his hips and then his face. His eyes were round again. If she looked anything like he did. She burst out laughing. "I'm so sorry, but the look on your face." Ezreal dropped his arms, the corners of his mouth twitching, and then he laughed too. He reached for the tape measure, and Sara handed it to him. Where?" Sarah's chest tightened, that she'd unsettled him enough to make him stutter again. "It's really not your hips," she said. "It's your bum." He wrapped the strip around his hips. "Lower," she said, "the biggest part." She checked the number and added it to her paper. "Can you do your neck?" He did, and she recorded the number. "Now I need to do the length of your torso. Hand me the tape measure and turn around." Sara put it at the bottom of his back neck and ran it down to his waist, surprised at the muscles under the fabric. They weren't pronounced enough to bulge, which she'd have seen through his shirt. That was something she'd have spotted right away since Landon had been into the bodybuilding thing and taken pride in how his muscles rippled even in a dress shirt. And pleased at how the strength made it easy for him to punch her around. Ezreal's muscles were firm and strong, but not overdone. She realized she'd been feeling his back muscles. With a cough, she dropped her hands and picked up the paper again. All right. She had to admit that she was attracted to this man, but she wasn't a teen girl anymore in the throes of hormones. "I'm going to need you to help with this next one, too." Sara didn't look at him as she held the tape measure at the top of his shoulder and let the other end drop. "Pull it between your legs and hold it out the back. Not too tight." Ezreal shot her a dubious look. "It's to measure your torso." He did as she'd instructed, and she took the end he held out the back and brought it up to match the one on his shoulder. She then measured his arms from each shoulder to just past the wrists. "Now, your bicep." She swallowed. "Go ahead and flex it in case you have to move around much that day." He did, and she felt that warmth again. "Now I need to get your leg measurements." Right. He pointed to her paper. Flustered, she jotted down the bicep measurement. "I wish I'd thought of this while Ryan was here. He could have helped." She handed him the tape measure. "This is another awkward measurement, the inseam. Hold it at the top of your crotch." Ezreal, ears bright red again, put the strip at his groin, at the top of the inseam. Sara dropped to her knees, keeping her head low, and jotted down the number. She rose. "The last one will be your mid-thigh, which I think you can do. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad if I did this all the time." And didn't want to nuzzle your neck. She needed to think about something else. "I'd definitely like to learn more about your game. I have several students who bring it up all the time, and I like having things in common with them that we can discuss. Plus, Jana talks about it non-stop because of Lessa." Sara still couldn't get over how quickly her daughter had taken to Ezreal. Because of her father, Jana tended to be hesitant about trusting men. It'd been good for her to get to know the Diederichs because Alex was a tender, loving husband and father. He was demonstrative and patient with the children. Maybe that came from being so much older when he had his second family. She understood he had a married daughter whose husband was going to Harvard Medical School. What was it with Harvard in this place anyway? Never in her life had she met so many people who'd attended there. "She has your eyes," he said softly, his expression softening. "Yes, she does." Sara forced herself not to look away, and definitely not to smile that he'd managed to say the sentence without a single stutter. "I don't want to think of Jana when I look at your eyes," he mumbled. Sarah's stomach erupted with dancing butterflies. "We're done now. Would you like to teach me how to play your game?" "Yes." Ezreal stared into those beautiful gray eyes. For the first time in his life, he found he didn't want to look away from a woman. His ears were growing warm again, and he hoped they hadn't also gone red. "Coincidentally, I brought my laptop. We usually have a gaming night on Fridays, but Rafe and Kane are out of town." "All right. You can set up on my coffee table. It lifts up to a writing height. But I think you should demonstrate the game for me first." Sara smiled, and the warmth in his ears spread through his body. "It's in my car." Ezreal was pleased that he hadn't started stuttering again. If he was honest with himself, he was amazed he'd been able to speak at all when she'd been so close to him, taking those measurements. "You bring it in and get it set up then, and I'll clean up the pizza." "I didn't mean to leave that mess for you." "You brought dinner, so I didn't have to cook, and now you're going to keep me company when I'd have been here alone. I'd say that's a fair trade." Ezreal nodded and jogged out to his car. He couldn't help grinning. She preferred his awkward company to being alone. It'd been a leap of faith for him to show up at Sara's house with the hope that she'd let him teach her the game. But since they'd have to work together on the music room and then the lessons, he'd thought it would be a good place to start. Ezreal would rather practice being in her company when there wasn't a bunch of construction people around. He grabbed his computer bag and headed back to the house. How ridiculous that he was 27 and still struggling with this. It made him feel stupid, and he knew he wasn't stupid, at least not in other things. So why did this continue to cause him grief? The speech therapist his mother had hired had been confident that Ezreal would eventually move past his bad experiences. And yet, he still struggled when he was around a woman he didn't know. As he entered the house, he could hear the water running from the kitchen. She was singing softly as she worked. It was that old tune she'd sung for him on the porch the day he'd met her. She must like music from that era. Ezreal slowly unzipped his bag so he could hear her better. She had a lovely singing voice and nearly perfect pitch. The few people who'd ever heard Ezreal sing had told him he had a good voice and had even suggested he should go to school just to sing in the choir. Right, with a female music teacher? "Oh, I didn't hear you come in." Sara glanced at the door, a crease between her brows that made him think of Ryan's comment about her not liking unexpected visitors. Why was that? She said, "I'm done. What first?" "It might be best if we watch our video first that summarizes the game. It'll only take a few minutes and will help you understand some of the basics." "Perfect." Sara indicated that he should take her desk chair, and she retrieved one from the dining room and sat beside him. Ezreal then spent the most pleasant evening he'd ever experienced in the company of a woman. He recalled that first day when he thought Sara had been judging him, mocking him. No, she was probably one of the least judgmental women he'd ever met, and the most beautiful. Chapter 7. "How did the gaming session go?" Darius asked during Sunday dinner at the B&B. Ezreal choked on his food. How had Darius found out he'd gone over to Sara's? "Don't have a heart attack." Darius patted him on the back. I dropped by with some stuff for Ari's design class. Jana was here and mentioned it. She said she was surprised you'd managed to talk to her mom without having her interpret for you." Ezreal closed his eyes. Darius had once told Ezreal he should just get over himself and start taking responsibility for it. That had hit a little close to home, but it had the opposite effect of what the big man might have intended. Ezreal had stuttered with everyone he spoke to for 2 weeks after. Darius had apologized and never done it again. Would he start up again? "I think it's so nice of you to work with Sara on her project," Francie said. "She told me it's always been her dream to bring music to underprivileged kids. I think she's had a hard life." Ezreal looked up from his food. He wanted to ask why she thought that, because he did too. When he'd been teaching Sara the game the other night, there'd been times a car would drive past and she'd pause to listen. Then, once it'd gone by, her attention would return to the game. What was she listening for? Ryan had even commented on it. What was it about strangers coming around that made her worry? Ezreal paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. Did it have something to do with why she'd come to North Carolina? Was she like Ari and running away from something too? Someone? That would explain Jana's comment about strangers coming around. He wished they knew each other well enough that Sara could trust him. If he pressed her for more information, would she think it an intrusion? "She mentioned to me that you two went out looking at wallpaper samples," Francie said. "We did shop around, and some of them were okay, I guess. But I could tell she wasn't really happy with anything." Ezreal glanced at Darius. "I was wondering if you'd consider painting a mural on one of the walls of the music room. I thought you might have some ideas she'd like." "Oh, I'd love to see that," Francie said. "Rafe told me you painted a huge mural for your school back when you were teaching." "It was fun. It'd be nice to do something different for a change." Darius nodded, looking thoughtful. "Are you talking about a row of music notes or something like that?" "No. How about a keyboard that flows along the wall at kid height? I could do it in varying levels, but one they could touch and even practice on." Ezreal grinned as his friend's imagination took over, especially when he started brainstorming different possibilities. It was a good way to distract him from talking too much about Sara. Ezreal didn't have any dating experience. He wasn't sure his friends, all single and currently without girlfriends, were in any position to give him advice. Darius dated the most, but only casually, never anything serious. At 30, he probably should have someone steady in his life. Ezreal had never wondered before why he didn't. The man might not always be patient, and he was bossy, but he was someone Ezreal knew would always have his back. He was more like a big brother than either of Ezreal's blood brothers, who'd never come to his defense. They'd always looked at him as an embarrassment. "You should talk with Sara first, though," Ezreal said. "It's her room, so she has the final say on what goes in." "Even though you're paying for it?" Darius asked. "Her project, her decision." Darius studied Ezreal for a few seconds, but didn't say anything. The man always saw too much. "Do you think it'll be finished in time for the start of the school year?" Francie asked, cutting a slice of cake and sliding it onto his dessert plate. "It depends on how soon the contractor can get to work and how many jobs are being juggled at once." Ezreal took a bite and closed his eyes. "You've done it again, Mrs. D." "Thank you." Rafe's mother's cheeks flushed like they always did when someone praised her cooking. "It's just as well to wait," her husband Alex said, holding out his plate for a slice. "Until the kids have settled in before starting an extracurricular program anyway." "Ari went to her practice session," Francie said. "It was a mess, but Sara has a great sense of humor. She said we'll have to work through some things before she does it for real." Ari glanced at him. She did say she should have invited you, that you have a way with kids." Ezreal ducked his head. Knowing that Sara thought highly of him meant a lot, but he didn't want her to just think of him as good with children. How did a guy get a woman to look at him differently? Romantically. A memory of the way she'd felt pressed against him when she'd taken his chest measurement flashed through his mind, and the way she'd practically snuggled against his neck. His body flushed with warmth. No woman had ever done that to him before. Did it mean what he hoped? Or was he putting too much into it? He'd like help interpreting her behavior, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Glancing up, he found Darius watching him, a speculative gleam in his eyes. "Jana said her mother's sewing you a costume for Rafe's party," Lessa said. "She's making ones for Jana and Nick. Ma's sewing ours." "I like Sara a lot," Ari said. "I'm glad you're able to help her." Ezreal was too. Ezreal and Sara stood in the doorway of the music room, watching the last contractor's truck pull onto the street. "That was the one my dad recommended," he said. "Do you feel like any of them are a fit? It's not the money, you know. I want it to match your vision." "Wait." Sara rubbed her temple. "Your dad?" "Yeah. He owns a construction company, and I used to work for him when I wasn't in school." "Where was that?" "Seattle." "Seattle? Wallach Construction?" Sara breathed, her face blanching. All kinds of red flags went up for Ezreal. If she knew the name of his father's business, she had to have lived in the Pacific Northwest. His father did work all over Oregon and Washington, but his biggest presence was in Seattle. "Are you all right?" Ezreal asked, taking her arm. "Seattle's a big city. I didn't connect your last name with Wallach Construction." "You're from there, too?" The flash of fear that washed over her face made his hackles rise, and he stepped closer. All his instincts screamed that Sara needed to be protected, but he had no idea from what. Whatever it was came from Seattle. "It's all right," he said, keeping his voice soft. For a second, he had an image of her sneaking away at night with her children. She must not be forced to do something like that. He said, "You're safe here." "You can't know that. Did you mention anything about me to your father?" she asked, clutching her shaking hands to her chest. "Did you mention my name?" "No." Ezreal slowly put his arms around her, prepared to drop them if she resisted. When she didn't, he pulled her against his chest. She rested her head against it. "My father's too pushy, especially about women. All I said was that I was helping a friend with a construction project." He didn't know how long they stood like that, with her in his arms, but it took a while before Sara stopped trembling. Finally, she took a deep breath and straightened. "Thank you," she whispered, stepping back. "What happened to you?" Ezreal asked. For a second, he thought she might answer, but then she shook her head, her lips pinched. All right. She wasn't ready. He wouldn't push her to share. He understood. "Like I mentioned earlier, Darius is excited about painting a mural in here," Ezreal said to shift the conversation. Sara shot Ezreal a thankful glance and faced the wall he was. "He's excited to help. If you already have some ideas, you should jot them down," Ezreal continued. "He mentioned painting a flowing row of keyboards at kid height. They could practice on them." "That might be fun. It'd have to be washable paint, though." She faced him. "I want you to know how grateful I am for your help in this." "Yes, you've said that many times." Ezreal shook his head and smiled. "What's the point in having money if I can't do something good with it? I've invested a little in my home, but I've never been into acquiring a bunch of stuff. I guess that's something all four of us have in common." And I've never had much of a social life outside of my small circle of friends. Didn't your online school provide extracurricular activities for you? Ezreal snorted. What? The absent-minded musician who stuttered, going around strange people on purpose? He hated how the bitterness bled through the comment. If she felt sorry for him, she kept it from her expression. Kids can be so impatient, and adults aren't always much better. Brand always gets mad at himself for not being as fast or agile as the other children are. I'm worried he'll develop anger issues, like, I want to spare him being made fun of, but I can't protect him from the world. You can't. My mom thought she could just throw doctors at me and that would fix everything. Ezreal gave her a droll look. Obviously, it hasn't. You're too hard on yourself. I try to be a realist, though Darius would probably disagree. He says I spend a little too much time in my head with my music. That's why he's been bugging me about my costume again. I tend to wait until the last minute and throw something together for things. Ezreal grinned. It really bugs him. He doesn't understand I do it now just to irritate him. Pay him back for being bossy? Yeah. When it comes to the company, he's probably only behind Rafe in taking it seriously. Sometimes too seriously. I don't know what Darius is trying to prove. Maybe something to his family. They're kind of affluent. Like yours? Probably close. But my dad started blue collar, and he still acts like a regular contractor. He's not afraid to get dirty. I've met Darius's parents a couple of times. They're definitely white-collar wealthy. My dad drinks beer. Darius's dad drinks fancy wine. Well, your partner doesn't have to worry about your costume. Sara slid her arm through Ezreal's. I just need to get a little more fabric, and I can finish yours. Now, if I should tell him that, Ezreal tapped his chin in mock consideration. They turned and headed toward the house. I have a meeting I should get to. Think about your top bidders and let me know which one you decide on. I like the woman. Ezreal gave a soft groan. Of course you'd want a woman. I'll look like a fool all the time. I'll feel safer. He stopped and faced Sara, taking her face in his hands. You will always be safe when I'm around. Thank you, she whispered, her eyes bright. Ezreal's gaze dropped to her mouth. His heart was pounding hard enough to make him feel lightheaded. He almost pressed his lips to hers, but fear kept him in place. What if she wasn't interested? What if he was being presumptuous and ruined what they had? He dropped his hands and stepped back. See you. He turned and strode to his car. Confused, Sara watched Ezreal drive away. For a second there, she'd thought he was going to kiss her. The memory made her pulse quicken again. If he'd leaned in, would she have let him? She clenched her fists, her heart and head battling. Her heart longed to trust the quiet, gentle man. He seemed to be everything she wanted. But her head reminded her that men were brutal creatures, driven to dominate and hurt. Even tender Ezreal Wallach wrote music for a game where the champions fought violently for power. The only reason Sara enjoyed playing it was because there were so many strong female warriors. It made her feel empowered like she never had in real life. She could use her wits and her champion's skills to overcome even the large, brutish men. Oddly, Ezreal also made her feel strong, capable. She was, of course. How else could she have escaped with the children? But never before had a man added to what she already had, as though working with him gave her another source of power to draw on, made her even better. Sara glanced at the music room. Except for that soft groan when she'd said she wanted the woman contractor, he hadn't tried to dissuade her. Ezreal was willing to put up with the discomfort of working with an unfamiliar woman because it was important to Sara. She touched her mouth, wishing she had the memory of his lips there. Chapter 8. Ezreal stared at the notes on the monitor, the music playing in his mind as his hands furiously worked to translate it from his head to the computer. It happened every time he spent time with Sara or the children. It was like he couldn't shut the music off, and it continued for hours after he left her house. He didn't have enough waking hours to get it all down. There was something so magical in Sara and her children. They seemed to waken him even more to the sounds around him. A month ago, it'd been like everything was hibernating or dead. Now the sunlight was returning and waking the music. It reminded him of those fast-action clips of flowers growing from seedlings to full-grown plants in mere seconds. Ezreal loved the creative energy, but he couldn't keep up with it. The pressure to capture all the music made him grumpy with his staff because they couldn't stay up with him as he chased his muse. He needed to calm himself down so he could seize the energy and control the mayhem around him. It used to be that he did his best work in the solitude of his office, but not anymore. He now craved something he could get the most powerfully at Sara's house. His days seemed incomplete if he hadn't spent some time in her company, but he didn't want to intrude on her. Ezreal paused, considering his options. The contractor had the drywall in, and the mudded music room was drying. There was good internet at Sara's house now, because he'd upgraded it, saying she'd need good streaming for her classes. It also improved their gameplay. When he'd first shown her how to play REKD, her sluggish internet had made him lag badly. There was nothing like being in the middle of a team fight and the system freezing. Yes, he wanted to go to Sara's. He grabbed his phone and sent her a text. "Can I come over and work in your music room? I need to focus." He stared at the words, wondering if they sounded lame. Letting out a breath, he clicked send. Her response was almost immediate. "Are you kidding? Work in the music room with all those fans blowing? Why not in the house? I'm sewing your costume anyway. You'll be nearby to try it on. Lessa and Nick are over to play, so it'll be noisy, but you're welcome to come over." With the children, there'd be a symphony of sounds. Ezreal grinned. "On my way, and thanks." When he arrived, Janet and Brand started to run toward his car, but Lessa grabbed their arms to stop them. Ezreal smiled. Rafe's little sister could be bossy, but he was glad to see her watch out for her friends. When the guys had first moved to Boone, the Diederich children had been prone to run to their cars screaming with excitement. The adults had worried one of them would get run over. It'd taken time to drill into them the need to wait until the cars stopped. He was glad to see it was finally starting to take. "Ez!" Lessa cried when he turned off his engine. "His name is Ezreal. I like it better than Ez," Jana said, holding up her little chin as though she were daring Lessa to argue. It was the first time he'd seen her stand up for something. He found it humorous that the two little girls would argue about a nickname for him. Sara appeared in the doorway. She met his gaze, and that amazing warmth flooded through him again, like he'd mainlined an energy drink. He wished he could ask someone about it. It was a novel feeling, and he liked it. A lot. For the first time, he'd met a woman who didn't make him feel like a pathetic little kid with a speech problem. It made him come alive like he'd never done before. It scared him a little. Ezreal ducked his head and reached in the car to pull out his laptop. "I really appreciate you letting me come over and do this," he said. "I needed the noise." "You need noise to write music?" she asked with a soft laugh that made the notes in his head swell. "Sometimes I do my best work in chaos." He glanced around the yard, pausing on the children. "There's music everywhere here." Jana nodded. "Everywhere." "Especially in your voice," he said to the little girl. "My voice?" I wrote your song the very first day I met you. Would you like to hear it? Yes, Jana said breathlessly, her body trembling with excitement. Did you write any music for me? Lessa asked. As a matter of fact, I did. Have I never played it for you? She shook her head. He glanced at the little boys, but they were playing on an old swing set. Then I guess you girls should come inside, so Ezreal can play the music he wrote for you. Sara swung open the door. He stepped into the living room and found she'd already set up the table for him that he used whenever they played REKD together. It gave him a sense of belonging that he hadn't experienced since he'd been a little boy. Ezreal set down his laptop and powered it on. Lessa and Jana came to stand next to him, one on each side. Sara sat on the arm of the sofa behind her daughter. He was attuned to Sara's presence, but it seemed especially powerful at that moment. She had a fragrance she wore that, when combined with the smell that was her, woke him to things he hadn't paid attention to before. He wished he could capture it in music. She had quickly become his favorite bouquet. Ezreal opened the folder on his desktop and selected the piece he'd written after his first meeting with Jana and Sara. His stomach swirled in nervous anticipation. What if they didn't like it? He glanced at Sara. She sat with her eyes closed as though her mind were far off as she listened to the music. It's so pretty, Jana whispered and looked at him. That's my song? Partly yours. It's also your mother's. What part is mine? The little girl asked. Ezreal isolated the melody and played it alone. Jana gasped, her expression brightening. That's the pretty part. It's all pretty, Sara said. Here's your mother's song. Ezreal's hand trembled a little as he made the change to isolate the alto line. He met Sara's gaze. Something almost tangible flowed between them. Energy swelled inside him, threatening to burst from his chest into the room, to reach out to her and pull her into his arms. With a cough, he dropped his gaze. It's beautiful, Sara said, her voice a little shaky. Had she felt it too? Ezreal was too afraid to look up at her. What about Brand? Jana insisted. His is separate right now, but I'm thinking to incorporate it into a longer version of yours. He clicked the line and it played the crazy descant like a bouncing bee flying from one flower to another. That's just like him. Jana clapped her hands and gave a delighted giggle. But what's the other line on mine and Mama's song? Ezreal's ears went hot. He swore that one of these days he was going to grow out his hair so people couldn't see when his ears blushed. Whose is that? Lessa asked. Is that you, Ezreal? Sara asked softly. Embarrassed, he gave a little nod. Play your song, Jana said. I want to hear you too. Letting out a breath, he set the full song to play again. Knowing that his was the bass line, Sara closed her eyes and let herself experience the beauty. She had a good ear, and even without him isolating his line, the wistful quality of it came through. It made her chest ache and want to reach out to comfort him. Alone, it would have been sad, but added to hers and Jana's lines, it instead gave the piece a sense of longing without dragging it down. Is that the way you see yourself? Sara asked quietly. Ezreal met her gaze. His blue eyes seemed to pull her to him, and she found it necessary to blink and glance away. How could a man who was so humble and self-deprecating be mesmerizing? Well, she said, keeping her tone level, we should let Ezreal get some work done. He said he has loads of music trapped in his head, and it's just bursting to get out. We need to let him free it. You girls should go out and play. What about my song? Lessa asked. We can't forget you. Ezreal played a pretty little piece, this one on its own. That's so pretty. I like it. Lessa leaned her head against his shoulder. I wish I could hear all the music like you and Jana do. I do too. Maybe we can teach you to listen differently." She gave him a quick hug. The girls clasped hands and skipped from the room. "Your timing is perfect," Sara said to Ezreal. "I'm almost ready for another fitting on your costume. Not yet, but when you're ready for a break, I'll be in my sewing room." "I hope it won't be like the last one." His ears had gone a charming red that made her smile. He was so cute. "You mean when we took your measurements?" Sara's face went hot at the memory. "It won't be anything like that, but there will be pins involved, so I'll try not to draw blood." She stepped into the small office that she'd turned into a craft room. She paused before sitting down and glanced back into the living room. Ezreal had taken up position in a recliner and was pulling out some headphones. "You don't need to use those," she said. "I like to listen to your music." "Even the rough beginnings?" "Even those." His face lit up with a warm smile. She sat at her work table. Never before had having a man in her house felt right. It was like he fit here, belonged. Sara pinned the pieces of fabric together, listening for the sound of the children playing, but also of Ezreal. She enjoyed hearing him work. He'd type furiously, and then he'd play back what he'd created. Sometimes it would be a new section, while other times he'd keep tweaking the same one. She found the creative process happening before her to be fascinating. Even when the 4 children ran screaming through the house, he wasn't fazed. He wouldn't pause, and after the first time, she thought he hadn't heard them. But then in the next section, he wrote a frenzied descant that perfectly suited the children's game, proving he'd been listening. He'd mentioned that he could work in chaos, and she believed it. He had a rare talent, and one that would be useful in group lessons. She'd tried to set up music lessons for underprivileged kids in her last place, but then she'd gotten word from Tia, forcing Sara and the children to flee. Once established in Boone, she'd tried to get the support of the school district. Too many people resisted the idea. They thought music was a fluff subject and didn't give credence to studies that showed an improvement in math skills. If she could only convince them it was one part of an overall program to broaden the exposure of young minds, anything that could help them succeed was important. She'd learned early on that it could be difficult to identify the right kind of people to work with children. Kids had energy, and that needed to be channeled in constructive ways. One co-worker had once described the children in her kindergarten class as having 6-foot-tall spirits in tiny bodies, and it was no wonder they wiggled so much. Her thoughts drifted to Ezreal. He seemed to understand that. With his help, she should be able to give a step up to some of the kids from poor families. Learning to understand rhythm and read music would help them succeed in junior high and high school bands. Some might even get music scholarships they might not otherwise have qualified for. Sara let out her breath. She was getting ahead of herself, but she'd been denied so many opportunities herself growing up that she meant to do everything in her power to provide them now. As she finished the seam, Ezreal's music came to a stop. Once again, the man had good timing. She rose from her chair, the jacket in hand, and stepped to the doorway. He sat in the recliner, his head back and eyes closed. She wondered if he'd fallen asleep. His dark blonde hair had natural body to it, and she thought it would probably have some curl if he let it grow out. He usually wore his hair carefully groomed, but a strand had fallen across his forehead. Sara felt an unexpected impulse to brush it aside. That was a dangerous thought, though, something she shouldn't allow herself, because she wanted to do more than touch his curls. That would require trust, however, and trust was something she rarely gave. She'd learned the hard way, first from her father and then from her husband. In the 2 years since she'd freed herself from his mental manipulation and physical abuse, she'd had plenty of time to do research. Her father had started it, destroying her self-esteem. Sara hadn't recognized it for what it was at the time. Not fully. She'd thought his behavior was just on the strict side of normal, that all her school friends lived like she did. It had prepared her to walk right into Landon's not-so-tender care. It hadn't helped that he'd been so good at gaslighting, making her question her understanding of whatever had happened, that she'd misread him. Sara shook her head in disgust at the memory. He'd broken her rib, but he'd twisted it around so she'd apologized to him. It made her sick. She'd asked herself repeatedly why she'd stayed with him. Someday, she might be ready to seek out counseling. Once again, it was a trust issue. Landon hadn't been violent at first. It had grown slowly, starting with negative comments. They were the same things her father had told her, that she was worthless. She'd believed them. Jana had been 2 months old when Landon had hit Sara for the first time. He'd been jealous of the time she spent caring for his daughter. His apology had been so sincere, and he'd started treating her like he had when they'd first met. Sara had wanted to believe it had been a one-time thing. Over time, his anger had grown again. She'd been pregnant with Brand when Landon broke her wrist. She'd talked to her minister about it, and the man's lame response had been that she shouldn't make Landon mad, like she ever knew what would set him off. She'd stopped going to that church and ended up even more isolated than ever. Sara stared at the seemingly gentle man sitting in her recliner. Was he also hiding an inner demon who would break free and hurt her and her children? Were all men violent? How long before he showed his true character? Or was this his true self? She wanted to believe it was. She swallowed a lump in her throat. Why was she being like this? It wasn't like she needed a man in her life. She had 2 beautiful children and a good job. Sara looked back at Ezreal and found him watching her. "Are you up for a break? Your jacket is ready to try on." When he stood, she handed it to him. He put it on over his T-shirt. She brought the pins with her and started working on the hem. "Have you ever taken a tour of our offices?" Ezreal asked. "I haven't," she mumbled around some pins. "Are there public tours there?" "There are, but I was thinking of giving you and the kids a personal tour." Sara took her time placing the last pin, trying to decide. She was already getting too attached to this man. Did she really want to spend more time in his company? With her children? "Only if you want," Ezreal said, his voice now hesitant. He was either a really good actor or truly vulnerable. For whatever reason, this meant something to him. She couldn't hurt his feelings. "It sounds like fun." And it did. He'd turned her into a fan of the game. She now played it even when Ezreal wasn't online. It hadn't occurred to her to ask to see where it was all created. But now that he'd suggested it, she found she wanted to. "Would you like to visit when everyone's there working, or come at a time when things are slower?" Sara took his shoulders and turned him around. She stepped back to eye the outfit critically, holding her breath so she wouldn't breathe in his yummy masculine scent. The butterflies in her stomach were in a frenzy. The guy was smoking hot. Why had she always assumed that a quiet, sensitive guy would be unattractive? She let out a breath, willing her pulse to calm down, and ran her hand down the sleeve. She'd outdone herself with the outfit. It'd been important to her that he look his best. He might not care, but she understood the concern of his partner. Ezreal would be representing his company, and he should do a good job of it. And Sara was glad she'd taken that sewing class in high school. She doubted even a trained professional could have done much better with his suit. Now that she'd read the lore about this particular champion, she saw how well it fit Ezreal's personality, too. His champion was the son of explorers who disappeared when he was a boy. He'd spent his life searching for them and coming to the aid of people he met in his travels. Like Ezreal was helping Sara with her project. Is something wrong? He asked, his voice soft. Sara glanced up and met his gaze, his expression tender. If they'd been standing closer, she could have blamed the sudden warmth on their proximity. It wasn't just the heat of attraction that she couldn't deny she was feeling, but also the sense of... She couldn't think of a proper word. It couldn't be protection. As a strong, independent woman, she didn't need a man to protect her. She'd had to learn to do that for herself. For the first time since she'd left Landon, she wondered what it would be like to be married to someone who wouldn't only have her back, but who would need her to have his. Sara? Oh, sorry. No. She pulled herself together and straightened the hem of the sleeve and turned him so he could see himself in a mirror. This will be perfect once it's ironed. You never said when you'd like the tour. When do you suggest? Since we're an international company, we often have employees there 24/7, though the busiest times are typical work hours. We'll be closed for the Midsummer's Eve event, though. I can show you around when everything's quiet. Brand can get overly excited in new places. It might be better to show him your offices when there are fewer people around, in case he acts up. Midsummer's Eve it is, then. Would you like me to pick you up? Sara blinked. Was this a date, then? Don't you have responsibilities? Well, yes. Ezreal glanced at her sheepishly. Hey, don't think you can use me and the kids as an excuse to get out of making a public appearance. She gave him the same kind of stern look, like she would have given to Brand, but couldn't help chuckling. I'll drive my own car. He gave her a rueful smile. It was worth a try, but I really would prefer your company to all that other stuff, any day of the week. It's sweet of you, but it's probably just as well that I come myself. Brand is little and won't last the whole day anyway. Well, thanks for sewing this for me. When I told Darius I'd commissioned someone to make my costume, he was relieved. It's the least I could do after all you've put into fixing up my music room. That really means a lot. I know. And there it was again, that intense look that had the power to take away her breath. Well, I enjoy sewing, and it was challenging to make an outfit without a pattern. I doubt I'd have had time to make it during the school year. The kids came bursting into the house again, this time with Brand screaming that he'd cut his knee. Poor little guy falls a lot, Sara said, waving to Ezreal to take off the jacket. She lifted her son to the kitchen counter. The tiny cut was barely bleeding, but Brand continued to shriek. As she calmed him down with a superhero Band-Aid, her thoughts drifted to the other room. She'd never felt this way before, and she liked it. Maybe too much. Ezreal might not have lost his temper yet, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous to her heart. Chapter 9. For several days, Ezreal had been thinking of things he could do with Sara and the children away from her house. He wasn't up to asking her out on an official date. Just the thought of it tied his tongue. Taking a cue from Rafe, Ezreal had decided to invite the three Fortunes on a wagon ride and picnic. He'd first considered horseback riding, but decided Jana and Brand were too young to do it solo, though Ezreal had done some reading about dyspraxia. Some therapies included horseback riding. But that would be a topic for the future. For now, he'd chosen something he thought they'd enjoy and had made some initial arrangements. Now, if Sara would agree to come with him. Friday night, after playing Wrecked with the guys, Ezreal sat on his bed trying to work up his courage to invite Sara. The worst she could say was no. She wasn't going to mock him. He was sure he knew her well enough now to trust that. His palms were sweating as he typed out the text. How would you and the kids like to come on a picnic with me? Ezreal's heart thumped madly while he waited for her reply. It'd be embarrassing to have to cancel the arrangements. His phone pinged. Taking a breath, he checked it. When? Woot! He cried, his heart pounding for a different reason. Tomorrow. I can arrange a wagon ride. I'm watching Lessa and Nick tomorrow. Bring them along. Are you sure? That's 4 little kids. 4 little kids I'm crazy about. All right. Should I bring a picnic lunch? He'd thought to have it catered, but that might be too much anyway. Perfect. What can I bring? Dessert? The sandwiches? Something else? His phone rang. It was Sara. If we're planning a menu, she said, it makes more sense to talk than to text. Right. Ezreal would rather hear the sound of her voice anyway. They spent the next few minutes discussing the food as he took notes so he wouldn't forget. He'd warned the office's chef that he might have a special order and had already requested brownies and a fruit platter. The conversation drifted to what the children had been up to that day and how Sara had spent her time working on Jana in Bran's costumes for the Midsummer Eve's event. The little boy's obsession with superheroes and its influence on his outfit moved the discussion to their favorite movies and then books. By the time Ezreal hung up, they'd been talking for 2 hours. He laid back in his bed and stared around his room. What would it be like to lie here with Sara and talk about their day, knowing the children were safely asleep in the rooms upstairs? The music started coming at him with the notes for a new song. He pulled his laptop over and went to work. It took 2 hours before the melody settled down enough for him to fall asleep. It was a good thing they weren't meeting until 11. Sara didn't know who was more excited about the picnic with Ezreal, her or the children. Are you sure it's all right to leave them with you if you're going to be on a picnic with Ezreal? Francie asked when they dropped off the children. Of course it's all right. They'll entertain each other. Sara ruffled Bran's hair. Besides, the girls love being the watchdogs, so it'll be like having 8 eyes on the boys. Too right, Francie said with a laugh. She squatted down before her children. Now you behave, or you'll cream my corn. Lessa rolled her eyes. Sara burst out laughing, as much at the way the little girl sounded just like her mother as from Francie's look of chagrin. You little Manx. Alex picked up his daughter and tickled her until she squealed. He put her back down. You two mind your manners. We will, Daddy. Sara took Nick and Brand by the hands and kept them by her side while the Diederichs drove away. They paused at the street when Ezreal drove in. He said something to them. They waved and pulled away. I want Ezreal, Brand cried, trying to pull free from his mother. Wait until he stops. When the SUV did, Sara let her son tow her forward. Then she noticed there were 4 car seats in the vehicle. I hope you didn't buy those just for this trip, she said, her voice pitched a little with frustration. He shouldn't be spending a lot of money on a simple picnic. No. Ezreal paused in the process of getting out, his expression unsure. I borrowed 2 of them from Rafe. He keeps a set for Lessa and Nick. I picked up the boosters at Goodwill. Makes sense to be prepared. He shrugged, sounding apologetic. I didn't buy them new. At his defensive tone, she felt guilty and reached out to touch his arm. I'm sorry. You can spend your money however you want. You're right anyway. As close as you are to the Diederichs, it does make sense to be prepared. Ezreal gave her a small smile. You guys want to help me load up your food? All 4 children started squealing and jumping around. They did eventually get them calmed down enough to help load the food, and then settled into their seats. Sara was surprised when Ezreal put on a video for them. She glanced at him, one brow cocked. Learned that from Rafe. He says they don't fight as much. But you do have to be careful not to overdo it. Sara clipped on her seatbelt. True, but I don't take them places very often. They sat in a comfortable silence. Once again, Sara enjoyed the simple pleasure of being in his company. He was such a soothing person to be around. She wondered what it would have been like to have a mellow father like him. Maybe they'd have been able to do fun things. "I've never been on a wagon ride before," she said. "Well, I hope you enjoy this. We used to go on hay rides in the fall when I was a kid," Ezreal said, turning off the main road. "Especially around Halloween. They had the best corn mazes." I always thought those were creepy looking. Not that her father would have paid for them to go to any. "Did you ever go to Georgetown Morgue?" he asked. "The haunted mansion? No," Sara shuddered. "Real life was always scary enough." "What do you mean?" Ezreal kept his voice low enough that she doubted the children could understand, for which she was grateful. "Let's just say my father was a heavy hitter." It was more than she'd intended to say, but the words had just slipped out. She forced herself to meet Ezreal's quick gaze before he looked back to the road, his head nodding. It was just as well he knew that she came with a lot of baggage, her father being the least of it. "What kind of things did you like to do when you were growing up?" Ezreal finally asked. "I enjoyed going over to my girlfriend's house." Sara watched the trees along the side of the road. "I only got to do that when my father was out of town on business. He never allowed it when he was in town. My mother was always a nervous wreck by the time I'd come home." "Why?" "My father was a control freak, and he'd call at random times. I didn't understand it at the time, but it was really her only act of defiance. She knew how important it was for me to go." Sara sighed. "It stopped when I was 13. "Your father found out?" Sara could only nod, the lump in her throat keeping her from speaking. Her mother hadn't been able to go outside for over a week, not until the bruises had faded enough for makeup to hide them. And her father had made sure that Sara knew it was her fault. She hadn't asked again. They were silent for a few minutes, and she wished she'd kept her mouth shut. She hadn't talked to anyone but Tia about it before. "Where did you go on family vacations?" Ezreal finally asked. "We went to the aquarium once." There might have been more trips, but none came to mind. She tried to forget her childhood memories. They were silent again, and it wasn't comfortable anymore. Was she trying to drive him away? Not everything she talked about had to be dark. "Well, here we are," Ezreal said, his expression troubled. The waiting carriage-like wagon was even nicer than Ezreal had hoped. "I'm impressed," Sara said, coming to stand beside him, Brand and Jana on each side of her. "I didn't expect padded benches or a cover." "I'm all about comfort." Ezreal pointed to the steps. "This way, guys." He hefted the little boys up onto the seats, while Sara gave the girls a hand up. He went back for the ice chest and slid it under one of the benches. He then put himself between Brand and Nick, with his arms behind each boy, in case one of them got into a climbing mood, which was likely, knowing them as Ezreal did. The railing along the back would likely keep them from falling off, but he wasn't willing to risk it. "The horses are big," Jana whispered from beside her mother. "They have to be to pull a big wagon like this. Look at their muscles." "They're so pretty." Lessa rose on her knees, holding on to the railing. She watched as the farmer climbed onto his seat. "I'm Farmer Dale," the gray-bearded man said. "The black horse is named Peter. What do you think of when you hear that name?" "Peter Parker," Nick cried. "A horse can't be Spider-Man," Brand said, pulling a face. "Well, he can't be Peter Rabbit either," Lessa said with disgust. "Peter Pan," Jana said, "because he can fly. I'd like to ride a galloping horse. I think it'd be like flying." "Very good, little girl," Dale said. "He's named after the Lost Boy. That's why my daughter gave him that name." Nick gave a humph of disgust. "That's not fair." You rarely think things are fair, Sara said, exchanging a glance with Ezreal as they both tried to bite back a laugh at the children's competitiveness. Now, the bay horse is called Pippi, the farmer asked. Any ideas where her name came from? Pippin? Nick asked. Like Frodo's friend? The horse's name is Pippi, Sara corrected. Think of some of the books I read to you. Oh, Pippi Longstocking! Jana rose to her knees and peered at the horse. She needs braids in her mane to be Pippi. I guess her hair is kind of red. The Pippi Longstocking books were my wife's favorite when she was little. And just like Peter Pan, she doesn't want to grow up, Sara added with a soft, almost sad smile. Now I need you all to put your backs to the back and your bottoms to the bottom so I can drive you on your picnic. Ezreal watched as Sara settled the girls beside her. An occasional frown crossed her face, and he wondered what she was thinking. Him buying booster seats for the kids? Did it go back to her not wanting to feel obligated to anyone? In some ways, he could understand feeling that way, but about car seats? What had she thought he was going to do? Drive the children without them? No, she'd have assumed he'd use hers. At least she'd admitted that Ezreal could spend his money like he wanted to. He just happened to want to spend it on her and her children. If she raised more fuss about it, he'd have to remind her of that. In the few months that he'd known her little family, he'd gotten out of the office more than he had in the last 3 years combined. He liked it and enjoyed how, when he went back to his computer, the music in his mind was more alive. What are you thinking? Ezreal met her gaze, those gray-blue eyes drawing him in as they always did. His ears were growing warm, but he refused to look away. He wanted her to know how important she'd become to him. I was thinking about how much fun I've had since I met your family. Are you having fun? Jana asked. The most fun ever. Thank you. Ezreal nudged her foot with his, and she grinned. Brand, perhaps jealous of the attention his sister was receiving, took Ezreal's hand. He tickled the little boy, and then Nick was diving in from the other side. They only stopped when Farmer Dale gave a deep cough and muttered about putting their backs to the back again. Lessa squealed and pointed at a group of people riding horses, including some preteen kids. I want to ride a horse, she said, pushing out her bottom lip in a pout. Why didn't we ride horses? Brand asked, glancing up at Ezreal. I thought about it, he said to the 4 sets of young eyes staring at him. Look at how big Peter and Pippi are. They be too big for you to ride alone. Besides, I'm not sure if I could juggle this ice chest on a horse's back. What if I dropped it and everything fell out? Jana giggled. Yes, like your soda, Sara said. Soda? Lessa asked. It's what you call Coke here, Ezreal said, exchanging an amused glance with Sara again. Where we come from, that's not a Dr. Pepper Coke or a Pepsi Coke or a Mountain Dew Coke. Y'all are weird. Lessa's tone held a strong edge of superiority. She's going to be a terror at 16, Sara whispered to him, leaning closer. A flash of sadness was there and gone so fast that he wondered if he'd seen it. She was such an enigma. He wished she trusted him enough to tell him what was troubling her, because it was obvious that something was. It was always there, in the back of her eyes. Did I mention that I brought brownies for our feast? Ezreal asked, pulling Brand back into a sitting position. A feast! The little boy cried, clapping his hands. I want brownies. Mint brownies. Ezreal rubbed his stomach. They're my favorite. Mint brownies, huh? Sara asked. That's good to know. The children started to squabble, and she set them to looking for things they saw along the trail, beginning with the letter A and working down the alphabet. Ezreal was impressed with how it helped to focus the children's attention. They'd made it halfway through the game when Farmer Dale pulled onto a pretty little meadow and then under a tree. "This is the spot," the older man said. "You're welcome to join us for lunch," Sara offered. "I brought my own. I'll take it with the horses if you need anything." He picked up a bag and went to the front of the carriage. While the children chased butterflies, Ezreal and Sara spread out a blanket and moved the food to it. "Should we call them in?" he asked as they finally sat in the shady spot. "Let them burn up some energy. They'll be hungry soon enough." They ate and watched the children laughing as they ran. Ezreal's thoughts kept going back to Sara's comment about her father being a heavy hitter. That had to mean the man had used corporal punishment and not a light swat on the fanny. Heavy hitter. That sounded like an abusive father to him. And controlling based upon her remarks about the rare visits to a friend's house. Ezreal had issues with his parents trying to control his life, but her references carried an ominous feel to them that was absent in his own relationships. The children finally came over and collapsed on the blankets, just as she'd said they would. Sara handed each of them a sandwich and a drink. It didn't take long before the 3 older ones were off again. "Can I have a brownie?" Brand asked. "Later," Sara said. With a grumble, he ran to join the other children. "I'll be glad when the Midsummer's Eve event is done next week," Ezreal said, helping to clean up their leavings. "Since we're shutting down the office that day, everyone's been putting in extra hours to get ahead. They're all so distracted. It's been hard to focus. The kids are getting hyper about going." "I'm excited to show you my place," Ezreal said, hoping she hadn't changed her mind. He hadn't been able to shake the thought that he'd know his mind for sure once he saw her and the children in his refuge. If they fit there. "Ezreal!" Brand came running over, but stumbled. Ezreal took his hand and kept the boy from falling. The child cried, "Come play tag with us." "My legs are a lot longer than yours." He let the boy pull him to his feet and then hefted him on his shoulders and ran toward the other children. They scattered, squealing. "How about some frisbee?" Sara called, spinning the toy on one finger. "Girls against the guys?" "But Jana and Lessa are a lot taller than Brand and Nick," Ezreal said. "And you're a lot taller than I am." She shot him a sly look. For the first time that day, the worry that seemed to always haunt the back of her eyes faded. It took all of Ezreal's self-control not to pull her into his arms. They ended up simply taking turns tossing the toy back and forth, with the children trying to intercept it. When everyone was tired, they returned to the blanket. After eating the brownies, they started packing up their things. Farmer Dale helped load their stuff into the carriage, and they were on their way. Ezreal sat beside Sara this time, with Nick on his lap and Lessa leaning against his arm. Sara had Brand on her lap and Jana on her side. Sara had to keep shaking them to have them stay awake. "Why not let them rest?" he asked. "They're going to fall asleep in the car," she said softly. "I don't want to fight this twice." They did exactly that. After dropping off the Diederich children at their home, Ezreal helped to carry Sara's inside and into their beds. While she settled them, he brought the leftover food inside from the car. He was putting them on the dining room table when Sara came out of the bedroom. She came to stand before him, her gaze intent as she met his. "Thank you so much for a wonderful day." A strand of her blonde hair had escaped the clasp in the back. She looked tired, but happy. "It was fun." He brushed aside the wayward lock. A tingle of attraction raced up his hand, and his gaze dropped to her lips. His phone rang, the rock song making them both startle and step apart. Irritated, he pulled the phone from his pocket and groaned. He'd been counting on some alone time with Sara. "Looks like I'm needed at the office." "But it's Saturday." "Remember what I said about my teams pushing to get ahead so we can be closed for the party?" Doesn't seem fair for me to be off while they're plugging away. It'll be a busy week, so I'm not sure I'll be able to make it out here." Ezreal took her hand. "But be sure to let me know if you need me for anything for the music room this week." "You should take your costume now then." She hurried away and returned with the outfit on a hanger. "You do beautiful work." He took it from her. "Are you sure I can't pay you for your time?" "You already have." Sara waved her hand in the direction of the music room outside. "Thanks again for a fun day." "My pleasure." Ezreal backed up, turned, and jogged to his car. Chapter 10. "Honey, you're going to get all tangled in that." Sara helped Brand unwrap his cape from around his little body. She should have known better than to make him one, but he'd insisted his costume needed it. In his mind, he was a superhero, and not one of the champions. The grounds of REKD Gaming were full of people, and her stomach tightened. Ezreal had said the event sold out quickly, but she hadn't imagined that it would be this big. The place was swarming with people wearing incredible costumes, and she was glad she'd put her best work into his. She checked her purse for the tickets he'd given her and took each of the children by the hand to get in line. "Wow, Mama," Jana breathed as they drew closer to the gate where the security people were exchanging tickets for wristbands. "I know." Sara had driven by the complex several times since she'd first met Ezreal. From the street, the building design was interesting and seemed a fitting place for the game's headquarters. "I want to see the pretty flowers." Jana craned her neck. "We will, honey." Ezreal had mentioned the grounds had been designed so that, from the air, they looked like sections of the battle map. She checked online for pictures, but would have liked to see them in person. Glancing at the tall midsection of the building, she wondered if people up there could see it. "Next." The guard signaled her to come forward. "Hold on to my belt," she told Brand, and he dutifully slipped a finger through her jeans loop. "Ah, one of our VIP guests." The man waved for someone to come over to them. "Mrs. Fortune is a guest of Mr. Wallach's, and she'll be in the special section." "Follow me." The young woman gave Sara an assessing glance, but smiled at the children. "You're so lucky. You'll have front row seats." Their guide asked Jana, "Do you play the game?" "No, I'm too little. Ezreal plays with Mama all the time." Her daughter made the statement with a matter-of-fact attitude. Sara winced, hoping it hadn't sounded as bad to the young woman as it had to her. From the look of surprise, it had. And Sara wondered what kind of inter-office chatter went on here. Would they talk about one of the bosses having a lady friend? The guide led them to a roped-off section with padded folding chairs. Sara scanned the area but didn't see a podium, though the building's second floor had a balcony. It reminded her a little of the one used for presentations at Buckingham Palace. It'd been decorated with a banner that said REKD. Tall black speakers sat on each end, so she guessed any speeches would take place up there. "Right here, ma'am." The girl pointed to the 3 seats in the exact middle, each with a paper that had a single word on it. Wallach. It was like being given front row seats on the 50-yard line in a football game. "Very VIP," their guide said as she shot Sara another of those shrewd, curious glances and left. Jana tried sounding out the letters. "What's a wall-itch?" "The CH at the end is pronounced like a K," Sara said. "Wallach?" Jana started scanning the people. "Is Ezreal going to sit here?" "I don't think so. He's probably going to be up there with Les's brother." Sara pointed to the balcony. "Wait. Brand?" She took his arm and pulled him away from the barrier that surrounded the VIP section. Her son collapsed and started to wail. She crossed her arms and gave him her look. "We're going home." "No!" Brand stopped kicking his feet, his tears drying up like he'd turned off a faucet. "Come on." Sara held her hand out to him. "But why?" You know that I won't put up with you acting like this." "I'll be good." "You're never good," Jana said in disgust. "He's a good boy who's doing naughty things," Sara said. "There's a difference." Her daughter huffed at the old lecture. "Let's go home, Brand." "I promise I'll be good." He jumped to his feet. Sara pinned him with her gaze, and he squirmed. She said, "That's strike one." Instead of taking the warning gravely, he did a little dance. Sara sighed. Some days. A large man, followed by an entourage of people, entered the VIP area and strode to where she and the children stood. He paused when he saw the papers on the chairs and narrowed his eyes. "Did you move those?" He pointed to the sheets with Ezreal's last name on them. "Ezreal saved the seats for us," Jana said. The man broke off. He grinned and held out his hand. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Mayor Dalton." "I'm Sara Fortune." She hesitantly shook it. The noise of her children squabbling made her cheeks flush. "So you're special friends of Mr. Wallach's?" the mayor asked. "Jana and Brand," Sara said, looking over her shoulder at them. "That's strike two." "But I didn't get a strike one." "It doesn't matter if Brand gets three." "So how do you know Mr. Wallach?" Mayor Dalton asked, scowling at her children. "I'm a neighbor of Rafe Davis's mother." "Oh, the bed and breakfast owner." The man's not quite condescending attitude prickled Sara's already frayed nerves. "You mean the wonderful cook who's going to be publishing a cookbook? And the amazing woman who's kind and welcoming, who's the perfect example of Southern hospitality?" Sara shot him a pointed look. Mayor Dalton blinked, coughed, and then turned to say something to some newcomers. "I don't like him," Jana said. "He thinks he's better than us." "Some people are like that." Sara was impressed that her daughter saw that. "Not Ezreal." Jana planted her hands on her hips like she thought her mother was going to disagree. "Yes, he's different." "And Rafe. They both have oodles of money. Lessa said so." "Don't get obsessed with him having money. You'd never know he had so much by looking at him." Sara sat in one of their chairs. "Brand, come and sit with me." The section had started to fill up, and Sara pulled her son close. The atmosphere now had a sense that something was about to happen. One of the ushers came up the aisle and instructed everyone to take their seats. "We'll see Ezreal in a minute," she whispered to Brand, hoping to quiet him. "Where?" As she pointed at the balcony, Rafe stepped into sight, followed by the three other REKD founders, including Ezreal. The butterflies in Sara's stomach woke up. He looked so handsome. She was glad she'd taken such good care with making his costume. All four of them were dressed as champions, and she was glad she could recognize who they were. The crowd was going wild and hooting their approval. Rafe had a giant rifle slung over his shoulder that looked like it should be heavy, but he carried it with ease. Ezreal scanned the audience and stopped when his gaze fell on her. His expression lit up, and her heart gave a little leap. She grinned and pointed to him. "Jana, there he is." Her daughter had already spotted him and started waving her arms while she screamed his name. He grinned and waved back. At first, Sara was so focused on him, she didn't hear anything Rafe was saying. Then he had other people join them on the balcony, and she recognized some of the names. Since Ezreal had mentioned esports, she'd checked it out online and knew they were some of REKD's top players. The summer splits that would lead up to the World Championship playoffs would start next week. Finally, Rafe said something about the banquet and that the professional players would be available to meet with fans. He then declared the event officially open. The others turned back inside, but Ezreal caught Sara's gaze again and held up a finger. He mouthed, "Wait for me." Her heart fluttered and the butterflies in her stomach started dancing. She nodded, and he disappeared inside. It'd been days since she'd seen him, and she couldn't believe how much she'd missed him. While everyone else left, she and the children stayed in their seats. "Can we go?" Jana asked, and Bran tugged on Sarah's hand to get her to stand up. Ezreal's coming for us. Both children stopped pulling on her and looked around again. Sara slowly got to her feet and pointed to the building's entrance. Ezreal had gotten ahead of the others and was jogging toward them. Chapter 11. "Wow, you guys look great," Ezreal exclaimed as he approached Sara and her kids. Brand launched himself into Ezreal's arms. "Are you famous?" Jana asked, clutching his hand. "Nah, Rafe is." Ezreal scowled at Sarah's outfit of jeans and a wrecked t-shirt he'd given her. "Didn't you have time to make a costume for yourself?" "I'm not really into dressing up," she said. "You look amazing." "You should have seen the look on Darius's face when he saw me." Ezreal couldn't help preening. "I felt quite smug." "I'm glad." Sara straightened Bran's costume. "I didn't think this champion wore a cape," Ezreal said. "He doesn't." The little boy ran his fingers over the gauntlet in Ezreal's hand. "But I made him a superhero, and that's better." "So you're an impressive seamstress, too," Darius said, coming to stand beside them and extending his hand to Sara. Ezreal's hackles rose at the way his partner was scanning her shapely figure. "She made the kids' outfits, too." He moved nearer to her and put his hand on the small of her back. She edged a little closer. The corner of Darius's mouth quirked up, and Ezreal realized he'd been played, but he didn't care. He felt protective of Sara and the children in a way he'd never experienced with anyone before, and he wouldn't put up with anyone messing with them. He stood a little taller, and the big man gave an approving nod. Ezreal relaxed. "You already know Darius and Rafe." He pointed toward the other two men who'd joined them. "That's Kane. He's over programming." They congratulated Sara on the costumes before excusing themselves and moving on. "I wish you could have come in a costume, too. Maybe next year." Ezreal put down Brand and took his hand, glancing around. "This has been crazy successful, especially once word got out that our pro teams would be here. It's tough for some of them because a few don't speak English very well." "They're in the North American region, but they don't speak English?" Sara asked. "Some of them come from other countries, especially Korea. It's so popular there it can be tough to stand out. A few of the best can get waivers to play in other regions, but we limit the number." "Is that where Kane's from, Korea?" "No, he's from Phoenix," Ezreal said, his tone teasing. "But his mother was born in Seoul." Sara shook her head, glancing around at the crowd again. "I had no idea your game was so big." "More people watched the World's competition last year than the Super Bowl. It's a big deal. Our finals this fall will take place at Madison Square Garden." "In New York City?" She shot him another surprised look. "Yep. That's why Kane bought a condo there," Ezreal said. "When do you think it's best to do the tour?" "First thing," Sara said. "I don't know how long this little guy will last." "Let's go then. Jana, are you excited to see where I work?" Ezreal asked. "Yes." When they reached the front door, he handed the little girl his key fob and had her unlock it. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised," Sara said, glancing around the large, open lobby. "But I've recognized a lot of people here today, like parents of my students. I think REKD gaming must have been good for Boone's economy." "Well, I don't think it's hurt it." Ezreal offered her his arm, and she took it. With Jana holding her mother's hand and Brand holding Ezreal's, it felt like they belonged together. He liked it. The building was designed like a wheel, without the outer rim. This main section is where the business offices are, with the 4 developmental sections in the spokes. Rafe is the CEO, of course, but he's also over the creative team. You might have read some of the champion lore online. He writes most of that. Jana and Brand had taken to skipping around and hooting to hear their voices echo in the large room. "We each have apartments at the end of our departments," spoke. "You live here?" Sara asked. "Makes for an easy commute." Ezreal shrugged. "And really hard to leave your work behind." "I'm not sure I ever leave my work behind, so it wouldn't matter anyway." "You should, though." "You sound like Ari." He glanced at Sara. "I guess your house is where I go for a break." "That's sweet, Ezreal." The tenderness in her voice made his ears grow hot. He reached up and touched one before he realized she was watching him. He dropped his hand. "Helping with the music lessons will be a good outlet for me, too." He scanned the large room. "You're right that it's good to get away. I've mentioned before that when I met you and the kids, I was in a rut. Since I've been able to get away to your house, my music's come alive again. But I'm also able to relax there." "I'm glad. A lot of people would find my children exhausting." "No way. I love your kids." Grinning at their noisy antics, Ezreal glanced back at their mother. Her soft smile as she met his gaze made his chest swell, and warmth radiated through his body. Drawn by her beautiful eyes, he leaned closer, as she did the same. Brand let out an especially loud whoop, and Ezreal jumped, stepping back. Sara's cheeks had flushed a bright pink. He almost kissed their mother right in front of them. His heart was thudding so hard in his ears that he had to ask Jana to repeat herself. "Do you live here?" Ezreal pointed to the music section. "My apartment is at the end of that hallway." "I want to see your house," Jana said. Me too, Brand echoed, hopping toward them. He fell, and Ezreal helped him to his feet. "Let's go, then." Ezreal wasn't messy, but yesterday he'd had his housekeeper come in for an extra run-through. He handed his key fob to Jana again, and she unlocked his door. Would Sara like his apartment? He hadn't admitted to himself before, but it was important if she did. "Oh, my," Sara breathed, and the four of them paused at the entry. "It's a log cabin," Jana cried. She released her mother's hand and ran into the middle of the great room. Brand broke free and dashed after his sister. Ezreal and Sara followed slowly. "Do you like it?" he asked softly. "It's beautiful. Is that—" She paused, listening. "Crickets? And running water?" "Yeah, it's kind of like white noise." The guys didn't notice it at first, though it didn't take Rafe very long. "Brand, don't go up those stairs." Sara stepped toward the little boy, but he darted over to a table and picked up a matchbox car. "I want to play with one." Jana ran over to join her brother. "It's okay," Ezreal said. "I keep those out for when Rafe brings Nick and Lessa with him." "He's a good brother," Sara said, studying the room again. Ezreal wished he knew what she was thinking. Did she find his decor excessive? He'd never wanted to be one of those flashy rich guys and had felt a little guilty for the amount he'd invested in his apartment, especially since none of his partners had done much with theirs yet. "I haven't spent much money on myself," he explained. "I'm not into fancy cars, so I noticed." Her approving glance encouraged him. "But I decided to invest some of it here, to make it my dream house." "You have no need to apologize if that's what you're doing. It's certainly unexpected after that businesslike hallway. This," Sara held out her hands and turned a slow circle. "It's like stepping into a magical place." Ezreal grinned. She liked it, and it made him happy. "That's what I was going for." He stepped beside her and scanned the room. "When I was a kid, we'd vacation in a cabin in the mountains. I loved the rustic feel." "So you do have a place to escape from work." "It's beautiful, and I love the open space by combining the living and dining rooms with the kitchen." Sara slid her hand into his. "It's both roomy and welcoming." Ezreal went still. enjoying the feel of her hand in his. The rush like when he rode a zip line. It was intoxicating. Have you ever gone zip-lining? Zip-lining? She shot him a sideways glance, a slight crease between her brows. Where did that come from? I was just wondering what you like to do besides sew amazing costumes and teach kids. I haven't really had much time to do things that my children can't do with me. Not since... Sara snapped her mouth shut. How long have you been parenting alone? I got away from him when Brand was almost a year old. A flash of pain crossed her face. She released Ezreal's hand and stepped away. I really don't want to talk about it. Her separation was more than a physical one. For a second, he thought she was finally going to trust him. Then what she'd said sank in. Got away. Was she running from the children's father? Would he come looking for them? Ezreal nodded to himself. That would explain why Sara was so twitchy every time an unfamiliar car drove down her street, and why Jana said they had to be careful who helped with the piano classes. Ezreal mulled over the thought as he went to a large cupboard and pulled out parts for a small circular racetrack. When he started assembling it, Brand came over, followed by his sister. "What's that?" Jana asked. "It's a racetrack I made for Nick and Lessa to play with. Let me show you how to use it." Ezreal set it on a table and indicated the starting point. "Put your cars here." When they had, he said to Brand, "Now push this button." Both cars zipped forward, and the children squealed with delight. When the cars reached the finish line, Brand and Jana ran to fetch them and started again. "Let me do it this time." Jana waited until her brother had placed his car beside hers before pressing the button. "That'll keep them busy for a few minutes," Sara said from behind Ezreal, resting her head against his shoulder. He froze, holding his breath. She hadn't pushed him away. Maybe it really was that she didn't want to talk about her ex-husband and not anger at him for raising the topic. Taking in a slow breath, Ezreal brushed his little finger against hers. When she responded by curling hers around his, he exhaled. "Is that a whole wall of binders full of music?" she asked. "It is. I've always loved music," he said. "My mother has some embarrassing videos of me dancing to the radio when I could barely stand. She said she didn't realize at first that I was actually moving in rhythm with the music. My digital collection is even larger." "Never met a piece of sheet music you didn't love, huh?" Sara glanced up at him then. Her gaze dropped to his mouth, and she looked away, her cheeks taking on a pretty blush. Ezreal didn't know what to do. He knew what he wanted to do, but with the kids playing a few feet away, he didn't dare. And how would Sara react anyway? "What's your favorite song?" she asked. "I couldn't choose a favorite," he said. "What about you?" "Me either. Music has always been an escape for me." Sara ran her free hand down one of the binders. "A couple of years ago, I met an author at a library event. She talked about how she always had a story in her head and joked that her characters would bug her until she finally wrote their story. It's like that for me. Not new music, because I'm not a creator like you, but I always have a song playing in my head." "I can't shut it out." Ezreal liked meeting someone outside of his apartment who understood. "Would you like to hear what my team's been working on?" "I'd love to, though I don't know how much longer those two will be entertained." She indicated her children. "Let me give them a couple more to play with, then." Ezreal released her finger and retrieved 2 more cars. "How about you try these?" Jana went for the hot pink sports car. That was always Lessa's go-to car, too. He'd have to expand his collection with more colors. If Rafe ever came by with his siblings while Sara was here with her kids, Ezreal didn't want the 2 little girls to fight over them. He glanced around his apartment, liking the image of Rafe's family here at the same time as Sara's. It felt right somehow. "You're prepared for the little ones, aren't you?" she asked, coming to stand beside him to watch the children. "Rafe sometimes watches Nick and Lissa, so Francie and Alex can go out. That's often when we have our game night. We rotate locations, but I think we end up here more often than any of the others. That's why I made that track for the kids. It should entertain Jenna and Brand for a little while." Ezreal risked lacing his fingers with Sara's, his heart pounding. When she didn't pull back, he sighed. He could get used to this. "Show me your place," she said. "This is the largest room." He stepped to the side and opened the hidden doors. "This is my in-home office." "I'm jealous of your workstation." She ran her free hand along the door. "I'd love to have a space like that where I can spread out when I'm grading papers during the school year, and yet close it off from the kids." Ezreal thought about the layout of her house, considering ways to maximize the space so she could have an office like this. It could be done without messing with any load-bearing walls. "What are those doors?" Sara pointed to the hallway. "That one's my bedroom. I like to be close to my office in case I need to record something in the middle of the night." "Do you dream music?" Sara turned her head. Suddenly her face was close to his, enough that he could feel her breath on his neck, making the hair on his arms stand up. Ezreal inhaled the soft sweetness of her perfume, different from what it was in the bottle. Jana had gotten into it once. It smelled totally different on her mother. The next thing he knew, Sara had nuzzled against the bottom of his chin and breathed in like that time when she'd taken his measurements. A jolt of desire raced through his nerves. "I like your aftershave," she said in a whisper. Sara turned to face him and reached up to cup his cheek. "I'm tired of skirting around this." She pressed her soft, warm lips to his. Ezreal hesitated for a second, but only because she'd surprised him. He wrapped his arms around her and gave himself to the experience of holding her, kissing her. At least he could figure out how to do that much. She circled her arms around his neck, and he let her take the lead. His entire being seemed to fill with happiness, and he discovered that the feelings of his body and his heart could merge to create something so much more powerful than just the combination of the two. Finally, Sara broke the kiss, and Ezreal was surprised to find his breathing ragged. "I feel like I've just run a 10K race," he gasped. "Is it always like this?" "Oh, Ezreal," she said, a tender expression crossing her face as she ran a finger down his cheek. "Was that your first kiss?" His ears went even hotter, but he nodded. "I hope you're not disappointed," Sara whispered, looking worried. "It was amazing." Ezreal slid his arms around her waist again and pulled her close. "But haven't other women expressed interest in you? Tried to get your attention?" "A few. But if I don't know a woman well, I try not to look directly at her." He shrugged. "It's a matter of trust." "You trust me?" Sara asked, her eyes glistening. "I've been waiting for you my whole life. I could do this forever." That time, he kissed her. "Mama?" Jana called. Sara broke away, wiping at her smeared lipstick and saying, "In here, baby." She reached up and rubbed the lipstick from his mouth, a teasing twinkle to her eyes, like they were sharing a joke. "Ezreal's showing me his office." She stepped back into the living room, and he followed. "I have to go potty," the little girl said, and her mother glanced at him. "That door off the kitchen." He pointed to it, and Sara took Jana's hand. "Can I race with you?" Ezreal knelt beside Brand, but his thoughts were on Sara. This must be what it was like to be in love. The whole thing was out of his range of experience. He'd honestly believed that he would spend the rest of his life alone. All he knew was that even when he wasn't actively thinking about her, she was at the corner of his mind. He woke up each morning wondering how she'd slept. During meetings, he'd had to force himself not to send her texts. At the end of the day, he couldn't wait to drive out to her house or call her if he couldn't. Ezreal might be inexperienced, but he wasn't uninformed. He understood whatever was happening between them was in the first flush, that the high wouldn't last. But he thought it had the potential to grow into something deeper, something like what Rafe's parents had. That was what Ezreal wanted, a relationship that would last. He didn't want the kind his mother had called a match love, one that flared up like a match but burned out quickly. "My turn, my turn," Jana cried as she skipped out of the bathroom. Ezreal rose and went to take Sara's hand. They stood for a minute and watched the children play. "Do you want to finish the tour?" he asked. "Yes." She shot him a sidelong glance, a smile teasing the corner of her mouth. "I have one more bedroom on this floor. That's my guest room, and where my parents stay when they visit. Though they've only been a couple of times. Usually I have to go back to see them. But on this floor is also my track room." "Your track room?" She looked at him quizzically. "It's for my collection," he whispered. "I want to see it." "We need to be subtle, because it's the one room I won't let the little kids come into." "An adult collection?" Her voice had turned wary, a crease appearing between her brows. "It's nothing sinister, just an irresistible temptation for little kids." Ezreal pulled out his key fob and waved it in front of the door. He glanced back at the children before opening it. "Oh, my word," Sara breathed. "This is incredible. So complicated. Some people build these with trains. I like to build racetracks. This one took me 6 months to get running right. Little kids can trash it pretty fast, as I found out the hard way." "Nick?" "Exactly. Do you own every Matchbox car that was ever made?" Her expression was impressed rather than condescending, that a grown man would have a collection of cars meant for little kids. "Not for lack of trying. My grandfather collected stamps. I decided to collect cars. It's my only hobby, and I started when I was a little kid." "Since the children are with us," Sara said, peering at the complex array of tracks, "I won't ask you to show me how it works this time." This time. She must be thinking there might be a time when Ezreal could show it to her when it was just the two of them. Just the two of them. The thought sent a nervous thrill through him. With that happy thought, Ezreal indicated they should leave. "I have some collector models that are expensive. They don't come up for sale very often. There's a small fortune in that room." He closed the door and made sure it was locked. "What's up there?" Sara pointed to the loft. "There's a family room and a bunch of bedrooms." "Show it to me and tell me why you built it this way." "Okay." He took her hand and they climbed the stairs to the loft. "It's big enough to accommodate a large family gathering, especially since people can overflow into the main room below." He looked over the log railing to where the children were racing cars on the track. "When my brother and sister visited with their kids, we needed the room. It's also where the guys and I set up for game night." Ezreal turned around to face the wall with its huge screen and pulled Sara next to him. "There are 5 on a team, but only 4 of you." "Ari's our 5th member. It's policy for all employees to play the game. Literally, all business decisions tie back to it. We give them time each day to play." "Maybe I should have come when your employees are here after all." "We can always schedule for you to come back. I don't mind showing you off." That earned him another kiss. "What's down there?" she whispered, pulling a tissue from a box this time and completely removing her lipstick. "Bedrooms and bathrooms. I don't get down there much." Sara kissed him again and made a process of wiping off his mouth before kissing him again. And then once more. Ezreal didn't think he could ever get tired of it. She sighed and rested her head against his chest. He had no idea how long they held each other. Almost since the first time he'd met her, he'd wondered if she'd fit here. She did. "Isn't it a pain to clean all this house? Or do you have a housekeeper?" Sara looked up at him. "A cleaning crew comes in once a week. With just me rattling around in here, there's not a lot for them to do except surface cleaning." "Well, I'm impressed with the warm and welcoming place you've created. What's out here?" She pulled him to the window that overlooked the back end of his wing. "Oh, you've carried the cabin look out there, too. I love it. Can we go see?" "Let's see if the kids want to come." They went down the stairs and found that the children had located the remote to his TV and were trying to figure out his cable channels. "Let's see Ezreal's backyard," Sara said, taking the remote from Brand and turning off the equipment. Outside, the children ran for the large hammock hanging between two large logs. "With those trees around the perimeter, it doesn't even look like you're part of the business park," she said, leaning against the log porch railing. "I had to fight for that because Rafe wanted the whole facility to have a similar look all the way around. I said if this was going to be my home, I wanted the freedom to make it look the way I wanted. Since I'm in the back and it didn't mess with the look from the street, they agreed. I kept the original trees and then added to them. Makes it quieter." "Do you come out here to work?" Sara slid her hand through his again. "Sometimes. Usually after most of the employees have gone for the day." "I'm hungry, Mama," Brand whined. "We should probably take you to where all the vendors are then." Ezreal pointed to the boy's wristband. "That pays for all the food you can eat." "Can I have ice cream?" he asked. "Yes, but I don't want you to eat so much that you get sick." Sara took his hand. With a sense of lightness that made Ezreal feel a little like he was floating, he extended his to Jana, and the four of them headed out to the party. Chapter 12. As Sara put the happy but exhausted children to bed that evening, her thoughts were on Ezreal. He was so good with them, patient but firm, kind. She'd never known such a good-hearted man before. Sara wished she'd been able to accept Ezreal's last-minute invitation to attend the banquet with him. His hesitation in asking her was understandable. Like he'd said, it was a trust issue, something she understood well, and she found it incredibly gratifying that he trusted her. She sighed. If she'd had a fancy dress to wear, she might have gone. Francie would have watched the kids, Sara was sure. He'd insisted she could wear a regular dress, but she'd seen the look of relief on Darius's face at Ezreal's costume. He might not care, but his partners did. Even if he downplayed it, Ezreal Wallach was a big deal in this community, and she didn't want to drag him down. Still, that he'd wanted her there with him gave her a sense of elation. It seemed like the more she got to know about him, the more she liked him. A lot more. She was falling hard for him. When her doubts tried to creep in, she pushed them aside. Sara liked how he made her feel. This was the way it was supposed to be. Hadn't she suffered enough? Hadn't she proved to herself that she was worthy of this happiness? Sara was too wired to sleep, so she sat at her desk and considered playing a game of REKD. But she enjoyed it better when she played with Ezreal. It was hard to believe that a few months ago she hadn't known anything about him, except that he was an absent-minded billionaire. For the first time since she'd escaped from Landon, she felt safe. She'd been here more than a year, and he hadn't found them. Sure, he was asking about her, but from clear across the country. Now that she had wonderful friends living nearby, an opportunity to finally make her dream of a music program come true, and a man she was learning to care for, she had a chance at a normal life. Sara turned on the television, not wanting to dwell on her past. She tried to think of the hours she'd spent with Ezreal and those delicious kisses. Oh, my. She couldn't believe that a man who'd never kissed a woman before could make her feel that way. Not that she was all that experienced herself. Sara hadn't been paying attention to the program on TV until her brain registered a reference to REKD gaming in the Just In report announcement. At first she thought they were going to do a story on the Midsummer's Eve event. Then they shifted to an on-scene reporter who was talking about a break-in. Police lights flashed in the distance, and officers were guiding out 2 handcuffed men. Was Ezreal all right? Sara fumbled for her phone and sent him a text. "You okay?" It took a couple of anxious minutes before he responded. "It's complicated, but someone broke in. They caught the guys." "Was anyone hurt? Were you?" "I'm fine. Rafe and Ari were attacked, but it looks like they'll be okay." Sara stared at the screen. Rafe and Ari had been attacked? She glanced at the time. The banquet was due to start any minute. She wanted to ask him more, but he might be busy. Heaving out a breath, she checked the television, but the regular show had started again. She was about to change to streaming a movie when she decided against it. If there were any more alerts, she wouldn't hear them there, so she turned on the show again. It was almost over when her phone rang. It was Francie. "Is everything all right?" Sara asked. "I need to go to the hospital. Can we bring over the kids?" Francie's voice shook, and she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Sara's stomach knotted. "Is this about the break-in?" "Yes. Rafe and Ari were hurt, but they insisted on going to that ridiculous banquet anyway. The guys are taking them to the hospital now, and we need to get over there. I'll make up the beds for the kids." "Thank you." Francie disconnected. Sara grabbed some clean sheets and hurried into her guest room. The previous owner of the house had left behind a set of bunk beds, and the Diederich children had used them before. As she was finishing the top bunk, she heard their car pull up. She dashed to the front door and opened it for them. They entered, each carrying a sleeping child. "This way." Sara led them to the bedroom, and Alex put Lessa on the top bed, while Francie settled Nick in the bottom one. He rolled over while Lessa watched them with doleful eyes. It was obvious the little girl could tell her parents were worried. "I'll make your favorite breakfast in the morning," Sara said. "Yes, won't that be fun?" Francie stepped on the ladder rung and kissed her daughter's forehead. "Sara will help you with whatever you need tonight, okay, sweetie?" Alex asked. "We'll fetch you in the morning." He kissed the child and then guided his wife from the room. "You have a nightlight," Sara reminded Lessa. "I'll leave the door partly open so I can hear if you need anything." "I don't need a light," Lessa said drowsily. "But Nick does." Sara hurried to where Francie and Alex waited at the front door. "What do you want me to tell them?" Sara asked. "Lessa already knows there was an accident at Rafe's work, and the doctors are checking him out." Francie rubbed her temple. "I can't believe they were hurt and still went to that banquet." "From what Bill said, it's just a precaution that they took them to the hospital," Alex said. "Bill?" Sara asked. "Bill Rice, Rafe's head of security." Francie gave Sara a quick hug and said, "We'll let you know as soon as we have some word. Thank you so much." They hurried to their car and sped away. Sara's phone pinged with a message from Ezreal. "Barely got a minute. I spoke too soon. Both Ari and Rafe are on their way to the hospital." "I just found out. I have Lessa and Nick. Francie and Alex are on their way." Sara wanted to ask more, but decided she'd have her chance later. "Keep me informed." "Will do." She turned to find Lessa watching her from the hallway. "Are you all right?" Sara sat on the couch and waved the little girl to join her. Lessa ran over and snuggled next to her. Sara put her arm around the child. "Are Rafe and Ari gonna be okay?" "I think so," From what your dad said, they're only taking them to the hospital to make sure they're fine. I love Ari. Why would somebody hurt them? It's too early for us to know. Sara brushed aside a strand of hair from the child's face. The world has too many cruel people. Do you think it's because someone murdered Ari's husband? What? Sara shifted to stare at the child. I heard Ma talking to Rafe about it. Lesa's voice had turned conspiratorial. I'm not supposed to know, but sometimes I hide at the top of the stairs and hear things. Sara should have told the child she mustn't share something she'd overheard, but curiosity kept her from stopping the little girl when she continued. See, Ari's really Kane's sister, but they've been pretending she's not. It's a big secret, so you can't tell anyone. Someone killed Ari's husband, and she's been hiding at our house. Lesa nodded sagely. The bad men must have found her. I'm sure they'll be okay. A little numb at the revelation, Sara stroked the girl's hair, trying to comfort her. Ari had come over several times, and Sara had thought they'd gotten to be friends. Yet the woman had given no sign that she'd been going through such a terrible ordeal. At first, Sara was hurt, but then she thought of how protected she was of her own history. Poor Ari, and now she's been attacked. Lesa didn't seem to want to talk anymore, so Sara opened a children's book and started reading. The little girl fell asleep, and Sara debated whether or not she could handle lifting her back into the top bunk. Sara's phone pinged with a text from Ezreal. Rafe is being released to come home, but they're keeping Ari for observation. Can I come over? Please. About 20 minutes later, she heard the sound of his car, and a sudden lightness filled her. She eased out from under Lesa and hurried to the door to unlock it. Ezreal wore a crease between his brows. When he saw Sara, his expression softened, the frown disappearing. She put a finger to her lips and indicated the sleeping child. Wouldn't she be more comfortable in a bed? He asked. Sara shot him a flat look. Of course she would. She explained about the lifting, and he grinned. That alone was enough to ease her worry about the others. Let me take her then. Ezreal gently lifted the child, and Sara led him down the hallway and opened the door. He easily put Lesa in the bed and pulled a light blanket over her. Is Rafe okay, Uncle Ez? She asked sleepily. Your brother will be fine. In fact, he's going to be staying at your house for a few days. As soon as Ezreal closed the bedroom door, he pulled Sara into his arms. He'd never known anyone before who'd been through a violent attack. All that had gotten him through the wait at the hospital had been the thought that he could be with her soon. She held him just as tight, and he thought she must also be troubled by what had happened. Let's sit, Sara finally said and took his hand. Ezreal let her lead him to the couch and push him gently down. He didn't release her hand. Will you sit with me? Would you like something to eat? I'm still full from the banquet. He pulled Sara down beside him and put his arm around her. I feel terrible that we didn't make them go to the hospital first off. They're so bruised. Why is Ari still in the hospital? She had a reaction to a medication, so they're keeping her under watch. They'll hurt for a while, but the human body is pretty resilient. The flat tone of her voice, so knowing, caused him to shift. She'll be fine, I'm sure. Sara stroked his cheek with her cool, calming hand. Is she really Kane's sister? How did you know that? Lesa knew. That little stinker. His shoulders relaxed, and he put his feet on the coffee table. I hope she didn't tell anyone else. Ari's husband really was murdered? Yes. He heaved out a breath. It'll all come out in the news now. She changed her name, and Kane even set up a look-alike in his penthouse in New York. That's why he's been gone a couple of weekends a month. He's been pretending to visit his sister there. I wish I could have told you, but it was too dangerous." "Did Francie and Alex know?" Sara leaned against his chest, and Ezreal wrapped his arms more firmly around her. "Oh, yeah," he said with a yawn. There's no way either of them would have let her stay with the Diederichs otherwise. "It was such a wonderful day, too," she said, her words slow and slurring. "Rafe said we'll just increase security inside the building next year. Not that we think there will be a repeat, since they caught the guys. But we don't want any copycat pranks." "That's good." Ezreal's eyes were growing too heavy to keep open. With Sara in his arms, he didn't fight it. A sharp twinge in Sara's neck caused her to shift. She'd been dreaming of Ezreal. The slow beating of a heart against her ear and the hard muscles under her hands caused her to pop open her eyes. She sat up with a jerk. For a second she thought it must be Landon and almost scrambled back. But it was gentle Ezreal who leaned against the couch cushions. He was so tired that he hadn't even stirred. She eased off the couch and picked up a throw to spread over him. Her heart ached at the sight of him sleeping so peacefully, and she had to resist the temptation to crawl back onto the sofa with him. It'd been a late night, but she didn't doubt her children would wake soon. Once her two rose, it wouldn't be long before the Diederich children would be up too. Sara showered and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. While her griddle heated, she mixed some batter for pancakes. She had to assume that not having heard from Francie meant that everything was going well for Rafe and Ari. Her phone pinged and she pulled it from her apron pocket. It was from Tia. They had messaged several times since that warning text, with no further word about Landon. But every time Sara received a message from her friend, her adrenaline rushed, and she had to fight down the instinct to run and hide. "Just checking in again with some news." Grinning, Sara replied, "Are you expecting again?" "Bite your tongue. 3 kids are plenty." There was a pause before Tia's following text came in. "He called the house again." For a second, Sara worried she might throw up. Had it just been last night that she'd been thinking she might get her dream of a normal life? Ugh, why won't he leave us alone? Just keep lying low and he'll give up. Maybe he'll find a girlfriend. Like Sara would wish that on any woman, but she doubted it anyway. Landon was possessive, and he hated not getting what he wanted. But she kept the thought to herself. "What are you doing this morning?" "Cooking for a crowd. Jana and Brand had friends stay the night. The parents are my neighbors and should be over soon. It's a nice way to start the day." "I wish we could do that kind of thing again. We miss you." "I'll never come back to Seattle. Too many bad memories." "I understand. Your mother called the other day and asked if I'd heard from you." Her mother asking after her was as alien a concept as Landon looking for Sara to apologize. What was really going on? A tiny part of her worried that her mother might be ill, but a big part of her knew the woman would never reach out. When Sara had needed help to get her divorce, while Landon was incarcerated for attacking the children, all her mother had done was try to talk her into staying with him, even after Sara had shown her the pictures of both Jana and Brand's bruises. When her mother had failed to come to the defense of her grandchildren, Sara had washed her hands of the woman. A new thought struck her, sending a chill down her spine. Could Landon be trying to get to her through her mother? Sara was suddenly glad she hadn't told Tia where she lived or even what part of the country she was in. "You didn't tell her anything about me, did you?" "Of course not." "Not even that we're in touch?" There was a pause before Tia finally responded. Sara held her breath as she quickly flipped the pancakes. "I don't think so." Sara groaned. "What do you mean you don't think so?" "We talked about a lot of stuff, but I don't think I mentioned that you and I were still talking." "Whatever you do, play ignorant. I don't want to risk it if Landon's using her. I never thought of that. That's probably what the snake is counting on. I'm so sorry. I really don't think I told her anything. It's all good. Just keep me up to date if she contacts you again. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. How are the kids? By the time they finished chatting back and forth, Sara had a nice stack of pancakes ready to put in the oven to keep warm. She wished she could shake the feeling that Landon was up to something with her mother, even if the woman didn't know she was being used. That would be like Landon. He could be charming when he wanted and put on a face of kindness and consideration. Every time he'd apologized for hurting her, he'd been so sincere. She'd wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that he'd changed. How could someone who looked and spoke like that not mean it? And maybe he had, at the moment, until he got angry again. And he always got angry again. A squeal came from the living room, along with a cry of, "Ezreal!" Sara peeked her head around the door jamb and found all 4 children wrestling with him on the couch. His hair was matted on one side from sleep, and the blonde scruff of a beard made her wonder what he looked like with a full one. It had a bit of red in it. Ezreal looked up and met her gaze. She smiled to herself, wondering what it would be like to kiss him with facial hair. She wished she'd done it while he was still asleep. "Breakfast is ready." Sara pinned her children with a hard stare. "Everyone wash your hands," she said to Ezreal. "You'd be wise to use my bathroom." By the time he returned to the kitchen, she'd set the table and had syrup and jam beside the butter. He rounded up the 4 kids before she had to go looking for them. They were only a little wet, and she wondered what the bathroom looked like. "Don't worry about it," he said, taking the seat beside hers. "I cleaned up after them." "Thank you." Sara lowered her voice. "Did you talk to Lessa?" "I did. She won't say anything until her mother tells her the news." He glanced at her sheepishly. "I didn't mean to fall asleep on your couch." "Neither did I." Ezreal put his hand on her knee, and Sara found herself wondering again what it would be like to kiss this unshaven face. She reached up and touched his cheek. "What?" he asked, pulling back. "I was wondering if it feels like sandpaper." "Does it?" "Right now it does, so I wouldn't dare give you more than a peck." Ezreal leaned toward her, so she closed the distance and pressed her lips to his. "Well?" he asked. "Someday it might be fun to explore the facial hair thing, but at the moment I definitely prefer you freshly shaven." "I can fix that." Sara glanced up then and found 4 pairs of eyes staring at them. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't look away. "Is Ezreal your boyfriend now?" Lessa asked. Sara shot him a quick glance, and he quirked his brows at her, evidently leaving that declaration in her hands. "If he wants to be," she said, her heart thudding hard. Ezreal reached over and clasped her hand. "He would like to be, very much." He then faced her children. "If that's all right with you." Jana squealed louder than Sara had ever heard her daughter squeal before. She jumped from her chair and threw herself into Ezreal's arms, with Brand right behind her. He held them to his chest, his eyes misting. Sara was furiously blinking her eyes when the doorbell rang. Sniffing, she and Ezreal hurried over to let in Francie and Alex. "How are they?" Ezreal asked. "Rafe's still sleeping, and we're waiting for Ari to be released before we pick her up from the hospital," Francie said as she hugged her children. "Is everything all right?" Alex asked, glancing at Ezreal. "Everything's fine," Sara said. "I made a bunch of pancakes, so I hope you brought your appetite. I'm sure they're not as good as Francie's, but at least she didn't have to make them." "That's very kind of you." Francie gave her a hug. They headed to the dining room. "We appreciate you watching the children." "Any idea when they'll release Ari?" Ezreal asked, pulling out a chair for Francie and indicating that she should sit down. Alex took the seat beside her. "Probably not until after lunchtime." He stabbed a pancake and put it on Nick's plate. "I'm surprised to see you here so early this morning, Ez." Francie glanced between him and Sara with a raised brow. "Ez said Sarah's his girlfriend now," Lessa said. "They kissed. Ew." Ezreal took Sara's hand and brought it to his lips. Rafe's mother smiled and helped herself to a pancake. Chapter 13. Sara felt like something had shifted in her life, and that it'd never be the same. Ezreal started spending even more time at her house. She'd wondered if he was ready to take their relationship to the next level, but he seemed to be taking his time. Which, she reminded herself, was just as well, until she was able to shut down the distrustful voice in the back of her mind. She wasn't ready anyway, even though sometimes she wanted to be. After the attack, REKD Gaming was in the news, and he came over to hide from the press. It seemed that the added element of Ari's story had captured their interest. Sara had been impressed with how well Rafe handled the attention. Even with all the pestering, he kept his calm, like a public information officer, and couldn't be tripped up to reveal something he shouldn't. His most common response was to refer them to the police. "Have you seen this?" Ryan asked when he arrived for his lesson. He handed her a national business magazine. Sara stared at the photo of Rafe and Ari, a queasy feeling starting in her stomach. It looked like it'd been taken at one of the early press conferences, since they both sported bruises from the attack. The article referred to him as one of the Harvard billionaire boys. Her brain connected the dots that she must have been ignoring. Ezreal was a billionaire boy, too. If they found out he was dating her, would the press try to get a picture of her? The sick feeling grew. "Are you all right, Mrs. Fortune?" Ryan asked. "You look pale all of a sudden." "I'm not feeling very well." She wiped at the perspiration that had broken out on her upper lip. Why hadn't she considered what it could mean to date a billionaire? It was so easy to forget that Ezreal wasn't just big news in Boone, or even in North Carolina, but around the world. They needed to have a difficult conversation. As much as she'd hoped to leave that ugliness behind her and not sully this sweet thing between them, it seemed it wasn't meant to be. "Oh, good. Mr. Wallach just pulled up. I'll get him." The boy sent her another worried glance and jogged out the front door where her children were already clamoring for Ezreal's attention. As soon as Ryan spoke, Ezreal had picked up both of the children and was jogging to the house. "Are you all right?" he asked, setting down the children, who had turned quiet at the worry in his voice. Never in Sara's life had someone cared so much about her well-being. It was an incredible feeling. Why couldn't he just be a regular guy? "I just have a headache," she lied. "Want me to come back another time?" Ryan asked. "You do look a little pale, but you're not feverish." Ezreal knelt in front of her and felt her cheek with the back of his hand. "I can do his lesson for you while you lie down. We could use a music room so we won't bother you. If you've got a headache, I can get you a painkiller." "That's not necessary." Sara's eyes stung at his kindness, and she tried to smile. "I don't mind, really." He stood and held out his hand to her. "We'll take the kids with us. I came out tonight to check on Darius's mural anyway." "I'll let you do the lesson, but I don't want to be alone." Ezreal arched a brow at that, but didn't say anything. He took Brand and Sara by the hand, so she held out her free one to Jana. "Grab your materials, Ryan." Ezreal didn't wait, but led the way to the music room. Ryan did as he'd been told, and then jogged ahead. "Wow, it's hot in here," the boy said when he opened the door. "Is something wrong with the air conditioning?" Ezreal released their hands and went to the thermostat on the wall. "I didn't want to waste money on the electricity, so I turned the thermostat up when we're not in here," Sara said. You should only do about 5 degrees. It's actually less expensive to keep it at a steady temperature. Ezreal turned on the air conditioning and the overhead fan, too. It might cost a little more, but I'll cover it. Jana had gone up to the wall where a line of piano keys flowed close to her hand height. She put her fingers to it and started tapping out a silent song. I almost wish there'd been a way to make those work for real, Ezreal said softly as he watched her. He started to hum the notes she was playing, and Sara realized the tune was unfamiliar. Jana glanced over her shoulder at him and grinned. Do you hear it too? I hear the song you're playing. But she's not playing any song, Brand said, scrunching his face. Yes, she is. Ryan knelt beside her and put his fingers to the painted keyboard. Can you hear my song? At the sound of her daughter's sweet voice, humming along to what Ryan played, Sarah's headache was forgotten. Ezreal stepped closer, shifting to a bass harmony to Jana's song. Sara moved beside him, her attention now on Ryan's strokes, comparing them to what her daughter was singing. They were almost dead on. Wow, Ryan said when they'd finished. She's gifted, Ezreal said quietly. Have you started her on lessons yet? I've been waiting for her to ask. I didn't want to push them on her. Jana looked up at them. I don't have to wait for the group lessons? Oh, sweetheart, of course not. Sara let go of Ezreal and squatted down to her daughter. If you don't want me to be your teacher, I'll find someone to give you lessons. I want Ezreal to be my teacher. Jana grinned at him. He hears the music, too. At the twinge of jealousy, Sara sighed, irritated with herself. He's too busy to give little girls. I'd love to teach her if that's what she wants. Ezreal put his hand on Sara's shoulder. Sometimes it can be hard to be taught by a parent. What did you think of my song? Ryan asked hesitantly. You definitely hear the music too, Sara said. Play it on a real piano. Ezreal glanced at Sara. If that's all right. Was he going to take over Ryan's lessons too? Sara had to fight back the familiar sense of inadequacy. I'm not looking to take on students, Ezreal said softly, seeming to understand. Only Jana, if you're okay with it. Let's hear Ryan play his song. Sara smiled at the creative synergy that was happening in front of her. Ezreal looked at the boy and pointed to the single electronic piano in the room. Ryan didn't need another invitation and slid onto the bench. He turned it on and started playing. You could hear that in your mind while you watched his fingers on a painted keyboard? She asked Ezreal, keeping her voice soft. Moving one hand with the tempo of the music, he nodded. Can you imagine a harmony to it? Yes. Sara often did that when listening to instrumental music, especially when she was involved in a mindless task. It made boring work pass faster. Will you hum it now? Ezreal, his eyes narrowed, continued to watch Ryan play. Self-conscious, she began softly. Yes, he breathed, his hand movements getting larger, as though he were conducting an orchestra. Louder. Ryan, repeat it when you finish. Jana slid her hand into her mother's as though she understood Sara needed the encouragement. She hummed louder. Ryan began again, and it was easier this time since she was familiar with the song. Ezreal started to hum a baritone line, and a sweetness swelled inside her at the beauty of their voices weaving in and out of Ryan's lilting melody. When the boy ended that time, they all stopped and stared at each other as the music faded. It was so pretty, Jana said. Can I learn to do that? Yes, Sara and Ezreal said together. The four of them laughed. You wrote that? Ezreal asked. Ryan nodded, his cheeks still flushed with excitement. Are you 16 yet? Next month. Would you like to come to work for me as an intern after your birthday? Are you kidding? Ryan cried, jumping to his feet. I think your music would be a good fit for what we do. Talk to your parents, though. If they think it's a good thing, I can have our attorney send over an agreement to review." They worked through the song several more times until the sound of a car pulling up to the house came from outside. "Wow, we must have lost track of time. That's my mom." Ryan started backing toward the door. Then he came running up and gave Ezreal a handshake. "Thank you so much." He grabbed his music and dashed out the door. Ezreal smiled as he watched the boy climb into the vehicle, talking away. "His mom's going to have a hard time bringing him down to earth," Sara said. "Maybe, but his parents have to agree it's a good thing." Ezreal glanced at where the two children were singing as they ran their fingers along the painted keyboard. Sara looked better, but she still seemed preoccupied. He sensed that she wanted to talk to him about something. Was she finally going to open up to him? Ezreal said, "I'd like us to have some time alone. Can I take you to dinner?" Sara hesitated, and he knew she meant to turn him down. "Do you trust me?" he asked. Her hesitation twisted his heart. What had she been through to make her so afraid? And what had happened to worry her? "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He pulled her into his arms, wishing he could voice how much those words meant to him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and they held each other without speaking. "No, that's my part!" Jana's shout was followed by a smack, and Brand started to cry. "Corner," Sara said, her voice stern. "But, Mama—" "Now, young lady. And Brand, you go to the other corner." When he started to argue, Sara moved fast, sweeping him into her arms and depositing him in one of the corners. He collapsed to the floor with a shriek, and she said, "I won't start the timer until you stop crying." Jana watched, wearing a smirk. Then she looked at Ezreal. He tilted his head, raising his brows and pointing to another corner. The little girl heaved out a breath but turned around. He glanced at his phone to check the time, though he had no idea how long Sara would have them in time out. Brand finally stopped his temper tantrum. His mother checked her phone and said, 3 minutes. "Jana's been in the corner almost 2, Ezreal said, coming to stand by Sara. "How long for her?" "I do 1 minute per year. They don't have the attention span for longer than that." "Makes sense." Sara shifted, like she was nervous. He sensed that she wanted to say something. Was it because she didn't trust him yet? He knew that he wasn't always very good at saying the right thing. Maybe he was a rotten boyfriend. "Please, trust me with this burden." Ezreal cupped her cheek. "I'd like to help you carry it, but I can't unless you share it with me." He slid his hand down and took her hand. "It's a part of my life I'd rather not remember." "But it seems to keep coming back." She heaved out a breath very reminiscent of her daughter's only a few minutes before. "It's like a monster in the closet," Sara said. "When it's light outside, I can almost forget he's there." "He?" It was definitely the ex-husband. Then it gets dark. Sara's face twisted, her expression vulnerable. "And the boogeyman comes out." Ezreal kissed her temple. "I think I understand. Just when I think I've overcome the stutter, I'm introduced to a woman I don't know and find myself tripping over my tongue again." "But what if your boogeyman is looking for you?" "What?" Ezreal took a step back so he could see her face, the ominous tone in her voice making his hair stand on end. "Let's not talk about it here." Sara waved to her daughter. "Jana, you can come out now. Brand, you too, but no more hitting." Both of the children skipped over to them as though nothing had happened, their grievances forgotten. "I'll check with Francie," Ezreal said, typing in the text. There was something much more serious going on with Sara, and he had to know what it was. "I want to take Sara out to dinner. Can you watch the kids?" Francie responded quickly. "Bring them over. I'll give them dinner, too. You two have fun. With a winky face. She even said she'll feed them. Ezreal pointed to the music room door and asked the children, "How would you guys like to eat at the Diederichs?" "Yes, yes!" Brand skipped outside but tripped on a paving stone. Ezreal had to stretch to catch him before the little boy skinned his knees. "I'll need to change," Sara said. "No. Let's go to the Daniel Boone Lodge," he said. "It's nice, but you don't have to dress up." "All right." Her expression was resigned, not exactly how he'd imagined she'd look when he took her out to dinner. The children talked excitedly as they drove the short distance to the Diederichs. When they arrived, Francie greeted them with a huge grin. "Don't you two worry about these little ones. Just go and have some fun." She shooed them off and guided the children inside. Sara was quiet on the ride to the restaurant. Ezreal thought she might be gathering her thoughts and probably deciding how much to tell him, so he didn't push her. He found the silence between them comfortable in spite of the underlying tension. She'd become integral to his waking thoughts and dominated his dreams. Even when she wasn't with him, he was anticipating the time when she would be. Usually it took months before he felt comfortable enough to speak around a woman. Sara had broken through that barrier faster than any woman he knew. Now he wanted to spend all his free time with her. Was it too much for her? It wasn't like he had anything to compare it to. They were early enough to beat the dinner rush and were seated right away. Sara waited until after they'd ordered and were alone. "My boogeyman is my ex-husband," Sara said softly. "I thought that might be the problem. But why are you letting something from the past trouble you now? Is he giving you custody problems or behind in child support?" "I have sole custody. He doesn't pay child support because he doesn't know where we're at. But he's trying to find us." Her complexion had gone pale, her expression bleak. Once again, the hair on the back of Ezreal's neck stood up, and he found himself glancing around the room to see if anyone was looking at them. "How do you know he's looking for you?" he finally asked. "I have one friend I've stayed in contact with, and she told me he's been asking about me. Then my mother, who I have nothing to do with, asked my friend about me." "Do you think your mother is talking to him?" "She's been abused and brainwashed by my father for years. I'm not sure she'd know if she was being manipulated." "How long since you left him?" Ezreal wondered for the first time if Sara was still married to the man. "A little over 2 years ago," she said, her words a little strangled, like it was difficult for her to get them out. "He'd been hurting me for years, but I left when he hurt my children." Anger, such as Ezreal had never experienced before, rushed into him, and he had to grit his teeth to keep from speaking. He didn't want to hijack the conversation. He was sure she had more to tell him. "I left him and pressed charges, so he was in jail for a while, and I divorced him while he was incarcerated. He's found out what town I was living in twice. The last time about 20 months ago. We barely got away." Sara met Ezreal's gaze, and she looked sick. He covered her hand with his. "How's he finding you? Through your name?" "I think that's how he did the first times. I'd reverted to my maiden name and moved to Oregon. This time I took my great-grandmother's maiden name and moved clear across the country into this house that's being held for me in a family trust." "So you don't know if he's found you, just that he's looking for you." "Right. But my mother's really gullible. It makes me uneasy that he's probably dragged her into this." "Does she know where you're at?" "No. I broke all connections with her when she tried to talk me out of leaving him." "She did that?" For all his mother's inadequacies, she'd never encourage a woman to stay in an abusive relationship. Their food arrived. They stopped talking and focused on it for a few minutes. "I want to hire someone to keep track of this guy," Ezreal said, spreading black cherry preserves on his biscuit. "Our head of security helped with Ari, and he'll probably have some suggestions. I don't know. Sara moved her salad around on her plate. Those people still found her. It seemed unfair, but Ezreal could see how she'd think that way. Sara, you can't be saying we should just live with the possibility that this nutcase could show up to hurt you and the children and do nothing to prevent it. We? She asked, her voice small. We. He reached across the table and covered her hand. I told you I was in this with you. Sara's lips trembled. For a second, he thought she might cry, but she got control of herself and squeezed his hand. Even so, she looked like she wanted to say something else, but didn't. I think it'd be best to keep an eye on this guy. At the very least, it'll give us some warning if he makes a move. I've thought about getting passports for me and the children and leaving the country. Anything to get out of his reach. You could do that without him signing? Ezreal asked, alarmed that she might do it. I have sole physical and legal custody, so yes. But it'd be complicated because of their unofficial name changes. More importantly, I'd hate to leave. We're finally settling well here, in Boone. Sara glanced at Ezreal. We're happy here. Don't do anything drastic. I'll check with Bill and see what I can set in motion. This isn't even your problem. Yes, it is. I care for you. Your burden is my burden. She sniffed and took a teary bite of her salad. Chapter 14. It seems I've got a problem for you, Bill, Ezreal said when he dropped by the REKD Gaming head of security's office the following day. What's up? The silver-haired man asked, leaning back in his chair, his light tone belying his frown. I'm dating a lady. I know. Faint. Ezreal took a chair. Well, she's divorced and has a couple of kids. I just found out that she's actually in hiding. He waited to give the older man a chance to digest those implications. Bill groaned as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Her situation isn't anything like Ari's. She's been here nearly 2 years and has a job. The problem is that she's gotten word her abusive ex has been asking around about her. I'm hoping you can recommend a good private investigator. A preemptive strike? That's what I'm thinking. I'd rather have some eyes on him to let me know if he ever leaves the state. Where did she used to live? Seattle. Bill raised his brows. Isn't that where you're from? Yeah, and that reminds me. Ezreal rubbed his neck. She freaked out when she found out the name of my father's construction company. You could ask your father if her ex is working for him. Bill shook his head. I can tell from your expression that you don't like that idea. I'd go with your instincts. If you aren't comfortable raising it with your father, then I wouldn't. Let your PI dig that up. What else can you tell me? Ezreal explained what he knew. Could he have turned a new leaf and be looking for his kids? Bill raised his hands at Ezreal's expression. I know, but I need to play the devil's advocate. She has sole custody, but it doesn't sound like she had his parental rights revoked. Maybe he just wants to see them. He hurt them all, even the kids. It's the violence that has me worried. I won't stand back and let him hurt them again. That's why I need some eyes on him. We need to know what he's up to and who he's associating with. She said he's done some time for the abuse. Bill rose and went to stand by his office window, looking thoughtful. I have a friend who's an ER doctor, and he made an observation once that's always stuck with me. He said that everyone who comes in to see him lies. If they say they've only had a couple of drinks, then he assumes they've had 6. If they claim to have taken only 1 pill, then they've taken at least 3. He doesn't know why they won't be honest with him, but they aren't. "What's your point?" Ezreal asked, though he had a feeling he knew. Bill took his seat again and leaned forward. "I'm worried your lady friend's held something back that could be important. People who've been abused tend to be defensive." Ezreal heaved out a breath. "I'm not going to pretend I think she's told me everything. She has trust issues, and I understand why. I'm working on it, and it's a big deal that she's told me as much as she has." "Well, here's something else to consider." Bill leaned back in his chair. "If this guy's been in jail, there's a good chance he's rubbed shoulders with some unsavory types. Who knows what he's gotten involved in since she saw him last? That's one of the pitfalls of our judicial system." He reached for an old-fashioned Rolodex and flipped through some cards. "I do have a couple of people I can suggest to you. You need to tell your friend to be careful about anyone who knows her location here and could be in touch with her ex. She's sensitive to that and says no one knows she's here. Her name's Sara Fortune." Ezreal frowned. "I don't know what her name was before." "That name's familiar." Bill rubbed his chin. "Is your friend the lady who Ari helped with that piano lesson?" "Yes." "She might want to postpone starting her lessons until this is resolved. How's she planning to vet the kids who are in her program? She'll be inviting a lot of different people to her property, unless she moves somewhere else and only uses her house for those lessons." Bill shook his head. "No, it makes me uncomfortable for her to do anything that could potentially broadcast her location. The program itself is likely to draw the attention of the press. You don't want photographers to show up and post her picture on the news." Ezreal blinked, understanding her odd attitude at the beginning of Ryan's lesson. She'd been looking at the magazine with Rafe and Ari on the cover. Sara must have thought of the potential danger of being photographed with Ezreal. Could being seen with him put her and the kids in danger? Evidently, if her ex saw it, yes. "You've finally come to it, haven't you?" Bill asked softly. "I don't want to lose her," Ezreal said, his voice equally low. "Then you have to be careful that the two of you don't get photographed together, or get the interest of a paparazzi who wants to catch a shot of the infamously shy billionaire boy and his lady love. So, no dates around town." At Ezreal's wince, Bill added, "No more dates." "We only went out to dinner last night, and the only other time was when she and I went looking for wallpaper samples for her music room. And I rented a horse-drawn carriage to take the four of us on a picnic. It wasn't a big deal, and that was weeks ago. It likely wasn't a big deal until it's brought to the attention of the wrong people." Bill gave a dark chuckle. "Don't look like that. I'm not saying you can't see her anymore. Just keep it low-key. Get the guys to help you by picking her up and bringing her here, or the two of you meeting at Francie's. We mostly just hang out at her house where we've been remodeling a room for her music program." "Did she come to the Midsummer's Eve event?" Ezreal gave a slow nod. "And we had photographers all over the place, plus the guests taking them too. I think your idea of hiring somebody is a good one, and I think you should get on it right away. The sooner you can find out where the guy is, the better. I'll have my people set up alerts, so we'll know if your name shows up linked to someone romantically." "You mean besides that lady who claims I'm from another planet and she's having my alien baby?" Ezreal pulled a face. "I didn't know you'd seen that." Bill chuckled. "In the meantime, be careful where you two are seen." "All right." Ezreal rose. "I wonder if she's right, and we ought to get the three of them passports. That way, if she has to get out in a hurry, she can. Wouldn't hurt to get it started if she doesn't need him to sign for them. Do you need anything else?" Bill started flipping through his Rolodex again. No. All right. I'll verify those phone numbers and get them to you. Thanks. Ezreal had a lot to consider as he left the security head's office. Chapter 15. Sara spent the next few days in a bit of a daze. She found herself bouncing between being happier than she could remember and always looking over her shoulder. She was watering her flower bed while the children played in the yard when an old beater car drove up. Her heart leapt into her throat. "Jana, do you remember the word?" Her daughter's face blanched, and she grabbed Bran's hand. "No!" her son cried. "It's Ezreal!" "Wait, what?" Sara stopped from pulling the children behind her. The man was getting out of the car, his face partially covered by a baseball cap. "Is something wrong?" he asked, looking alarmed. For a second, Sara stared at him, relief and anger warring inside her. Then she stomped down the steps towards him. "Don't you ever do that again! If you're going to show up in a different car and change how you look, you have to let me know first." He'd taken a step back, but she threw her arms around his neck and started to cry. "Hey, I'm sorry." Ezreal wrapped his arms around her. "I didn't think it might scare you." "Mama, don't cry." Jana clung to Sara's leg. "Pick me up," Brand insisted, trying to pull Ezreal's arms from around her. "Hang on, you two," he said. "Let's talk about this inside the house." Sara pulled herself together and wiped her eyes. She took Jana's hand while Ezreal pulled Brand up on his shoulders. "I made some cookies," Sara said once they were inside, her voice still a little shaky from the swinging pendulum of her emotions. "Let's get some milk to go with them." The children let go of their hands and ran ahead. Ezreal tossed his hat onto a table and took Sara's hand. "I'm really sorry I frightened you. I talked to our head of security, and he said we needed to be circumspect. I had one of my assistants buy a couple of old cars that would look like a dozen other cars around town. I'll alternate using them to come see you. And Rafe told me once about how they wore baseball caps so people wouldn't recognize him and Ari." "It's all right." Sara gave him a quick kiss. "That was really smart. Just let me know first. Seriously, I thought I was going to have a heart attack." Ezreal pulled her close and would have done more kissing, but Brand came out of the kitchen and made a sound of disgust. "I won't do that when I get big." He took Ezreal's hand and tried to tow him toward the kitchen. "I can't reach the cookies." Sara had to fight back a laugh. She followed the guys and arrived in time to help Jana get down some glasses. They sat around the table. Sara didn't say much, but enjoyed watching her children talk with Ezreal about what they'd been doing that morning. Then her brain keyed into the word fort. "What about a fort?" she asked. "Ezreal said he'd help me build a treehouse fort." She looked at the man, one brow arched. He shrugged. "You have some great trees back there. They're close enough that I thought we could build around them." "Don't look at me like that. It'll be fun." "I don't want my children falling and breaking an arm or leg." "I'll be careful, Mama." Brand turned his pleading puppy dog eyes on her. "Please?" "We have to let them live," Ezreal said softly. Sara melted a little at his use of we. With any other man, the nerve of including himself in the plural word would have angered her, but not with Ezreal. "We can either put thick grass underneath or get that pad stuff they use in playgrounds," he added softly. "It might help with hand-eye coordination." She nodded. "Yay!" Brand flew off the chair. He stumbled, but righted himself before throwing his arms around first Ezreal's neck and then Sara's. "When are you going to have time to do that?" she asked weakly. "Can I have a fort too?" Jana asked. "Lessa and I could have a sleepover in ours." "We'll have to talk about that. School's going to start again in a couple of weeks, and the weather will get cold. We might have to wait until spring." "No!" Brand started to cry. I think someone's ready for a nap, Ezreal said, his voice soft. Sara had never seen her son stop crying so quickly. What a bunch of crocodile tears, she said with a frown. Let's get this cleaned up so you two can go out and play, Ezreal said, rising. I need to talk to your mother. Are you going to kiss? Brand asked. I hope so. Ari kisses Rafe now, too, Jana said. Lessa says they do it all the time. Does she think it's disgusting? Ezreal asked. No, but she said it's boring. I don't want you to be boring. Well, hopefully your mother doesn't think I'm boring. Ezreal winked at Sara. She would never have imagined that he'd be like this when she'd seen him that day so long ago outside the grocery store, mumbling to himself. Now, how about you two go play outside? Did you really have your assistant buy 2 junkers so you can come to see me? She asked, watching the children run across the grass to the playset. Sure. It's not like I drive a flashy car or anything, but these will blend in better. One even looks like that car that's always parked down the street. I thought anyone seeing me drive here would assume my car is really your neighbor's. I can't believe you do all this just so you can see me. Of course I would. Ezreal pulled her into his arms and kissed her. I'd do anything for you. And this was why she hadn't been able to follow through with the breaking up with him. Never in her life had a man treated her so well. She rested her head on his shoulder, her arms around his waist, enjoying the smell of him, even if it did now include a hint of cookies and a bit of sun-baked junkyard automobile vinyl. Francie said you're still refusing to come there for dinner on Sundays. He kissed her temple. I wish you'd come. It's something I look forward to every week, and I miss you not being there. You're one of the group now. Please come. Sara smiled at him, knowing she probably looked sappy. She'd refused those invitations because she'd thought she'd been intruding on their little group. Why would they want her? She remembered Lessa's comment about Ari and Rafe. Sara laughed. Will there be lots of kissing? What? Like Ari and Rafe. And us. And us. She lifted her chin, and he pressed his lips to hers. It was so easy to lose herself when she was with him. The more time they spent together, the more she wished it would never end. She wrapped her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss, ignoring the niggle at the back of her mind that it could all come crashing down on her. At Sunday's dinner, Ezreal was anxious on Sara's behalf. He'd asked his partners to be especially nice to her. Kane was the only one missing, having returned to Ireland for something related to the bucket list charity he'd been working on. Ezreal shouldn't have worried about Sara's reception. Francie was her usual gracious self, and there was never a chance for any awkwardness. It felt to him as though Sara had always been part of the group. He couldn't have asked for more. It was the time after dinner, when Francie normally served dessert, when the sound of a car pulling up caused the conversation to pause. Sara stiffened, and Ezreal looked to Rafe, who mouthed, Bill. No one had mentioned him being invited. It's someone we know. Ezreal covered her hand. We haven't had Bill and Jolene over for a while, Francie said. So they're coming for some pie. Why don't we all move to the living room? Her husband, Alex, had already left the table and gone to greet the newcomers. I can clean this up, Sara said, hanging back. No, you won't. Francie pulled Ezreal over, put their hands together, and gave the two of them a gentle push toward the living room. Did you know about him coming? No, but I wonder if he has some news about your ex, he said softly. Here? In front of everyone? Sara held back, her complexion pale. Ezreal explained about his talk with Bill. Her eyes flashed, but before she could say anything, he held up a finger. Don't get mad. He's over security, and he has to be informed. It's his job to keep us and the company safe. I didn't ask him to do any checking himself, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. We're a close group and support each other. He held a meeting here about Ari's situation. It helped to make sure that we were all on the same page. Darius and I entertained Lessa and Nick, but Rafe brought us up to date after. I don't want my children to be frightened by information about their father. I'll bet Jolene's here to entertain the kids. Sara slid her cold hand into Ezreal's, and they joined the others in the living room. Sara, this is Bill Rise, our head of security, he said, leading her over to the man, and his wife, Jolene. It's nice to finally meet you, the older man said. It's a pleasure to meet Ezreal's special friend. His wife winked at Sara. Well, I'll gather the little one so y'all can have your talk. Jolene jangled her bracelets, and Lessa came running over, followed by Jana. Nick, who's your little friend? The woman turned her bright smile on the boys. Aren't you just a darling? Brand shot his mother a quick glance, and Sara nodded that it was all right. He went with Nick. The remaining adults took seats in the living room, and Ezreal didn't miss that the love seat was left empty. He pulled Sara to it, and they sat together. Rafe was with Ari, squeezed in beside his parents. Before you get started, Ezreal said, I want it on record that I didn't know Bill was coming. And I'll state for the record that anything that involves your security involves my office. I apologize for not making sure you knew so you could warn Mrs. Fortune. Bill raised his brows. Or should I say, Mrs. Zavin? Anger flashed through Ezreal as the almost accusatory tone, and he leaned forward. Before he could speak, though, Sara did. Why would I keep his name when I divorced him? Sara's words started out soft but increased in volume. He broke my wrist, a couple of ribs, and finally my jaw. Do you want me to show you pictures of what he did to Jana and Brand? I'll do whatever I can to keep him away from them. She'd risen with the last, pulling Ezreal with her, and was almost shouting. No offense intended. Bill raised his hands, but he seemed satisfied. Please sit down, Mrs. Fortune. I'm glad to see you'll fight. Not all abused women will. You poor thing. Francie was also on her feet and had an arm around Sara. We will support you in every way possible. Only because of Ezreal, she said, her voice tight as she looked at him. Before he could argue, Francie winked at him and said, No, my dear, we're doing this for your own self, and I don't hear Ezreal complaining. My ex-husband is violently jealous. I could be putting Ezreal in danger. That's what Bill's for. Francie pointed to the sofa. Now, why don't y'all sit down and hear what he has to say? I know Ez has been working with you to build a music room for a program you're starting for underprivileged children, Bill said when they were seated again. Sara nodded, her expression tight like she was expecting bad news. Wait, Darius asked. What does that have to do with anything? Publicity, Rafe said, and Ari gave a soft groan. Even without Ezreal's involvement, Bill said, there's a good chance the local news would want to showcase a program like hers for one of their feel-good spots. With that comes the risk the story could get picked up by a national news outlet. Can you imagine Mrs. Fortune being invited to do one of the early morning news shows? You're saying I shouldn't do it. Sara's tone had gone flat, almost dead. Ezreal started considering other ways to do the program. I'm sorry, Bill said, but yes. Is this temporary? Temporary is relative, Bill said. It depends on how long you need to keep your ex from finding you. Couldn't she get a restraining order? Darius asked. They only work if the person being restrained will honor them. Alex shook his head. There have been a few problems with them on campus over the years. And wouldn't the guy have to be notified of it? Ezreal asked. That would just hand her location to him. It was just a thought. Darius frowned, looking thoughtful. But what if the program's not in her name? Ezreal asked. We could create a charity that doesn't list her. If it catches the interest of the news, someone else can be the public face. But wouldn't she be the head teacher? Rafe asked. How do we protect her from being identified there? When Sara leaned back, seemingly deflated by the question, Ezreal brought their clasped hands to his lips and kissed hers. I know this is important to you. We'll figure something out. Of course we will, Francie said. Out of curiosity, why is this so important to you? Rafe asked. I had to teach myself how to read music and play the piano. Sara heaved out a breath. My father wouldn't pay for lessons, much less buy a keyboard. Then what did you learn on? Ari asked. At first I used a paper keyboard. Sara gave Darius a wan smile. That's why I love the ones you painted on the walls so much. I drew one like it inside my closet so my clothes hid it. Then in middle school, a new neighbor took me under her wing. It was through her that I was able to do a few things. I had to be sneaky because my father is very controlling. He wouldn't let me do after-school sports or anything like that. It's why this is important for me. I want to make sure other kids who are being denied these opportunities have some access to them. It's more likely to be finances than a controlling parent, but a lack of money still limits what the children can do. And, she added, rubbing her temple, I'm tired of being a victim. Would you like me to have my staff look into the charity? Ezreal asked, shifting to face her. Kane's working on a bucket list charity that he's bugging Darius to take over. I've mentioned before that I have an endowment already that's been helping with the remodel. No one would question me wanting to set up a music program for kids. You do this for me? She asked, a touch of wonder in her voice. I'd do anything for you, Ezreal said simply. Bill coughed, and Ezreal glanced at the others to find them all watching him with approving smiles. Chapter 16. Ezreal began spending all his free time with Sara. He had one of the guys drop him off at her school late one afternoon, so he could slink in to help her set up her classroom. Just before they finished, the custodian poked his head in the door, sending Ezreal diving behind her desk. You all right in here, Miss Fortune? The old man asked, sending a leery glance in the direction of Ezreal's hiding place. Fortunately, her phone rang then, blasting the room with the sound of Brand's recorded voice calling for her. I need to get that. She scrambled for her phone and positioned herself between the desk and the custodian. Oh, hello, Francie. Sure, put him on. Hey, sweetie. Yes, I'll be home in a little while. I just have a few things left to do before I can leave. You behaved now. She heaved out an exaggerated sigh and glanced at the old man. Can I help you with anything? Just checking to see how much longer you'll be here. A few minutes is all. Sara walked to the door and opened it for him. The custodian moved slowly as he left, glancing over his shoulder a couple of times. Not yet, Sara whispered when the door had closed behind him. She bent over the papers on her desk and fiddled around with them. From his spot on the floor, Ezreal was able to peek under the desk with a view of the door. The old man's face suddenly popped up in the window. Sara acted as though she hadn't seen. How'd you know? Ezreal asked, keeping his voice low. He's the suspicious type. Sara placed the papers on a new stack on her desk and turned to face the door. It was the old guy's turn to duck. Finally, they heard the sound of his cart moving away. Can I come out? Ezreal asked. Yes, I think he's gone now. I'm not ashamed to be seen with you. He rose to his knees and looked over the top of her desk. I feel like a criminal. It's just so no one can get a picture of us together that might end up in Landon's hands. Oh, look, you knocked the hole punch over. Grinning, she started brushing off the back of his jeans, and little round circles of paper fluttered to the floor. Ezreal reached for her hands and brought them around his neck. He pulled her close, loving the feel of her in his arms. Never would he grow tired of it. He pressed his lips to her welcoming ones, and his heart swelled so big it could have been a balloon about to burst. He started tracing her neck with feather kisses. Her phone rang, once again with Brand's voice. "I guess we should pick them up," Ezreal said, his voice husky. "I suppose." "Be sure to let me know when you need help again," he grinned. "I'm not so sure." Sarah's eyes twinkled, her cheeks flushed. "I do need to, actually get something done when I stay late." She turned off the light, and they began a childish game of stealth to get him to her car without the custodian spotting Ezreal. As the days passed, Sarah's euphoria continued. After the meeting, a beautiful bouquet of sunflowers had been delivered to her house. Another day, a fully catered meal showed up. She hadn't known what to expect until Jana had spotted Ezreal coming up the back path from Francie's house. The children had squealed with delight and run to greet him. Late one afternoon, she received a text from him. "Kane's back, and he's engaged. Everyone's meeting at my place to celebrate, sending a car for you and the kids." When the car arrived, Sarah held back the children. "Who is it, Mama?" "It might be our ride to Ezreal's house." Brand reached for the door, but Sarah pulled him back. "Wait a sec." The driver, a young man, stepped out of the vehicle and held up a familiar baseball cap. Sarah's phone pinged, and she found a message from Ezreal that included a picture. "That's him," Jana said, looking at the photo. "Can we go now?" "Yes." Sarah grabbed her purse while the children ran outside. She locked the door and approached the car. "You must be Mrs. Fortune. I'm Keegan, Ez's assistant." He held out the ball cap. "Mr. Rice has caught a couple of paparazzi hanging around, so this is a precaution." "Maybe I shouldn't go then," Sarah said. "He's timed your arrival so you can go in the front and merge with the people coming in for one of the game lessons for staff. No one should look at you twice." "With my children?" "Sure. There's an on-site daycare center that stays open later on lesson nights. People bring their kids all the time." "All right, then." "I want a hat," Brand asked, his voice whiny. "Brand, you know better. It's fine. Ez sent hats for everyone." Keegan reached inside and retrieved 2 small ones. "Now, let's get you buckled up." "I can do my own." Jana proudly climbed onto the booster seat. Sarah pulled her ponytail on top of her head and covered it with the hat. She took the front passenger seat and glanced at the young man. "How long have you worked for Ezreal?" she asked. "From the beginning. I worked for him in Boston." "You look too young for that." "I started as an intern when I was 17. When the company moved to North Carolina, I transferred to the university here." Was this the kind of experience that was in store for Ryan if his father let him accept the internship? "You liked it that much?" "Yeah." "Were you into music before you went to work for him?" "He was my piano teacher back then. I'd have been stupid not to accept his offer. It's an incredible place to work, and Ez is a great boss." "His name is Ezreal." Jana kicked the back of Keegan's seat. "I hate it when people call him Ez." "Jana, behave yourself." Sarah reached back and moved her daughter's foot from the back of the seat. "Well, his name is Ezreal," Jana repeated, folding her arms. "I'll keep that in mind," the young man said diplomatically, and shot Sarah an amused glance. "Thank you." "Mama, will there be other kids there?" Jana asked from the back seat. Sarah glanced at Keegan, but he only shrugged. "I don't know, honey. I guess we'll see when we get there." When they pulled up to the building, there were many people walking in from the parking lot, some with young children. "Security will let you in," Keegan said, opening her door. His other guests came in through the back entrance. "Are you off then?" Sara wondered how she and the children would get home. "I'm teaching one of the classes tonight. I'll be available to take you home after." "That's a bit much to ask of you." "I'm on the clock, so it's no problem for me." Ezreal," Keegan glanced at Jana and winked, "said you all have school tomorrow and probably won't stay late." "Well, he's right. Thanks for the ride." Sara took her children's hands, and they entered the building. "You must be Mrs. Fortune," the burly man at the information desk said, rising to his feet. He tapped something on his keyboard and then said, "This way." Brand was intimidated enough by the people shooting them curious glances that he behaved himself. The security man paused at the door to the apartment and gave it a sharp rap. It opened immediately. "Ezreal!" Jana and Brand cried together and threw themselves at him. He gave them both a quick hug before reaching out to pull Sara inside with a quick, "Thanks, Stan," and closed the door. Her children had spotted the Diederich children and ran to greet them. Francie and Alex were unloading delicious-looking desserts, and Rafe was removing a yummy-smelling pizza from the oven. Ari was setting out paper plates while Darius talked with Kane and an unfamiliar Asian woman. "Wow, a houseful," Sara said. "Come and meet Sona." Ezreal started pulling her in that direction. "You'll have to talk to her for me." "No, this has to stop." Sara made him face her and cupped his cheeks. "Look how you got around your stuttering with me. Just imagine that you're talking to me, but look at her." "I don't know." "I know." Ezreal stared at her for a second before heaving out a breath. "Be ready to fill in." "I won't have to." She kissed him. They turned back toward the group and found them watching. Then, like guilty children, everyone suddenly looked busy. "Okay, that was embarrassing." Ezreal rubbed his neck. "Introduce me to Sona." His hand had gone cold in hers, and he squeezed it harder than was comfortable, but Ezreal guided her over to Kane. "Sara," he glanced at her, and his hand trembled a little before he looked at the woman. "This is Kane's fiancée, Sona Rakan. Sona, this is my girlfriend, Sara Fortune." "Good job," she whispered to Ezreal before extending her hand. "It's nice to meet you. Kane, congratulations." "I could say the same to you." The Korean man grinned and nodded toward her children, playing with Lessa and Nick. "Your kids?" "Yes." "Sona, how did you and Kane meet?" "I was Ari's body double in New York while she was supposedly hiding here." "That sounds complicated." "It was, believe me." "The pizza's ready," Rafe called. "Come and get it." "It was nice to meet you," Sara said, and let Ezreal pull her away. "I can't believe it," he said when they were a few feet away from the others. "You've been so good for me." "I could say the same thing." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Slipping her arms around his neck, heedless of the possible watching eyes, Sara prayed that he would stay this way, that the monster that seemed to lurk inside every man wouldn't steal this Ezreal from her. Chapter 17. Ezreal stood in front of the jewelry shop, debating with himself. He'd made the decision to propose, but he couldn't make up his mind if he should already have the ring. What if she didn't like it? What if she were insulted that he'd presumed he knew what kind of ring she'd like? What if she said no? He shoved his hands into his pockets. Rafe had been looking at rings and talking about some grand gesture proposal. Ezreal thought he'd been inspired by how quickly Kane had moved with Sona. Darius had firmly said he wasn't looking to get serious. Ezreal took a step toward the entrance, but then stepped back. Maybe he and Sara should talk about it first. Maybe he should stop being a coward and just buy a ring. Heaving out a breath, he turned and found 4 people staring at him. "Hey, Ez," Rafe said, Ari holding his hand. Kane was grinning, his arm around Sona. "As serious as that?" Rafe asked. Ezreal's ears had gone hot. He was beginning to think that he ought to get one of those fake tans so his flushes wouldn't show so badly, since he seemed to be doing it so much lately. "It's all right, Ez," Ari said, softly pinning first her brother and then Rafe with a tight look. "None of us are going to razz you about it." "I don't know," he finally said. "We're picking out Kane's ring," Sona said. "Are you... He took a breath and imagined that he was talking to Sara. "Are you Korean too?" "Well done!" Both men clapped him on the shoulder while the women exchanged glances. "No, I'm part Chinese." Sona took his arm. "Come inside with us. You can look around to see if there's anything you like." Ezreal let himself be pulled inside. Maybe he should ease into the discussion with Sara by sending her some flowers. The first week of school was always a little chaotic. Sara also checked out a few preschools for Brand, and she'd found the experience exhausting. There were programs for children with special needs, but she wasn't sure his situation warranted one of those. She glanced over at the table and the bouquet of flowers Ezreal had sent her the day before. Sara had never dreamed a man could be so attentive. His daily texts, frequent enough to let her know he was thinking about her, but not overdoing it, made her feel loved. Once he has you completely taken in, he'll show his true self. Sara pushed the thought aside and jumped to her feet. Ezreal wasn't like that. He was what he appeared. A kind, gentle, and loving man. It became easier to ignore the negative voice in her head. If only she could shut it up completely. A new voice in the back of her mind joined in, reminding her she was his first. He'd never be satisfied with just Sara. It was just a matter of time before he wanted to date around. Growling at herself, she went to the door to check on the children where they ran in the sprinklers in the late August heat. Brand was trying to throw a frisbee, but his timing was off. Should she wait another year before putting her son in preschool? Maybe her indecision and dread about that was why she was on edge about Ezreal. Would there ever be a time when she didn't have something hanging over her? Couldn't she just be happy? Jana did something that set Brand screaming. With a sigh, Sara stepped outside and picked up the towels on the porch. "All right, you two. Let's get you inside and dried off. You're getting cranky now." "Aw, Ma," her son whined. "Aw, Ma, nothing," she said, wrapping a towel around him while handing the other to his sister. "You're starting to sound like Nick." Not that sounding like Francie's little boy was a bad thing. Sara wondered how long it would take for her children to pick up a Southern accent. They already had a few words that were definitely accented. "I'm cold, Mama," Jana said, her lips quivering. She was so thin that even on a day like this, it was hard to keep her warm once she got wet. "Can I take a hot bath?" "Me too," Brand cried. Sara's phone pinged with a text, and she pulled it from her pocket. It was Ezreal. "My meeting this afternoon was canceled. Can I take you and the kids to get ice cream and to the park? I'll wear a hat." "Ezreal wants to take us out," she said loudly to interrupt the arguing between her children. "But I'm not so sure that I want to be seen in public with 2 children who are acting like they need a nap." "Where are we going?" Jana asked at the same time Brand cried, "I'll be good." Sara pocketed the phone again, watching her children, her lips pinched, trying to decide. When they were tired, they would promise to behave and still come apart in public. Jana came to stand beside her mother and slid her cold hand in hers. "I wish he could be my daddy." "Yes!" Brand started jumping up and down. "Can Ezreal be our daddy?" How many times had she had that same thought the last couple of weeks? Last night she'd even dreamed of them all situated in Ezreal's beautiful apartment, of him coming in the door after work to greet her while she graded papers. They'd had dinner as a family. "It's too soon to be wanting him for your daddy, so please don't say anything to him about it." Sara wasn't ready to make that kind of decision, not until the negative voice stopped. She took the towel and started rubbing Brand's wet hair. "The question for you is, will you behave so we can go and get some ice cream and then go to the park?" The children squealed and began talking at once. Sara pulled out her phone and sent Ezreal a reply. "Would love to. When will you be here?" "On my way now." "We'll be ready." "He's already driving here, so let's get you dressed." As they ran inside the house ahead of her, Sara wondered if their hearts rushed at the thought of Ezreal's arrival, too. They scrambled out of their wetsuits while she gathered dry clothes for them. She barely had time to brush her hair and check her makeup before she heard one of his beater cars drive up. The butterflies in her stomach did a little dance as she and the children skipped down the steps. Jana reached Ezreal first and launched herself into his arms, followed closely by Brand. The man easily held them both and met Sara's gaze, his face alight with happiness. Joy flowed from her heart and throughout her body. She strode up to him and pressed her lips to his, not caring that the children were so close. Without prompting, Jana and Brand put an arm around her neck, creating a group hug. When her daughter kissed Sara's cheek and then Ezreal's, Brand did the same. Ezreal got that darling, goofy grin he wore when he was especially happy. "See, Mama? He should be our daddy," Jana whispered. "What's that?" He pulled back his head and met Sara's gaze. A sense of panic overwhelmed her, and she stepped away. She took Jana and sat her down, giving her daughter a stern look. At first she seemed about to protest, but then gave a great sigh and headed toward Ezreal's car. Brand, fortunately, had either not heard his sister's comment or had already been distracted from it, because he was chattering away about having played in the sprinklers. They got the children buckled into the car and were on the road before Ezreal spoke. "It's something I'd like to discuss with you," he said after checking the rearview mirror. "What's that?" Sara asked, trying to pretend rather unsuccessfully that she didn't know what he was talking about. "About your future plans." He reached over and covered her hand that she'd been clenching and unclenching on her lap. "Well, I survived the first week of school, so next week should be better," she said lightly, forcing her hand to be still. "I've been working on the curriculum for the music classes, so I'll be ready when your charity is set up." Ezreal shot her an understanding glance and let her talk. He seemed to have come to know her so well in only a few months. How was that possible? She'd known Landon more than a year before marrying him, and she hadn't known him at all. What if Ezreal was like that, a wolf in sheep's clothing? Her heart told her it couldn't be true, that she knew too much now and had too much experience to be taken in by a monster again. Maybe she should talk about a possible future with him. Sara turned her hand over and laced her fingers with his. He seemed to understand that she had reached a decision, because his eyes crinkled. She could only hope she was ready to start the discussion. Brand started squealing as soon as he saw the ice cream shop, and Sara had to start counting before he'd calm down. "I'm not going to feed you sugar if you're already out of control, young man," she said as Ezreal pulled into a parking spot. "I will not reward bad behavior." "Hey, Brand, I really want to get an ice cream with you, so you'll behave, won't you?" Ezreal held out a hand to the child. "Please?" "I'll be good." Her son took the offered hand and hopped from his car seat. Watching them, Sara wished Brand would listen to her as well. Jana already had her seatbelt undone, and Sara held out her hand to her daughter to help her out of the car. "I want him for my daddy," Jana hissed. "I need to figure this out first." Sara kissed her on the cheek. "Well, I'd vote yes." Her daughter didn't wait, but ran ahead to take Ezreal's other hand. Bemused, Sara followed them, appreciating it when Ezreal had Brand hold the door open for her. "Thank you, kind sir," she said, giving her son a curtsy. "Bow to her," Ezreal whispered and demonstrated. Scowling, Brand shook his head and ran ahead to the display case. "Someday," Ezreal said with a grin. They had to wait in line since the place was full of university students. All the tables were taken when they had their treats, so they headed back out to the car. "They'll get sticky all over everything," Sara protested. "The park's not far," he said, opening the door for Brand. "Here, let me hold that for you while you buckle up. Oh, but lick it first so it doesn't drip." All right. Sara did the same for Jana. Finally, they were seated in the car again. It only took a few minutes to reach a park, one that she hadn't visited yet. She had put some wipes in her purse before leaving the house and needed to use them on Brand and the car seat before letting the children run to the playground. Ezreal took her hand and they walked to a shady spot nearby and sat on a bench that had just been vacated. An energy that she wasn't used to was emanating from him. The only time she'd seen it before was when he was creating music, especially those times when he seemed distracted and compelled to get it down before he could do anything else. Was he thinking about music? Or her? "I'm in love with you," he said softly, answering her question. Her breath caught, and her palms started to sweat where their hands joined. A panicky feeling hovered at the back of her mind, urging her to grab her children and run. But another, calmer voice spoke to her heart and told her she was where she belonged, that she loved him too, that, like Jana, Sara wanted him permanently in their life. Ezreal shifted uncomfortably beside her, and she wondered if her hesitation had hurt him. More than anything in the world, she didn't want to hurt him. "I love you too," she said, the words barely a whisper. He shifted toward her, their knees touching. "I want to marry you," he said, his words rushed as though he were afraid they wouldn't come out right. "Jana said she wanted me for her daddy, and I want that more than anything, too." Her conflicting mind was getting in the way of the words she wanted to say. "I know you've been hurt. I understand that it's hard for you to trust." Ezreal cupped her cheek with his hand. "I know you may need time, so I won't rush you. I want this, Sara, so I want to do it right." He kissed her, his lips soft and sweet. It was easy to lose herself in his touch, to quiet the combative voices in her head. "Thank you for being patient with me." She rested her head on his shoulder. "I know I'm broken, and I can't believe you're willing to look at me twice." "Sara, you are not broken." He rested his head against hers. "There's a Japanese pottery called kintsugi. They take broken pottery and fill the cracks with gold. It gives emphasis to the fractures and breaks to show their uniqueness. It draws on the philosophy of wabi-sabi and calls for us to see the beauty in the flawed or imperfect." What a beautiful thought. She wondered if the gold made the pottery stronger. Could the trials she'd overcome have done that for her? They sat and watched the children play, and Sara's eyelids grew heavy. She closed her eyes and was nearly asleep when suddenly Ezreal shifted. She sat up abruptly, alert, He jumped up from the bench and darted over to where Brand was surrounded by 3 older boys. They were leaning in on him ominously. Her heart leapt in her throat, and she ran toward her son. "What do you think you're doing?" Ezreal asked, his voice loud and stern as he used his height to tower over the tweens. "You think you're clever, playing the bully? Well, someone needs to teach you some manners." The corners of Sara's vision turned red as Landon's words echoed in her mind. "I'll teach you." She felt cold, the sound of the Seattle rain ringing in her ears. Even knowing Landon's fist was coming, she couldn't move, frozen in place. When it struck her, the excruciating remembered pain radiated into her skull. Sara's head jerked back, confused to find herself in the Boone Park. She staggered back and almost fell down, the panic and need to protect her children still gripping her. "Run! Run!" "Brand!" Sara cried. "Come here now!" Where was Jana? She scanned the playground, pulling her son as she ran. Ezreal looked at her, still flushed with anger. Landon's sneering face superimposed itself over it. Her heart twisted. It finally happened. Ezreal had shown his true colors. He was no different. "Jana!" she screamed. Her daughter must have recognized the panic in her mother's voice and came running. Sara was already moving, her hand extended, when Jana grabbed her free hand and they practically ran to get out of the park. "Sara, where are you going?" Ezreal huffed as he ran to catch up with her. "What's going on?" Sara stopped and pushed the children behind her. "Stay away from us." She started backing up, pushing the children as she did. "I don't want to see you again." Turning around, the children's hands in hers again, she dashed away. "No, Mama!" Brandon wailed as he tried to pull away from her. "I want Ezreal!" "We can't ever see him again." Brand started to bawl, and Jana sobbed softly. Sara should never have let her children get involved with a man. Chapter 18. Ezreal sat brooding in his car, the ever-present music in his mind silent. It was an uncomfortable feeling, like he'd been abandoned. Remembering the look on Sara's face added to it. He didn't normally have much of a temper, and it took a lot to get him riled up. But what was he supposed to do when that punk had been pushing Brand around? Did she think she was the only one who could come to the boy's defense? That was patently unfair. When he tried to call her, he discovered that she'd dropped her phone by the park bench. She'd been in such a hurry that she'd left it. That had been his excuse for coming by her house, but he hadn't been able to bring himself to go in. What if she sent him away again? Had she really meant it when she said she didn't want to see him again? Maybe it was just as well he'd found this out about her. Could he live with someone who could fly off like that? At the thought of not seeing Sara and the children, his chest hurt, like something inherently part of him had been ripped from his life. What could he do to make things right between them if she wouldn't trust him not to hurt her or the children? Memory of the horror in her face came into focus. She'd been afraid. Of him. Ezreal searched his mind. He couldn't recall a time when he'd lost his temper around her or the children. Sara's reaction had been over the top. It'd been a long time since he'd been in elementary school, but he remembered the occasional fistfight. Did she overreact with them too? She couldn't. So what had really happened? He rubbed his neck. Something in either his tone or manner must have triggered a memory of her ex-husband. Ezreal felt sick that something he'd done had brought back bad memories. Was she now afraid that he'd be like that all the time? Headlights turned into the street in the distance and pulled him from his ruminations. Surprised to find it had turned dark, he glanced at his phone. He'd been sitting there for more than 2 hours. The car proceeded slowly, as though the driver were unfamiliar with the area. The rural street didn't have sidewalks or streetlights, and more than one of Francie's guests had complained about not being able to find the B&B after dark. The neighbors on the large lots usually left on their porch lights. It wasn't too late for guests of the bed and breakfast to be coming in after a later evening out. Ezreal glanced at his phone again, his mind going back to Sara. He knew it was just a misunderstanding. How did he convince her to give him a chance to prove that to her? He rubbed the pain in his temples and looked up. The car had turned into Sara's drive. A chill ran down his back. Who'd be coming to see her so late? She probably had fellow teacher friends who might drop by, but not at this hour. She was so protective of her children and strangers coming around her house. Ezreal's gut told him that something was wrong. But what if she'd invited a friend over? If he showed up, would Sara think he was stalking her? That he really was no better than her ex-husband? Would she call the police on Ezreal and say he was a trespasser? No, it was reasonable that he'd return her phone to her. His uneasiness grew, and he found himself starting his car. He looked at his rearview mirror, trying to decide what to do. Maybe he could ask Francie for advice. No, she and Alex tended to go to bed early because their children woke early. Ezreal felt like a rope in a tug-of-war. Part of him wanted desperately to go to Sara's to make sure she was all right. Another part insisted on showing him mental pictures of getting there and finding it was just a co-worker and Sara kicking him off her property. He argued with himself for a few more minutes until he couldn't take it anymore. He had to know she and the children were all right. He made a U-turn and, at the last minute, turned off his lights. It took another minute or so with his eyes closed to adjust to the darkness, but he finally got to where he could make out the faint shine from Sara's porch light. He eased into the drive, grateful for his car's quiet engine, but irritated by the sound of gravel as he approached the house. The strange car was parked near the porch, and Ezreal pulled up behind it, blocking it in. He turned off his car, debating what he should do. A flicker of light came from Sara's bedroom on the second floor, almost like a candle. Heat flushed through his body. What if she was seeing someone else? But even if she was, why would she use a candle? Her electricity obviously worked, or the porch light wouldn't be on. Ezreal decided he needed to check and make sure she was all right. He pocketed his keys and adjusted the settings so opening the door wouldn't turn on the interior light. As he opened his door, the moon broke through the clouds, and a glimmer of light showed on the license plate of the other car. Washington. A text pinged as his hands fumbled to pull out his phone. It was from the private investigator. "Your guy's MIA. Reported in sick 2 days ago. Just confirmed he's skipped town." Ezreal went cold. He started typing a message to Bill Rise. "I think the X is at Sara's. Going in." Ezreal clicked send. A thud came from upstairs and he was in motion. The door was unlocked, only adding to his fear. "Sara!" He shouted and listened, hoping she would answer back. A floorboard squeaked overhead, and he took off for the stairs. As he was rounding the landing, a dark form came flying at him and shoved him backwards. Ezreal flew back, and he stumbled down the steps. His head struck the railing. Stars burst behind his eyes a second before a sharp pain exploded in his kidneys. Then hands were shoving him down the rest of the stairs. He hit the landing hard, and everything went black. Ezreal had no idea how long he lay there, stunned and in pain, unable to get his breath. He tried to remember what he'd been doing. Why did he hurt everywhere? Had he gotten up in the middle of the night and fallen down the stairs? No. That had been when he was a kid. His bedroom now was on the main floor. Then why would he have gone upstairs? He took a deep breath. Ugh, his ribs hurt. He smelled smoke. He hadn't used his fireplace in months. Then it all came flooding back. Sara. He sniffed again. Definitely fire. He fumbled for his phone, grateful it was still in his pocket. He dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's a fire at Sara Fortune's house. Ezreal gave the address. Is there anyone inside? I think so. There was an intruder and he attacked me. Are you injured? I can walk. Look, there are 2 children living here and I think their father may have started the fire. Emergency personnel are on their way, and I've also notified the police. Wait outside for them. No way. Ezreal ended the call and pulled himself to his feet, shouting, Sara! He listened and heard the crackle of flames for the first time. Jana? Brand! His first steps were unsteady, but with each one he became surer. The smell of smoke was powerful at the top of the stairs. He remembered something about toxic fumes from burning synthetics and dropped to his knees. A light glowed from under the door to her bedroom. Sara! Ezreal crawled to it and felt the door handle. It was warm, but not hot, so he opened it. She lay sprawled on top of her bed, her arms raised above her head where they'd been tied to the headboard. Duct tape covered her mouth. She had her face turned into her shoulder as though trying to keep from breathing the fumes. But he could see a bruise growing on her cheek and a trickle of blood running from her forehead. Rage, such as he'd never experienced, flooded through Ezreal. Forgetting his pain, he leaped to the bed and found she was bound by plastic strips like the police used. He dug out his pocket knife and cut the tie. As soon as her hands were free, Sara ripped off the tape, barely wincing, her eyes wild with fear. It's Landon! Are you all right? Can you move? She shifted. Yes. Where are the children? I sent them the back way to Francie's. Praying that the kids had made it in the dark, Ezreal took her hand and jumped off the bed. He felt the stab of pain, but adrenaline kept him on his feet. Crawl, he said, dropping to his knees and pulling her down with him. They scrambled from the room and down the hallway. The fire had more than doubled in size since he'd come up. They staggered down the stairs and out the front door. He was pulling her back from the house when her bedroom window exploded, sending flames and glass flying toward them. Ducking, they staggered back, Ezreal twisting around to put his back between Sara and the debris. They turned around to watch her home as flames engulfed it. In the distance, sirens blared, getting louder. Did the children get to Francie's? She whispered, her body trembling. Feeling for his phone, he was relieved it hadn't fallen out. With shaking hands, he pulled it out and found 2 texts, one from Bill saying he was on his way, and another from Rafe. Have the kids. Taking them to your place. Ezreal told Sara as he texted a reply back. Sara's safe. X on the loose. She'd started to cry, and Ezreal pulled her into his arms. Coming off the adrenaline rush, he was starting to feel every bump and bruise from his tumble down the stairs. Maybe we should sit in my car, he said. You can talk to the kids. He got her situated and gave her his phone. Bill Rise drove up just before a police car did, followed by a fire truck and an ambulance. I thought you were the quiet one. You look terrible, the older man said, scowling at the house. He took a quick look in the car. Is Sara all right? I don't know how much smoke she took in before I got in there and cut her loose. What? Bill gave him a sharp look before glancing back at the car. Are her wrists bleeding? He used those plastic handcuffs and then set her room on fire. Ezreal was finding it difficult to keep his anger down. He couldn't let that happen in front of her again, but if he ever got his hands on her ex-husband, Ezreal had no doubt he'd turn violent, and he resented that he was having that distasteful feeling. Did he get away? He pushed me down the stairs and ran out. I have no idea where he went. Well, I'll run interference with the police. Get in your car, but stay here. Bill headed over to the officer. Ezreal slid into the driver's seat. Yes, Ezreal's here. He saved me. Sara reached out to take his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. I don't know where we'll stay tonight. You'll stay at my house. I have plenty of room. Are you sure? As sure as I am that I love you and your kids. Sarah's voice caught, and her grip tightened. Yes, Jana. Ezreal says he loves us. Through the phone, he could hear the little girl repeating it to Brand. After their mother had calmed them down, she ended the call. You don't have to take us in, she said. It's where you belong anyway. Ezreal met her gaze, his physical hurts forgotten. I'm sorry I scared you earlier. It wasn't you. When you raised your voice with that boy, you'd never done that before. Sara closed her eyes. It brought back memories, terrible memories. I freaked out. She looked at him. I can't believe you ran into a burning house for me. That's what you do when you love someone, Ezreal said, being careful that in his firmness he didn't raise his voice, now that he understood what could trigger a negative response. I'd like us to be a family, Sara. After the way I flipped out on you today? Aren't you worried I'm damaged goods? The open and vulnerable look on her face twisted Ezreal's gut. He kept her hand in his. If you are, then so am I. But you're filling my cracks. That's why I want to marry you. You make me a better man. Sara stilled. You really still want to marry me? More than anything I've ever wanted in my life. What about Landon? She asked, her voice soft. I think he's shown enough of his true character now that he should be locked up for a very long time. He might even be unbalanced. Sara shuddered, and Ezreal wished his car had bench and not bucket seats so he could hold her. Please think about it. She blinked as though she were trying to understand what he was talking about. About marrying me? You're serious? Her tone was now wondering. Serious as a heart attack. I'm sorry to interrupt, Bill said, giving a light tap on the door. But the officer is ready to take your statements. Ezreal tried to jump out his side, but he was moving like an old man. By the time he got out, Bill had already opened Sara's door. Did they catch him? Nothing yet, the policeman said from nearby. But we don't think he can get far since we have his car. We called in some extra men to search the woods and check the surrounding houses. Ezreal went to hold Sara's hand to offer his support and tell his story. He'd have to be patient for her answer. Sara held up her wrists for the EMT to examine. She'd cut them while trying to free herself from the plastic cuffs. They'd hurt, but not as much as her heart did. She needed to see her children were safe, to hold them. And Ezreal. Her heart ached for him. He hadn't given up on her in spite of how horribly she'd treated him. She'd be dead now if he hadn't come for her, and he'd asked her to marry him. When she'd dragged the children away from him, Jana had been furious. Sara had never seen her daughter throw such a fit before. They must have made quite the picture as they'd hurried down the streets of Boone. That Sara had subjected her children to that was a sign of how distraught she'd been. Fortunately, one of the teachers from school had seen them and given them a ride to the house. Otherwise, they would have been dreadfully footsore. How could Ezreal still want to be with her? She must seem like she had multiple personality disorder. But he'd come for her. Sara's heart swelled even more. How she loved that man. Another EMT was examining Ezreal, and he winced when the woman touched his ribs. He lifted his shirt and twisted around to expose bruising. A rush of anger washed through Sara. If she could get her hands on Landon right then, she'd be capable of breaking his jaw. How dare he do that to Ezreal, the best man she'd ever known? The best man she'd ever known. Yes, that was Ezreal. He loved her, wanted her. A calming peace settled on Sara, and she knew her answer. "Yes," she said loudly. When Ezreal looked at her, she said, "The answer is yes." That charming, dopey, happy expression took over his face, and he barely flinched when the EMT touched his side again. "Excuse me," Ezreal said to the EMT and shifted to the bench beside Sara. He took her face in his hands and kissed her. "I love you." "I love you too." He pulled her into an embrace. Sara started to reciprocate, but kept her hands away to avoid hurting him. Dang, he was hot without a shirt on. "Mr. Wallach, I need to finish." The EMT shook her head at them. "Hey, I just got engaged. I needed a kiss." He grinned at Sara and let the responder bandage him up. Ezreal was grateful for the police car that followed them to his apartment. He doubted Sara's ex-husband would have any idea to look for her there, but appreciated the escort anyway. Pulling into his garage, he tried to get out quickly so he could open her door. He moaned at the pain in his ribs. The meds hadn't kicked in yet. She was at his side instead, her face full of worry. "I'm so sorry." "You didn't do this, so don't take responsibility," Ezreal said. "Rafe said he put the kids to bed in my bunk room. I'll bet they loved that." The door to his garage opened and Rafe watched them, concerned. "What is this with us lately? Way more drama than I care to live through again." Ezreal raised their joined hands. "Sara says she'll marry me." "Ezreal," Sara hissed, her cheeks flushing. "Congratulations." Rafe came forward and kissed her on the cheek before giving Ezreal's shoulder a pat. "We've been wondering how long it would take you. The guys are inside waiting for an update. I made food." He turned and led the way into the apartment. Sara seemed hesitant, but Ezreal encouraged her with gentle pressure on her back. "I won't talk to them about what happened with Landon," she whispered. "I just can't." "You don't have to, so don't worry about it. I'll bring them up to date once you've gone to bed. There's a great spa tub, so you have a nice, relaxing soak if you want. I think you need a good night's rest before you can face any more of this. I don't know how long before we'll find out if they've caught your ex." "Thank you." She turned and slipped gentle hands around his waist so that he hardly felt any pain. Ezreal buried his face in her neck, grateful for the beating heart he felt. "I could have lost you tonight." "I was thinking the same thing about you." Sara lifted her face and accepted his kiss. The door to the house opened and a male voice said, "Oops." They broke apart and found Darius grinning at them. "Bill just called Rafe with news, and we thought you'd like to hear it too." Ezreal took Sara's unresisting hand, and they followed his friend into the apartment. It smelled like Rafe had baked pizza again. The others were gathered around the breakfast bar. Ari ran over and gave them each a quick hug. "Careful," Sara said. "He got kicked in the ribs." "Oh, those hurt." Ari stepped back. "I was trying to compete with Rafe," Ezreal said dryly. "Are you all right?" Ari asked Sara. "I will be." She glanced at Ezreal and meant it. "I'll put the call on speaker now," his friend said, pushing the tray with the pizza towards them. Ezreal's stomach growled, and he remembered he hadn't had any dinner. "The police called in their dogs," Bill said over the phone. "They thought he might have tried to go the back way between the two houses in search of the children. He did." "Did they catch him?" Ezreal asked around a bite of pizza. "They found his body." Sara gasped, and Ezreal choked on his food. "He fell into an abandoned well. Bill's voice softened. Broke his neck. The police said he died instantly. Sara had dropped her piece of pizza. Ezreal took her in his arms. I know you loved him once. I'm sorry. I'm not. She held his gaze, that haunted look gone now. I'm finally free of that monster. I don't have to worry about him coming after us ever again. That's true, Mrs. Fortune, Bill said. You'll want to either get that old well filled or get a decent cover on it, especially if you're going to be having kids coming to that property for your music program. Alex said the city was scheduled to fill the well next week, Rafe said. What if the children had fallen into it in the dark? Sara looked sick. But they didn't. Bill, do you need anything else from us? Darius asked. No, I'm glad everyone's safe. He disconnected the call. So, when's the wedding date? Rafe asked. The room erupted with congratulations. As soon as we can get a license, Ezreal said. I don't want to give her too much time to change her mind. Not likely. Sara cupped his face and kissed him. Epilogue. Ezreal pulled into the driveway of Sara's old house. The news truck and crew were already setting up. There'd been a dusting of snow the night before, but it was already melting where the sun hit it. Who thought doing it this early was a good thing? He asked. They want to get it ready for their noon show. Sara gave a nervous laugh and reached over to take his hand. Hers was cold. Since Ezreal's were like ice, that said a lot about how nervous she was, if he could tell. Sara better not get stage fright, where it was going to be a very silent interview. He doubted that pretending he was talking to her would keep him from freezing up if they put a mic in front of his face. Ezreal scanned the property, thinking back on the day last spring when he'd driven up here the first time. They'd had the old house torn down, the ground leveled, and the yard sodded. By next summer, it'd provide a great play area for children coming to summer music camps. The construction on the addition to what had been the original music room was well underway. Enough work had been done on the outside that even bad weather wouldn't prevent the contractor from finishing up the work over the next couple of months. Sara had given notice at the school, but provided them with ample time to hire a replacement teacher. She'd taken over running the music charity, and the first thing she'd decided to do was expand the classes it would offer, including ones geared for children with special needs. It was a program he was happy to have his name associated with. Ezreal was proud of her and how much she'd overcome. Before their wedding, she'd begun counseling, saying she wanted to step into her new marriage sure that she was good enough. It had taken him longer than it should to accept that she needed to believe it for herself. His belief wasn't enough. As it turned out, the therapy had been good for both of them. He still had to be careful because there were certain phrases or tones of voice that they found triggered flashbacks. An important thing they were learning was to talk to each other. He still had stuttering issues around unfamiliar women, but with his wife's support and quick defense, he was finding it easier to interact with them. He couldn't ask for a better champion, even against his mother. He smiled to himself at the memory of that first meeting. His family had been a little irritated at the short wedding notice, but they'd all come. As soon as his mother had seen him, she'd started in on the poor boy stuff. Sara had diplomatically but firmly stepped in. Ezreal is neither a boy nor the subject of anyone's pity. She'd looked at him with adoring eyes. He's a hero and a man worthy of admiration and respect. Sara had turned a penetrating gaze on his mother. Isn't that right? A son and a husband any woman would be proud to claim. His mother had actually stuttered. She'd glanced at him as though seeing him for the first time. Then she'd nodded and burst into tears, throwing her arms around his neck. It had been an incredibly satisfying moment. Ezreal hadn't done quite so well when meeting Sara's friend Tia, who'd come to the wedding with her family, but it hadn't mattered. His new wife had been in raptures after being able to see her friend again. Since they lived in Seattle, he'd promised to bring Sara out at least once a year and said she was welcome to go more often if she wanted. That had earned him a kiss. Several, actually. "Do you think we should get out and face them?" he asked Sara. She blinked and turned her attention away from the news crew. "If we have to. Oh, look at that." A wagon train of vehicles were approaching. Ezreal grinned. He wasn't the least bit surprised that his friends would be there to support them in this effort. "Is that the mayor?" Sara asked. "It sure looks like him. I didn't realize we had any public officials coming to this thing. I thought this was going to be a little interview about the program." "Well, the station did ask if it was all right to invite some people. I think you're right that we need to get a publicist." Sara shivered. "Now that I'm looking at that reporter over there, I'm realizing that talking to a bunch of little children in a classroom is a very different thing from being interviewed by the press. I think I'd prefer to have someone else do this in the future." "You already know my feelings on the subject." Ezreal gave a dark chuckle. "I'll support you on whatever you want to do." "I love you." She kissed him. "I love you, too." Ezreal hopped out his side to hurry and open her door. After they were married, Sara had insisted she could do that for herself. He'd said he had no doubt she could, but he looked at it as a sign of respect for her. He was doing his best to treat her the way she should have been treated her entire life, but hadn't been. He'd told her he wanted to be a role model for Jana and Brand, the kind of behavior they should have received when they were little. She'd quit protesting, and he was grateful she was willing to accept his little gift. Sara's ex-husband had barely been a bump in the news. His family hadn't even come forward from Seattle to claim his body, and Ezreal had paid to have the man buried, saying it was the least he could do since Landon had been Jana and Brand's father, if nothing else. Growing up in a family like that couldn't have helped a guy with anger management issues like he'd had. Still, looking at Sara, it was obvious that some of it was a choice. She'd also been raised in a dysfunctional family, one she'd chosen not to invite to their wedding, low-key as it had been, and held at the bed and breakfast. He'd told her, more than once, how much he admired her willingness to pull herself out of the multi-generational heritage of abuse she'd been born into. Another car drove up carrying the Diederichs, along with Jana and Brand, who'd spent the night with them. The children jumped from the car and ran toward them. "Mama! Daddy!" they cried as they flung themselves into their parents' arms. "I missed you." Jana rubbed her cheek against Ezreal's before wrapping her arms around his neck. He had to blink rapidly as he glanced at his wife, who was watching him. There was so much love in her eyes that it made his chest swell with pride. Their family. He leaned over and kissed her. Together, they turned to face the press.
Thank you for listening to 3 Fortunes for the Billionaire. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been 3 Fortunes for the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 3, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.